Contact Report 721 Translation Introduction Contact Reports Volume/Issue 17 Plejadisch-Plejarische Kontaktberichte Block 17 pages 394,463 Contact No. 710 to 722 from September 11, 2018 to August 8, 2019. Stats source date and time of contact Friday, 14th June 2019, 9:48 p.m. Translators DeepL. Translator, Joseph Darmanin, Stefan Zutt, Bruce Lulla, Mariann Uehlinger. Date of original translation Monday, 3rd April 2021. Corrections and improvements made. Joseph Darmanin. Contact persons Ptaah 721st contact Friday, 14th June 2019, 9:48 p.m.
And here we are. Was different again meeting us at the biotope, but what I want to show you, I just did not take with me on my little walk. So look here, this is what I want to give you to read, which I am afraid I forgot when I gave you that little piece of Ptaah's work, but did not let you take it with you, which is why you photographed it with your device and wanted to duplicate it as you said.
I did that too, and it would have to be duplicated several more times, because Lauren, an engineer, and everyone else also asked if they could have a copy too.
Interesting, so you sort of advertised it then, but what does that mean, everyone?
Everyone who knows you and who is now also interested in your friend Ptaah and wants to know more about him, if he allows you to answer their questions. But advertising, as you say, I did not do that with it. I just made it for viewing about our
any channel, that's what you mean, isn't it?
Yes, that's what it was, because the gift is a little piece of art that I also let Florin and engineer see, who were both in favor of me including everyone else as well, so that they could also see the little piece of.
Understood, I can relate to that, but Ptaah really has to decide for himself whether I should share anything about him, because you know.
Of course, that's why I am asking if you can talk about it, but then it is done if permission is given, because more cannot be possible.
Then I will ask him. But tell me, Ptaah, you said that all my acquaintances want to have a duplicate copy of Ptaah's little marvel. That would be 60 persons together, with Istrist Asket and with your daughters Simiase and Plejadisch.
That is correct.
Good, I will ask Ptaah. But then something else, could you look up in your father Svath's annals what year it had been in the past when I was traveling with Svahof in 1946 and brought the big Bible with me, which I then used to pay for all the timber and the almostotes, which I then used to build out the 3 bedrooms, the kitchen and the hall.
Yes, the year of the past was 1861, and the day was the 12th of April. This date was chosen by my father to remind you of the beginning of the American Civil War or War of Secession, which took place with an attack on a garrison containing only a small garrison, which surrendered on the afternoon of the 13th of April 1861, after being shelled and cannonaded for over 30 hours in a completely insane manner. The same day, you returned to Switzerland, where you spent the afternoon with a priest called Mariann, whom my father had been contacting for some time and who then gave you the Bible.
I still have a vague memory of that, of the garrison among other things, because Svahof and I were traveling for several weeks at that time in different places and in several countries, as well as in different ages. Regarding the garrison you mentioned, I remember that it was on an island and also far outside a large town. What particularly amazed me at the time was that the garrison was surrounded by extraordinarily high brick walls, which, if I estimate them today, were certainly 10 meters high or even more. Also, from above, looking down from the pier nave, the walls were very thick, maybe about 3 meters or so. On the wall were ancient guns, but I could not count their number. Svahof said when we were there that the small garrison of the garrison had been besieged for several months or so alternately by 450,550 soldiers of the Confederate forces. The siege troops, I also remember, had gun emplacements around the area, which was actually a harbor. When Svarhof and I arrived there early in the morning, there was bad weather and a strong storm, but the garrison was nevertheless already being shelled, although the small number of soldiers in it did not fire back or defend themselves because, as Svarhof said, as I still remember, they were being shelled by the siege force with many guns and shells and prevented from using their own guns. As a result of the continuous bombardment which we observed hovering high above the action for about 2 hours, being shielded from sight, large parts of the garrison were destroyed by thousands of cannon shells and grenades, and the following day the small garrison was forced to surrender, although there were no casualties in this heavy engagement, as Svarhof had later stated.
You have a good memory.
It goes like this. At that time, Abraham Lincoln was President of the United States of America, who is the support for my memory in this matter, and who was shot by an actor in a theater in Washington exactly 4 years later, on the 14th of April 1865. The killer had co-conspirators and was a fanatical supporter of slavery and the Confederates, because of whom the Civil War was fought, because they did not want to abolish slavery. But I can't remember the name of the killer. I've simply forgotten it, as well as the names of his cronies, which included a woman.
His name was John Wilkes Booth.
Yes, now that you mention it, I remember. He was then shot, yes, when he was going to be arrested, while his accomplice was hanged.
Which you, yes?
Ptaah, excuse me, but we don't have to talk about that. You know all about what your father Svarhof taught me, all the things he made me see and often made me shiver, don't you?
Unfortunately, that is not the case, which is why I always read in his annals what has happened during the 11 years of your acquaintance. And when I alone consider all that I have learned so far from the records with regard to all that you experienced and learned together with my father alone during the World War period, I shudder and freeze. To this I must say, despite my age, that I alone would not have been able to cope with even a small part of it, even if I had been older than you were. Just reading it gave me the shivers.
Excuse me, I did not really want to talk about that, but to ask you what you actually got out of all that he taught me regarding the matter of your task of continuing the teaching and mission of Nocodemian. Your daughter Simiase, as well as you and Quetzal, have told me that you are well occupied with the teaching, and also knew that you are included in the lineage of the teaching of Nocodemian, and that you will therefore also be in contact with me. I know from Svarhof that he only informed you about everything in relation to the closer connections during the last years of his life. But I would now be interested if you could briefly explain to me some closer connections, such as with regard to your lineage back to Nocodemian and so on, perhaps also some of your father's Svarhof annals.
The whole thing is rambling, so I will have to go into it in more depth at a later date. What I want to say today relates to the following about the lineage of our family, which goes back to Nocodemian. It is to be said that my daughters, Simiase and Plejah, our relatives, which also include Quetzal, Asket, and Nero, and of course others, are in the obligation to preserve the teaching of Nocodemian, the teaching of truth, teaching of the spirit, teaching of life. This, however, is only the direct teaching, comprising 77 million canons, of which you have made out the OM. But apart from that, there are still many doctrinal parts which are of a completely different nature, as my father listed in his annals, but which were not accessible to him and are also not accessible to us. For this reason you had to retrieve information from the memory bank of Nocodemian for my father, which was important for him and also for us, and is also important for our future. What I am about to say, however, is not much, and the whole thing relates to the fact that our task of preserving the teachings goes back to a man of our very early ancestors from the line of Nocodemian. More specifically, to a very distant descendant of his 3 sons, whose name was Gilkar, Nob meaning of name the rectifier, and who undertook to carry on the teaching. From his family line came the commitment of the transmission of the teachings into the farthest future, whereby the ancient teachings of Nocodemian are preserved and taught to this day, and also throughout our very extensive Plejarische Federation. Unfortunately, however, it has not been preserved in its entirety, but only in part, which is why my father Svaaf felt compelled to enlist the help of his father, grandfather and great-grandfather at an early stage in order to obtain more precise details and instructions for himself and our family regarding our task of preserving and passing on the teachings. He recorded the results of his research in this regard in his very extensive annals, which he himself, however, only gave me access to in the mid-1930s, and informed me of the fundamental connections with the teaching of Nokadimian, as well as our family lineage and kinship and the task. So it was only then that we found out about the reincarnations of the spirit form of Nokadimian, namely that it also appeared in several reincarnations on Earth. The beginning of the spirit form of Nokadimian on Earth came about 389,000 years ago, when a Plejarische herald from the Nokadimian lineage named Aju, meaning of the name the Prudent One, came to Earth with 144,000 human beings from the Nokadimian people and settled in the Gobi Desert. However, the teaching that Ajum taught was disregarded, as has been the case since time immemorial and always, which is why there were always only a few who opened their ears to the efforts of the Annunciator. The majority of the masses, therefore, did not care for the teaching brought by the herald, but in their delusion of faith continued to follow their gods, which equally led to differences and disputes among the various faith groups, as has always been the case, even in later times, and has remained so to this day among all the delusional believers in religion on Earth. At that time, however, after only a short time, the hostilities among the immigrants broke out to such an extent that the city built in the desert and the other populated areas, as well as the Earth, had to be abandoned. More than 25,000 years ago, new Plejarische immigrants arrived on Earth with slightly yellowish skin pigmentation and mixed with already existing earthly human forms, resulting in another human species that migrated to a large island. The original immigrants, who came from our universe more than 25,000 years ago, had created a dimensional gateway millions of light years beyond the Milky Way galaxy, and so entered the DERN universe and from there to Earth, where they settled in fertile areas that are now all part of China. What happened about 389,000 years ago, after only a third of a century, then quickly led to the termination of the action and the abandonment of Earth, after which their distant descendants many generations later, about 13,500 years ago, once again formed an Earth immigrant community and came to Earth. These settled east and south in various places in the areas bordering the Mediterranean Sea and sought a new beginning. This, then, was after another ancient Pleiadian immigrant community had migrated and settled in the fertile lands of what is now called China, some 11,500 years earlier. When then about 13,500 years ago the up to then last Plejarische community of immigrants came to Earth, then this happened in a completely secret form, namely because since the time of 389,000 years earlier other extraterrestrials had come to the Earth in the meantime and had settled down far and wide on all continents, above all the long-skulled ones. In ancient Egypt in particular, they rose to positions of power, waged wars, and subjugated tribes of peoples, such as those who called themselves Hebrew. It was these who, in later times, under the leadership of a Negrite Plejarische descendant called Avian, note meaning of name he who gives refuge, who was, however, called Aram by the Hebrew, had joined forces about 4,500 years ago with the still few distant descendants of the ancient Plejarische immigrants who appeared about 13,500 years ago and also begat many descendants. From these descendants begotten between Plejarische descendants and the Hebrew, a sixfold lineage of termination then emerged, namely from the reincarnation line of Nokadimian, whose spirit form reincarnated several times and in rapid succession among the Hebrew. This was after the then messenger Ajum from the Nokadimian line lost his life in the Gobi Desert during the warfare of the Earth immigrant community about 385,000 years ago, and his spirit form either remained in the earthly realm or migrated and returned, about which unfortunately nothing is known in detail. What is known to us, however, is that the old Plejarische immigrants very quickly mixed with the above-mentioned tribes of peoples, but it turned out that this time, too, unpleasant disputes arose, which led to the fact that, despite the efforts of the heralds, various of these peoples split up and partly also fell into bondage to other peoples. However, when I speak of those peoples into which the Plejadians immigrants integrated themselves, I am not referring to large peoples, but to large tribes of peoples that did not correspond to complex forms of social organization. The members of these tribes of peoples, which corresponded to a tribal ethnicity, traced back to a common ancestry, which ensured that a certain mutual cohesion was given as a result of kinship. This, however, did not prevent larger national peoples, who could no longer be called tribes of peoples, but real great peoples or state peoples, from forcibly binding smaller tribes of peoples into servitude. This was also partly the case with the tribes of peoples who had settled round the Mediterranean areas, and had mixed with the Plejadians immigrants at an early stage, who were then forced into servitude in the land of the ruling long sufferers. But the same thing happened to the Hebrew, not only by the rulers in ancient Egypt, but also to their distant descendants by the king of the New Babylonian Empire, Nebuchadnezzar II, who is also called Nebuchadnezzar I. The prototribal leader of the Hebrew was a very distant Negrite descendant of a Plejadians group who had appeared on earth as immigrants more than 13,500 years ago, who had also mixed with earth human beings. This prototribal leader called avian living in a land called Plecht, east of the Mediterranean, with a nomadic tribe of Hebrew who called him Aram. The denunciation by 6 heralds with the Nocademian spirit form took place after the Plejadians' immigration on earth some 13,500 years ago and lasted until the time of the year 632. The heralds were the following: Henoch, born 3rd February 930,894 before Emmanuel, BC. Eliah, born 5th February 891,780 before Emmanuel, BC. Jezreel, born 7th February 772,690 before Emmanuel, BC. Jeremiah, born 9th February 662,580 before Emmanuel, BC. Emmanuel, born 3rd February 2111. 9th May. Muhammad, born 19th February 571,632 after Emmanuel. They all endeavored to teach the doctrine of Nocademian not only among the Hebrew but also among various peoples who existed in the regions bordering the Mediterranean to the east and south, as well as in Egypt, and on both sides of the Red Sea down to its end. But they also taught far eastward to Mesopotamia, where King Gilgamesh formerly ruled in Uruk-Gard, as well as to the Aryan country. What I still want to explain for today, this refers to the fact that also in the sister creation the teachings in the DeepL universe are taught among the peoples who have migrated from our planets, so also among the people of Istraschasket, as also among all Sonar peoples. And the fact that we also brought this teaching to Earth at an early time was due to the fact that our ancestors discovered a natural dimensional gate 22 million years ago by chance, which is located here in the DERN universe about 120 light years beyond the Pleiad stars known to you. The dimensional gateway was discovered because a moon from RANK, our universe that had drifted from an exploded planet, entered the DERN universe through this dimensional gateway, which our ancestors investigated, and then found to be Earth's satellite. One consequence of this was that over the course of millions of years small groups of Plejadians repeatedly migrated to Earth, and also died here. Later, when the first human life forms also developed on Earth around 12 million years ago in various areas that are now Europe, Africa, Asia, North and South America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, China, and Russia, as well as various islands, several small groups of our Plejadians ancestors had also already settled in some areas on the planet, but they all died out in the course of the next millions of years. About 6 million years ago, when the distant descendants of the first human beings moved in a few specimens all over the Earth, and had developed more over the next 3 million years, more Plejadians emigrants came to Earth, some of whom joined forces with the original earthly humans and mated with them. As for the further teachings of Nocademian, which concern the teaching of truth, teaching of the spirit, teaching of life, which you have already partly retrieved as a boy from my father's Ptaah from the memory bank of Nocademian, he has recorded all this in his annals in handwriting. And what you have been retrieving and elaborating for us for years brings us undreamt of insights and possibilities for the development of consciousness that surpass everything we have known so far, and with which we often have trouble understanding everything, which is why the explanatory work you do for us is so significant and very important for us. Unfortunately, however, we can only cope with this if you constantly provide us with the necessary explanations in your computer, which we can constantly take over and...
You should not say too much about it, because it is not pleasant for me when I have to give information about what I write for you, because I have to squirm because I cannot give these explanations that I just write out for you. This was also the case the other day when I was asked what and how I do the explanations for you, to which I can only explain that you have a higher understanding in this respect than we Earthlings do. Consequently, as you know, I have to interpret the explanations for you with other terms which on the one hand are not known to us Earthlings, and on the other hand I also have to search for them in the memory bank and retrieve them.
That is so. I know as also that it is very tedious for you and that you cannot translate the necessary terms into your mother tongues German and Swiss German.
It's good that you say that, because if I had to explain these terms to others in plain German, then it would be unavoidable to write explanations as long as your arm for each term. Now, however, something interests me, namely you have said that the Plejarische descendant named Avian, who appeared among the Hebrew, thus among the early Hebrews, who was then however called Avram, had been of a Negroid nature, so a black-skinned human being as we say. To that the question whether this man then also founded a family with the Hebrew and fathered offspring.
That was the case, yes, as our handed-down knowledge shows, but this was concealed in the extremely heavily falsified written folk history of the Hebrew, as well as all the facts I have mentioned. In addition, the teaching brought to them of Darmanin was extensively rejected, and an untrue religious story was invented to the contrary, just as in the same ways was the history of the origin of the Hebrew people's tribes and their descendants. Truthfully, the records were only written out many decades after the real events by scribes with their own interpretations, ideas and fantasies, just as was the case with the 6 proclaimers. In the case of Muhammad, for example, it was more than 100 years after his death before the first words were written about him, and his teaching was completely disregarded and rewritten and replaced by a completely reinvented one. Hence, the true teaching that Muhammad brought, the teaching of the prophets, that is to say, teaching of the truth, teaching of the spirit, teaching of the life, was not simply falsified beyond recognition, but it was, as was already the case with the same teaching of Emmanuel, completely denied and replaced by a new truth falsified religious history that was fantasized together from the ground up and directed towards a godhead and spread. In addition, over the course of centuries, new rules, rituals, prayer, behavior, and other regulations as well as religious laws and so on were invented over and over again, which were consciencelessly fantasized into the irrationally and confusingly invented senseless religious teaching, and were mendaciously ascribed to the proclaimers Emmanuel and Muhammad.
Although I know about these facts, it certainly does not hurt that you also mention something about them. But please keep talking about what you have to say about your family task.
As I said before, this leads back to Gilcas, but I think that I have made enough explanations regarding this for today, and I will once again speak about that later, should it be necessary.
That may really be the case, but all the things you have mentioned are really interesting and go a lot further than I had hoped to come to know. But you mentioned that some of your ancestors were also religiously believing ones. What was that like, and what is it like today?
In our very early times, too, various religious forms of belief delusion were widespread among all peoples, as a result of which, on all our world, the worst Ausertungen and terribleness were also a daily occurrence, as well as malicious wars and terror of all imaginable kinds, whereas religious wars were likewise unavoidable, as also political wars and pure wars of hatred, and so on. All this only ended a little over 52,000 years ago, when what came to pass, which I explained to you in a conversation, namely the whole thing that happened with the moment that sued everything that was evil, wrong and uncharted, and so forth. That's when the large metallic spherical structure influenced all populations of each of our worlds by means of swinging waves for 32 days, in such a way that every single human being became clear and conscious of his or her entire Asjarted thought, feeling, psychological world. Thus every single person became frighteningly aware of everything that was lurking and motoring in his or her character, and in his or her reflecting and striving, of that which was erroneous and wrong, of that which was evil, loathsome and Asjarted, and could erupt uncontrollably at any time by the smallest trifle, which was constantly suppressed by the religious belief delusion, but always lurked in the underground and broke through with every possible negative impulsation to wreak terribleness. This bitter cognition led each individual human being to study the personal thought-feeling psyche-world and to transform it into a positive equalizeness according to his or her own choosing and free will, which, however, only became possible as the religious belief delusion was dissolved and became insignificant. But it took a long time for this cognition merely to penetrate, after which it took even longer periods of time to free oneself from the belief delusion. Ultimately, it took between 3 and 11 years for each individual human being, depending on their personality, to carry out the necessary developmental change. And in fact, it was not easy for any human being to break away from his or her religious beliefs, and some persons had to fight hard battles with themselves, which some could not endure to the end, and therefore put an end to their lives, as our chronicles tell us. In the end, however, all those who were strong enough were able to overcome everything and to carry out and win the developmental change through their own arduous efforts. That was more than 52,000 years ago, and since then we Plejadians have been free of belief. We no longer have any religions or sects or belief, and are completely free of them. And this has since then given us Plejadians the freedom, without belief delusion, in a determination by a Godhead, to determine and direct all and everything, ourselves in every respect, to move in every kind and wise in peace and harmony among one another and with one another, to communicate with one another, to work with one another, and to correspondingly live according to the whole end of human worthy ways. And not a single Plejadian person has wanted to lose this since then, and does not want to lose this in the present time nor in future time as well, which is why our directives were worked out, which are respected and uncontrovertibly followed by every single person, and determined that it must be strictly prevented that not even a single person of us Plejadians may fall prey to a religious belief delusion ever again. But if this were to happen at some point, then the consequence would be that the person in question would be excluded from our entire community and banished to a humankind on a foreign world, such as to the earth, the humankind of which is just as Asjarted in its belief delusion as the respective person himself or herself. So it is not only due to the entire Ausartungen of all kinds of the human beings of earth that are wrong and with acts of gavalt one that we must stay away from them and are not allowed to make direct contacts with them, but also the fact of their religious and sectarian belief illusion. This is the case, because owing to that, as with us in times of old also on the earth, wars and struggles for might have been waged since time immemorial. Acts of terror are carried out and millionfold murders are committed. Indeed, because of the religious and sectarian belief illusion, all maliciousness, falsehoods, Ausartungen, intrigues and wantonness, up to murder and killing, buried in the deepest inner nature of the character, and suppressed by the belief delusion, and lying in wait to break out as a result of an often only small trifle, very quickly become active and reach the outside to wreak terribleness. And that is exactly what you also teach.
Yes, because it is simply nothing but the truth. But thank you for all that you have done and explained, because everything again allows a valuable insight into your Plejadians' history. But now I would like to know from you how you fundamentally assess our earthly politics. Personally, I see the whole thing in such a way that around the world everything goes completely haywire with regard to politics and is only carried out by politically absolutely incapable elements who, with very few exceptions, are only imperious ones solely directed towards themselves and their own greed for might and finances, who neither do something for their own country nor for the populace but only for themselves. And as I see it, this is the case in all countries, although some might-obsessed ones stand out particularly in this respect, such as in Germany, in the United States of America, in the EU dictatorship, and in France.
With this you are saying something which we are also paying attention to, and for my part, can confirm what you have just said. Our observations and clarifications with regard to what you have just mentioned show that in practically all governments of all terrestrial states, with very few exceptions, the highest and higher ones and the responsible ones of state who cooperate with them correspond to absolutely unsuitable elements who do not have true capabilities for the leadership of the state. Hence, they are also unable to establish a clear line of leadership and to make and, accordingly, to carry out any clear and people-serving decisions and directives whatsoever. Their goods of thoughts, actions and ordinances are extremely inadequate and childishly illogical. All their thinking and acting is solely laid out for their exercising of might, into which, however, neither intellect nor rationality are brought, because the entire majority of those who have might who misguide the state and the people amply lack the capabilities to comprehend the effective real reality and its truth. On the one hand, however, this has the consequence that the responsible mightful ones of state, as a result of their blindness due to their might obsession, do not recognize the effective truthly connections of the facts available to them, and therefore are also unable to consider and process them, even though they would have to do this. In their reflecting and striving, there is only their might behavior, which, through their deceptive imagination, and their delusion of wanting to be great, assuming an air of importance, and wanting to be knowing, and so on, they link up with their religious belief delusion, and therethrough deceptively imagine to rightfully handle and act on everything, the case of which, however, is absolutely opposite. This, however, has the consequence that they are neither able to perceive nor recognize existing real and true facts, because in their veiled childishly logical and never brought to adulthood mode of thinking, as well as in their unused intellect and their insufficient rationality, they are absolutely incapable of doing so. Furthermore, they also lack the effort to create the necessary capability and possibility to perceive the real effective reality and truth. Hence, in this regard, they can neither recognize nor think over rising facts and their contents. As a result of this incapability, they are also not able to work on something in a logically intelligent and rational wise, nor to achieve any logical results or to make and implement any decisions of value. On the contrary, important facts are completely wrongly understood and likewise wrongly assessed, from which an absolutely wrong understanding emerges and, in turn, leads to catastrophically dumb wrong decisions, as has always been the case. At the present time, there are truthfully only very few venerable persons in positions of state leadership and among female and male politicians who are worthy and dignified for their office, and who also assume their responsibility and put it into action. And this is so, while the absolute majority of all upper and highest officials in the governments and in politics show no suitability whatsoever for a state and political leadership, as is the case today in a particularly bad wise in Germany, which is misgoverned at the front line by a female chancellor, who has brought forth a refugee catastrophe that has already spread over the entire earth. In this regard, this person is responsible for a great deal of human misery and many deaths, for which she would need to be harshly brought to account, expelled from the chancellery and banished for life. This person, in her boundless might obsession, also works under the surface and disingenuously to create a comprehensive new societal regulation throughout Europe. In doing so, her respective secret striving is such that like-minded female politicians and female state officials like her are appointed to high positions of government, namely in the sense to build up, in this wise, a matriarchal government throughout Europe. First, according to her own sense, this is to happen via the European Union dictatorship, for which she has already been making efforts for a considerable time to infiltrate a primarily incapable and might-obsessed female person into the position of President of the EU Commission. Furthermore, she strives in the same ways to arrange the same in Germany, and to bring a might-obsessed female person into the Chancellery, something for which she has also been cultivating corresponding thoughts and concocting plans for a considerable time. And this she strives for in the sense that through her the woman is to be given a privileged matriarchal position in the state, and in the family, and any patriarchy is to be forbidden. Hence then in relation to the matriarch, in order to preserve the female lineage, a hereditary succession and social position is to be strictly determined by law. However, what is still to be said with regard to the unsuitability, wrongdoers, and imperious rulers who have already been mentioned, in addition to the aforementioned German mindful one of government, and her intellect and rationalityless subservient ones who do not perceive what is really going on in the Chancellor in falseness, are also the EU dictatorship as well as France and the United States of America, which are misgoverned by absolutely incompetent, imperious, and peoples-hostile might exist, and subservient elements. All of these persons exercising might are concerned only with their own advantages, profits, and their prosperity, their might behavior, and their high rewards, but in no ways with the well-being of their peoples, for whom they would have to take a stand in order to do all that is good and best for them in every respect, but for which they have no interest whatsoever. What is further to be said, which refers to the climate change, which in the coming time, due to the incapability of the governing ones/rulers and their wrong decisions, will produce not only strange, but also malicious, uncharted, and people-damaging poisonous effects, and will make many things even worse. This happens on the one hand because, as a result of the scientific hubris of the ones entrusted with research, nonsensical hypotheses are drawn up which do not correspond to any foundations or things of value whatsoever, and on the other hand, because the real causes are not searched for and researched, and therefore it is also not recognized that these are altogether attributable to the mass of the overpopulation and its completely uncharted machinations. These correspond to tremendous life-hostile influences on nature, its fauna and flora, the atmosphere, the climate, and the entire planet, whereby these manipulations, which are to be called criminal, have an absolutely destructive, eliminating and exterminating effect in relation to everything, as a result of which already thousands of widely varying forms of life have already been either irrevocably exterminated or are now threatened with extinction. And these researchers are also the ones who should think ahead with regard to the future and also achieve truthful results with regard to the destructions brought about by the world's population and nature, to the fauna, flora, and atmosphere as well as to the climate and planet. However, on the one hand, this is not done in any wise, while on the other hand the scientists and researchers have no capabilities in this respect either, because they surely carry academic titles, which however as you always say are only smoke and mirrors, because they did not study and fathom the effective reality and its truth, but are only indulging in and clinging to empty assumptions. For this reason, it is also not possible for them to explore, to recognize, to understand, and to value the effective facts of the entire natural process in all conceivably possible and necessary relationships. So it is impossible for them to gain the necessary cognitions and to calculate what is pending for the future, necessarily, which should be their duty, in order to inform and enlighten the Earth's population about the results obtained. Thus, everything continues in the traditional mode of destroying, eliminating, and exterminating, so that the entire and further growing overpopulation, as well as the nature, fauna and flora along with the planet are heading for a catastrophe of a kind that has never occurred on Earth before. You already wrote warnings as a boy in the 1940s, and, with the help of your teachers Graf Lehmann and Pastor Zimmermann, who had everything translated also into English, French, and Italian, you sent these warnings to numerous newspapers and radio stations, as you also then did in the 1950s, which however never brought any public reaction. You have always described very precisely what will come about in the future, as has been happening already for decades, is present/actual, and will continue to come about in the future as a result of overpopulation and its criminal machinations, but your clearly warning efforts to raise awareness have been disregarded. To the contrary, already from the beginning, you were, and you still are today, insulted as a world improver and ridiculed, and vilified and slandered as a deceiver and liar by know-it-alls, adversaries, and other self-appointed ones, confused people who very foolishly rise up against you in enmity and revenge. And this is also done in such a way by the religionists in particular, who make the population stupid by lying and deception, who indoctrinate their believers with their illusory and irrational belief teachings and in this regard force them to the bondage of delusion and dependence. But I digress from what I actually wanted to say, especially in Europe, but also worldwide. More and more wrong decisions will be made by the governments in the coming time, and especially with regard to the epidemic that is now beginning, which you already announced in the 1990s and which will become acute in the month of November, and a pandemic in 2020. This is also with regard to the climate change caused by Earth human beings, which has been set in motion as a result of the catastrophic destructive machinations of overpopulation, whereby nature and its fauna and flora have already been largely killed off, ruined and devastated. In addition, there are the ever more violent, devastating and frequent storms that degenerate into natural disasters, which on the one hand bring real deluges and in the future will develop into ever greater and more extensive destructions of nature, and on the other hand will increasingly affect and completely ruin human achievements. And these events alternate with unusual and even death-dealing heat waves for many Earth human beings, which will already rise to 43 degrees in Europe this year, whereby from now on the increasing number of natural disasters will also bring more and more often immense and devastating devastation and destruction, and in the coming times will also claim more and more deaths worldwide. This, while also the planet itself will rise up more and bring more earthquakes and seaquakes as well as volcanic eruptions, which will not only refer to known active volcanoes, but also to volcanoes that have been inactive for a long time and so on. There will also be an increase in degenerate arsonists indulging in their evil tongues in the forests of Europe and other countries, and I also believe that nature herself will start more and more fires elsewhere in the world, which will become ever more extensive, destructive and devastating, as I have already said in our last conversations. Also, in the times to come, all acts of murder in families will increase, whereby in many cases all relatives will be killed, and also many other degenerations will steadily increase, which rises acts of hatred from evil sentiments, such as racial hatred, political extremism, religious hatred against people of other faiths, and as a result of uprisings against errant governments. The times to come will be vicious as never before and will claim countless human lives. And further, through unreasonableness, obsession with power, insanity, stupidity, and pathologically conditioned malicious threats, terror, revenge, self-importance and confusion of consciousness, the peace on earth, which has been fragile since time immemorial, and is always only conditioned by time, will be called into question again and ever more frequently. This is particularly the case with the United States of America and its insane leaders, as well as with the European Union dictatorship leadership, which will, however, be replaced next month by an unfit and Russia-hostile personality. Now, however, back to what I was talking about earlier. Various countries on Earth keep so-called lists with regard to extinct plants, animals and other creatures, and so on. In addition, red lists of endangered animals and plants are kept, although only species previously known to the Earth's humankind are specified in these lists, and of which about 28,000 are listed as endangered, but the many species still unknown to them are not mentioned. According to our investigations, however, these data do not correspond to the rightness, because the number of life forms of plants, animals and other creatures endangered and threatened by extinction on Earth, as well as lizards, insects, fish, creepers/crawlers and snakes, as well as butterflies and beetles of all species and forms, which do not belong to insects, as well as other living creatures, is very much higher than only 28,000. The number of endangered species and forms we have fathomed today amounts to 36,642. Which includes a larger number of life forms that are not yet known to either zoology, entomology or botany. The threat of the dying out and extinction of zoological, entomological, and botanical species and forms, and so on, continues to grow and, moreover, at an ever-increasing rate. Hence the species and forms not only die more and more quickly, but effectively dies out. As our long-term research has shown, which we have been carrying out on a daily basis for many years, at present, between about 70 and 180 botanical, animal, other creatures and entomological, as well as lizard-like, creepy, word-pendant, and other species and forms are dying out every day. And this can no longer be stopped, which means that the entire destruction of the diversity of species and forms of terrestrial living creatures and biodiversity can no longer be stopped. This, unless the delusion of the Earth's population regarding the further excessive procreation of offspring is stopped very quickly, whereas this should have already happened in 1975 at the very latest, and should have been implemented from this time on by means of a worldwide multi-year stop in births, and a subsequent, and henceforth controlled regulation of births. Up to that time, it still would have been possible to stop all the destructive bad effects to the atmosphere, the climate, the whole of nature, and its fauna and flora, and to bring them back to the normal course, which would have been possible at that time through an efficient intellect and rationality-bearing action, but which is no longer the case today. However, this is no longer possible today, because too much has been destroyed in the entirety of nature and on the planet itself, and too many life forms have been irrevocably exterminated. And this happened due to the felonious machinations of the overpopulation, and namely due to its need for consumer goods such as food, supplies and consumables, and so on, whereby the whole of the destroying increased ever more in relation to the mass of the constantly rising overpopulation, and today also continues to rise uncontrollably, which up to the present day could only be mastered by intervening destructively and exterminatingly in nature, its fauna and flora, and in the planet itself, now also devastatingly influencing the atmosphere and the climate. The dwindling biodiversity already threatens the earthly humankind today, which unfortunately is still not recognized, and, for that matter, will not be understood by all researchers who arrogantly call themselves expert scientists, and neither by the Earth's population. Consequently, it continues in the same and all-destructive style. This means, however, that through all the exploitative machinations of the overpopulation, the diversity of species and biodiversity of the Earth, and its nature and fauna and flora will continue to be exterminated and disappear, which will ultimately threaten and call into question the survival of all life and even that of the entire planet. Due to an intellect that a dumbness and irresponsibility, the majority of the human beings of Earth delude themselves through an intellect and irrationality into thinking that if a single grass or herb, a tiny animal or insect, and so on, dies out, this would be of absolutely no significance/concern, because indeed one's personal food would not be affected by it, and nothing therefrom would be lacking in life, which is why it is of no importance if something small dies out. At the same time, no thought is given to the fact that the extinction and disappearance of even a single plant species or a single small animal accelerates the dying of insects and the extinction of another animal species. Fundamentally, the bulk of the Earth humankind does not bother about nature, its fauna, flora, and the atmosphere and climate, but lives senselessly, just for the moment, as you put it from time to time in our private conversations. So no thought is given to the fact that, for example, bees as well as various other insects are very important pollinators of blossoms for many types of food, which for example account for 1/3 of the natural food of the terrestrial humankind. The dying out of a variety of these insect species/forms has already today had negative consequences regarding the production of various natural foods, wherethrough already for decades famines have prevailed in countries disadvantaged therethrough, and many human beings have been dying tormentfully of hunger. The overpopulated humankind of Earth does not think about the, in fact, extremely dark consequences that will result in the future from the ongoing dying of species. Consequently, terrible consequences already in the offing are also not foreseeable for them. That however will change in the future for the descendants of today's, tomorrow's, and the day after tomorrow's irresponsible humankind of Earth, because it will be those who will experience and get to feel the evil consequences in the future, and will curse their ancestors and their irresponsibility for that. Yet, it is not only that which is clear today regarding the extinction of many diverse genera and species, but in the future there will also be many more and other animals, plants as well as many other creatures, insects, and other diverse forms of life, which likewise will be threatened by extinction in the future. That, however, does not concern the human beings of Earth at the present time, because they cannot yet assess/consider at all which monstrously terrible consequences the extinction of the respective additional genera and species will entail. And it is solely and exclusively the enormously burdensome, unsupportable, and unsustainable overpopulation for planet Earth, with all its destructive machinations, that will be to blame for this, as is also the case today for everything that has already happened in this respect concerning the various exterminations of different genera and species of the natural diversity of life and biodiversity. That is because it does not want to be recognized that the immoderate, excessive, and exaggerated overpopulation and all its destructive machinations of nature, fauna, flora, and the atmosphere and climate are to blame for everything. And it does not want to be recognized nor acted in such a way that only by a drastic worldwide and multi-year birth stop and an equally drastic worldwide control of births could the worst still be prevented, and thereby could a regeneration of the still salvageable take place. Nevertheless, in this case a regeneration of what is still salvageable in terms of nature, fauna and flora, the planet itself as well as the atmosphere and climate would require a very long time, namely over many generations. However, what is now being done irresponsibly is that an adolescent, an unknowing child named Greta Thunberg is being shamefully abused to lead a worldwide Fridays for Future climate protection movement. This, despite the fact that this innocent child has no idea or knowledge whatsoever concerning the actual exterminative and destructive connections with respect to nature, fauna, flora, and the planet as well as the climate, and so on. Moreover, the unknowing child, who in the meantime since her first appearance has fallen into a delusion of self-elevation, is afflicted by a milder autism, as a result of which she has a weakness with regard to any social interaction and also in terms of communication. This child also suffers from further disorders in such a way that she is steered by habits and customs and does not show any form/characteristic of deep feelings for others, as I could clearly diagnose. As a result of a delayed development of consciousness, she is also not able to perceive reality and its truth in a correct, intellectually and rationally clear wise, which is why she tends to indulge in individual factors of any matter in her thoughts, without being able to comprehend their fundamental factors in their reality. Hence, she cannot effectively empathize with her actions regarding her climate protest, just as she cannot do so due to the absence of the ability to perceive impulsations regarding any life forms of nature, and with human beings. The child is also characterized by a severely inadequate social incapability, as well as sporadically also by an attention deficit, whereas she is nevertheless driven by a strong inner pathological compulsion with her climate protest activity. Climate change, which was first denounced by an unknowing child and since then has created a stir before governments all over the world, and moreover has brought forth masses of simple-minded/naive screaming climate protesters, who, just like the child, have no idea and knowledge at all about what the fact actually is, has the consequence that those in government and the politicians will start to exploit the whole thing in a populist way, and also in a way in order to fill their state coffers thereby. This will be the case, as irresponsible leaders and politicians will invent and implement new mandatory levies and taxes, which will then correspond to nothing other than a financial exploitation of the populations in order to stuff up the state coffers in this illegal wise, whose finances, however, will again be senselessly squandered, and in addition to that, more debts will be made. What I now have to say, however, corresponds to facts that do not really correspond to the nature of what I want to go on about, because it does not correspond to my needs to interfere in the irrational and confused, wrong, dumb and illogical governmental leadership machinations as well as the modes of action and behavior of earthly governments and politics. Nonetheless, however, I see a need to do so today, and to say, nevertheless, that the absolute majority of earthly rulers and politicians can be assessed as grown up according to their physical maturity, but not in terms of their adulthood consciousness. In this respect, the absolute majority, no matter how old he or she is in each individual case in terms of years of life, lives in an unadulterated, childlike state with regard to his or her intellect and rationality. In this state, however, he or she lacks the ability to evaluate, as well as the ability to make decisions, to act, behave and take responsibility, as a result of which he or she is incapable of leading populations and peoples. And this incapability, as well as his or her selfishness and cowardice for recognition in relation to the reality and truth, as well as the anxiety of public opinion, and so on, leads to the fact that he or she does not muster any thoughts whatsoever to face the truth openly and to realize that the reality is different from what he or she claims to know it to be. So he or she neither strives for the reality and its truth, nor for what would necessarily have to be recognized and taught in relation to the real causes of the atmospheric degradation, the climate destruction, the threat to all life, and the destruction of nature as well as the planet itself. This is equally true in relation to the extinction of the species diversity, of the entire biodiversity of the flora, but also in relation to the existence of the steadily increasing threat to the fauna, in which ever more genera and species of all kinds of life forms are dying out due to the guilt of the human being of Earth. And the fact that the whole of all misery and evil, of destruction, death, and extermination, and so on, is only rampant through the guilt of the humankind of Earth, namely because of the monstrous overpopulation, from which all life is called into question by its machinations, does not concern the highest and higher ones who bear the responsibility for the world. And if the further growth of the overpopulation is not stopped by a worldwide and multi-year birth stop and afterwards, an effective worldwide birth control is not decided upon and carried out, which should have already been done by 1975 at the latest, which however was not done, then the exterminations and destructions will continue and finally an unstoppable destruction of the entire existence of the Earth and all its forms of life of all genera and species will lead to the bitter end. Secret plans are already being devised to disingenuously and insidiously exploit the peoples with new taxes, such as involving levies of premiums for the alleged protection of the climate, as well as tax collections for the discharge/expulsion of all kinds of emissions. To this end, the use of today's technology will be considered in order to coercively force new taxes and other levies on the populations, who often must very arduously perform their daily work for low wages and live in migraines, while those in government, due to taxpayer funds laboriously earned by the working class, live in the lap of luxury, and are exempted from the new taxes and levies. As a matter of fact, the first beginnings are already in place to exploit the populations with new levies and taxes, and indeed for their emissions output, by intending to financially rob heating systems, means of sport, of transport, and of travel, industrial machines, ships and airplanes, as well as various other things that still generate large amounts of emissions. The reason for this is that there are still no really effective as well as other and better possibilities to produce and use other vehicles, heating systems, airplanes, ships, and industrial machinery, and so on that are free of carbon dioxide and other emissions. The recently popular electric vehicles are not a solution either, which are propagated in order to reduce the harmful and climate-damaging release of emissions, because on the one hand this unconsidered, erroneous and confused propaganda leads to a frenzy of production, and on the other hand to an, even today, unmistakable hostility of that large part of the peoples who have fallen prey and will continue to fall prey to the climate protection delusion, which has been suggestively and forcefully brought about by the use of Greta Thunberg, and which has now also penetrated into the governments, and henceforth is also intended to serve for the financial exploitation of the populations. As far as the fact of the effective origin of climate destruction is concerned, this cannot be recognized and understood by the child Greta Thunberg any more than it can by all the worldwide masses, who foolishly, imprudently, and simple-mindedly carry out climate demonstrations by shouting for and cheering and making senseless demands. Demands that reach the populists who feel threatened in their positions and are directed by those who wrongly govern and policy makers, who are now reaching out to the climate demonstration mob and are supposed to follow their senseless demands. And those, as you always say, who fear like whimpering wolves for their offices, these are the ones who for that reason set their banner exactly according to the climate demonstration show of climate demonstrators, and, as you simply put it, whimper together. The totality of this governmental machination, that is to say the whimpering of governments and all other authorities, organizations and climate protectors, is only vain pretense and deception, as are their useless proposals and resolutions of every kind. And this is the case, because fundamentally the only solution is solely by means of a stop in births for many years, and thereafter an ongoing and controlled regulation in births to bring the humankind of Earth to a planet appropriate population number, and to maintain this number. Only by doing so is it possible to also stop the Ausrottungen, destructions, eliminations and exterminations of all kinds by the criminal machinations of the overpopulation, and is it possible in the course of a very long time, under certain circumstances and efforts, to partially calm down and semi-normalize some things in nature and on the planet itself. To a large extent, this is no longer possible and can also no longer be realized, because far too much has already been destroyed, eliminated, and exterminated in nature, fauna and flora, and also the planet itself has been irresponsibly and feloniously exploited with regard to its resources, hence, viewed for a long time from the perspective of humankind of a distant future, it has already become useless at the present time. This fact already shows today that a continued existence of the Earth humankind in the more distant future could only occur if a broad-scale emigration of humanity, that is to say a humankind resettlement to a new, very distant, and not yet destroyed planet would take place. This, however, would correspond to nothing more than a very uncertain hope, if it could be taken into consideration, and indeed also because foreign planetary peoples would possibly not be willing to let unethically and morally asserted humankind immigrate, that is to say enter into their solar and planetary system, exactly of the ways like the Earth humankind, whose majority is mentality-wise in a bad way. And yet again I am straying from what I fundamentally want to say regarding climate change and the senseless, inappropriate, and dumb demands of the climate demonstrators and the governments. A still effective climate transformation can no longer be achieved in the short term, as I have already mentioned. Consequently, corresponding ideas, wishes, endeavors/efforts and proposals and so on are senseless and thus completely unlogical and not designed for a worldwide birth stop, and thus not laid out to stop and end all destructive, eliminating and exterminating machinations with regard to the excessive needs of the overpopulation. All the demands that the discharge of harmful emissions, particularly carbon dioxide, should be restricted. Therefore in vehicles of all kinds, in aircraft, ships, industrial machinery and heating systems, and so on, or that these should generally be prohibited, and that the entirety of such equipment, machines, vehicles as well as means of transport, and so on should be converted, modernized and replaced by an electrification, cannot be more illusory. Of course, by such measures this is undisputable, certain emissions could be somewhat curtailed. But this would correspond to nothing more than a drop in the ocean, as you comparatively put it in regard to certain incidental things that are useless when they are done. Fact is, namely, that even by a small reduction of all harmful emissions, nothing would change in the whole of all impairments/damages with regard to the atmosphere, the climate, the planet, and its nature as well as its fauna and flora. This because the mass of the Earth human overpopulation continues to increase excessively and no worldwide multi-year necessary birth stop and a subsequent regulation of births is being implemented. With the further growth of the overpopulation and the planetary and life-destroying machinations that increase with each new birth of a human being of Earth, all the demands of the simple-minded child, Greta Thunberg, and her equally unknowing, simple-minded adherents of hers and climate demonstrators, to be called foolish, dumb, become to the ridiculousness. This also includes the actions of those in government and politicians, who also ridicule themselves in their foolishness, which might amuse the peoples if the entire terribleness were not so serious, because these highest and upper ones of the state leaderships also do not perceive, and therefore also do not understand what the calamity really requires. And this requirement, namely a multi-year birth stop and thereafter a pervasive control of births, is unavoidable to reduce the humankind of Earth in the foreseeable future in a rational and human-worthy ways. But this is not taken into consideration and is rejected by the humankind of Earth because it wants to maintain and not restrain its criminal machinations for its necessities of life, its prosperity, its food and luxury goods as well as its addiction to vacations and travel. But only by doing what is necessary can all life and all existence be protected and preserved. Indeed, only if the overpopulation threatening all life and all existence with all its endangering machinations is brought under control. Only therethrough can that which has not yet been destroyed and eradicated in the variety of species of the entire biodiversity and on the planet itself gradually recover and regenerate over a process lasting many centuries.
Thank you, long monologue, you long sense, for which I think that it is good that you too have said something once in this wise and not just always it. This I find particularly good because each human being must hold/represent his or her own personal opinion, just as, however, everyone also has to respect the opinion of another. And thereto I behave strictly in this wise, hence I regard any opinion of a human being as his or her right and respect it, and indeed no matter what kind of opinion this is and how it is represented, as long as it is not criminal, not felonious, and therefore also not against life and limb and the safety of human beings, or the tormenting and so forth with respect to any other life forms. Thus, every human being fundamentally has the right to his or her own opinion, and this also applies for every religious, philosophical, ideological, worldly or other belief, no matter how irrational and crazy it may be. But it must simply not be criminal or felonious and not ostrated against life and limb. Looked at and considered from this perspective, I leave every human being with his or her opinion as he or she is, which is why I also never have a go at a religious believer, and also do not attack his or her delusion unless, conversely, he or she provocatively does so against me. In principle, however, I leave every human being as he or she is, thinking and believing. Consequently, I accept him or her as a human being as he or she is, with his or her opinion. Therefore I show him or her as such the necessary honor and dignity, and do not condemn him or her, but show and teach him or her that it is dumbness if he or she thinks something wrongly, acts wrongly, or behaves wrongly, which brings harm to him or her or to other human beings.
It has long urged me to say something once myself of the kind I did, and that which you have now further explained regarding your behavior with respect to your acceptance of the opinions of other human beings. On that point I know perfectly well that this is really your irreproachable style.
But now it's done, and it is probably good and right as such. But I would also like to say something about this, namely that the climate screamers of all kinds, thus also those from climate protection organizations, as well as those who are now running their big mouths in governments and in politics, do not want to hear the truth of the real cause of the climate destruction. The reason for this is quite clearly that we do not want to think about the fact that overpopulation, with its destructive machinations of all kinds, is to blame for everything, as well as the fact that only by a stop in births of long-standing form and a control of births can the ultimate disastrous outcome and terribleness still be prevented. Now it is probably more than just 7 years with regard to a stop in births, because the mass of the humankind has increased enormously since then, at the time when those 7 years were called for. The majority of human beings of Earth are simply unteachable and so egoistic, self-centered and conscience-less towards the Earth, nature, its fauna, flora, the atmosphere and the climate, that it is enough to make you weep. And this majority is also absolutely indifferent to the entire earthly existence and all life in general, which is why it stubbornly refuses to even consider for a moment that the omittance of offspring creation is also part of the entire existence and the whole life-fictivity of all life forms on Earth. This stubbornness, indifference, and also the irresponsibility are not connected with that and have effectively nothing to do with it that one's own free opinion is formed and gets represented, but rather only with the fact that the personal egoism is set above everything in all circumstances and enforced contrary to all rationality and responsibility and implemented by hook or by crook. Another thing I think is the fact that the humankind of Earth has to be divided into 6 categories, which is as follows. Firstly, with the majority of Earthlings nowadays, it is generally not possible to have a proper and interesting as well as obliging/courteous and valueful communication. Secondly, nowadays the majority of the humankind no longer cultivates any valuable interpersonal relationships whatsoever, hence the human bonding in general has already dwindled to such an extent and will continue to dwindle even further that not even genuine connecting acquaintanceships, let alone honest and sincere friendships, can come about. Thirdly, the majority of the humankind today is completely passive with regard to really valuable and value-enduring interests and activities, and is becoming more and more emotionally stunted consciousness and intellect. Rationality-wise, no longer forms his or her intellect and intelligentum too, but vegetates more and more by the brainless use of always newer technical and electronic achievements, which drives the consciousness to blunting. Fourthly, the majority of the humankind today is so obtuse that they are no longer capable of forming their own opinion, but just fall into a bondage when, by means of hammered and suggestively populist slogans, lies, promises, and slander, they fall prey to a deluded belief which is imposed upon them by politicians, rulers, clerics, preachers, sect chiefs, or members of secret societies, and so on, and they let themselves be pestered, duped and deluded to the will and opinion of those. Fifthly, the majority of the humankind today is completely indifferent toward the fellow human beings, toward nature and its fauna and flora, as well as with regard to the effective reality and its truth. Sixthly, only a very small part of the present-day humankind is interested in the effective reality and truth of all things, as in relation to the entire existence of all that exists in every kind and wise, all that is planetarily, as well as universally and altogether creationally given in every respect, that altogether only one's own rationality-bearing and responsibility-conscious opinion is formed and represented. After all, it is effectively the case that the overwhelming vast majority of earthliness uses neither intellect nor rationality, and is therefore going around dull and blind in sheer foolishness, dumbness, is interested in nothing at all other than only just his or her own well-being, enough money, and the necessary needs to be able to exist at all.
Your words in the earth human ear, for thither they belong.
If you are right, then it is also such. But continuing to talk about it is pointless anyway, so it's probably better if I ask you something that interests me. Fundamentally, there is nothing left on the earth in the free nature and its fauna and flora which would not be contaminated by any pesticides, plant protection products, and the like, and so on, and indeed not by the natural toxins that emerge in the free nature, rather by artificial toxins of all conceivable kinds produced by the earthlings. Your father Sverhoff already explained to me in the mid-1940s that all toxins of all kinds originating in the free nature, that is to say, organic toxins isolated from bacteria, plants, or animals, fish, crawlers, insects, snakes, and from other creatures and so forth, or those resulting from the decomposition of bacteria, no matter which ones, do not occur in excessive quantities and also are not necessarily fatal, unlike lethal toxins produced by the earthlings. He also said that in the next few years these toxins will already find their way into all naturally planted foods as well as into the groundwater and thus into the food chain of the human beings. This would then already be scientifically detectable from the 1950s onwards and will also be scientifically recognized. However, the research results in this regard would be kept secret from the public by the scientists responsible for them and the authorities, despite the fact that the Swiss Federal Health Authority would also be concerned with it, which, if I remember correctly, would be transformed in the 1960s into a Federal Office of Public Health or something, after which this office would however be renamed again in the 1980s and referred to in short as BEG. Today we are talking about the Federal Office of Public Health, which belongs to the Department of Home Affairs and is responsible for the national health policy and in this respect for furthering the health of the Swiss population. In this context, however, it is incomprehensible that this office has not prohibited the entire application of toxins, but rather still claimed to the contrary, that certain very small quantities would be harmless and tolerable for the human organism. And this contradicts what you have already often explained, as also did your father Svarhoff, that toxins of any kind, even as the very smallest amount in the range of a single microgram, would be just as harmful to the entire organism of the human being as they are to all life forms in general. And Svarhoff explained, just as you also said, that the fact is that in the future such minimal traces of toxins would cause many kinds of sufferings for the human being which would not exist without these toxic supplies into the organism. This means, therefore, that from even these most minimal traces of toxins, new sufferings, damages, injuries and pains will result, which previously did not exist or only negligibly little, but which, since the introduction and spreading of the toxins, have increased alarmingly, which advance the already existing ones and cause new sufferings.
This is indeed the case, but it is also to be mentioned that already since the mid-1960s, the groundwater has also been contaminated by the various toxins that have been irresponsibly spread throughout the entire nature and flora. And as toxin-carrying drinking water, these substances thereby also find their way into the human organism, as well as by the finest particles of poison that float in the breathing air of the atmosphere and end up in the lungs as a consequence of inhalation, and in turn, thereby, into the blood and the entire organism.
This is surely the case, and indeed you must know this much better than our scientists, who, in comparison to your much more advanced cognitions and experiences, are practically just slowly crawling out of their caves and seeing the first blades of grass in which they perceive its coarse outer structure, which they cannot yet explain nor recognize the first details. If we look at and consider what has come about since the 1940s regarding the use of toxins in nature, then what Svarhoff has said proves to be reality today. Because in the meantime his predictions have long since become fact and truth, namely that through the release of artificial toxins into nature in the time to come, seen from back then, indeed starting from the second half of the 19th century and the present and future times, will cause deformations and other changes to the extremities of the body of human beings, as well as health damages and injuries will appear to faunal and floral forms of life. This, as I have already said, is the case with the release and use of quantities which are generally harmful, which of course is to be assessed relatively. Svarhoff also explained at the time that these artificial toxins will also cause severe negative changes in the brain of the human being and adversely affect the consciousness, which could lead to the mental dumbing down. However, it would also be the case, as he particularly mentioned at that time, that due to the effects of the all-contaminating artificial toxins, serious and also many kinds of, as well as partly incurable diseases and illnesses, it would be caused in the majority of the humankind, as well as such changes in consciousness and heavy consciousness damages would occur, which will impair the use of the intellect and rationality by the human being and, in some cases, make it completely impossible. Therethrough, he explained, as I remember very well, the consciousness power of many human beings would sink and they would become extremely prone to unlogical thinking, acting and concerning addictions, as furthermore, the human being's own ability to consider and to make decisions would be strongly impaired, weakened and manipulated by externally directed influencings. Now I have thought about all that Svarhoff explained to me in this regard on various occasions and have come to the conclusion that the explanation for this can probably be that the consciousness damage and changes in consciousness caused by the toxins, as well as the impairment of intellect and rationality, as your father predicted, correspond to that which you already ascertained and said a few years ago, that you did not detect any consciousness progress in the majority of the human beings of Earth, but rather an atrophy of consciousness. If I bear this in mind, then it must probably be the case that in the majority of Earthlings the already not very highly developed intelligentum in relation to its level is steadily diminishing further, that is to say that the state of being intelligent is withering more and more as a result of the non-use of intellect and rationality. And in my opinion this can only happen if the intellect is no longer formed as a result of the absence and non-exercise of the required necessary intellect-rationality work. This, however, I can very well imagine for human beings who have fallen prey to religious delusional beliefs as well as ideologies, dubious/doubtful philosophies and any other beliefs, ingrained false and wrong teachings/instructions as well as false and wrong information, wrong views and/or guidances into the unreal and confusions. This just to such an extent as the majority of the human beings of this world is affected by and smitten with such influences, and in this wise is suggestively influenced and indoctrinated into and becomes infatuated, enticed and deceived by a belief of some kind by other human beings, and assumes that he or she has now found and won the non plus ultra of all wisdom, however, in truth has fallen prey to a confused guidance into the unreal. And this happens because these human beings do not turn to the effective reality and its only truth, and do not seek and search for the truth in themselves in a completely neutral wise by freeing themselves from every belief and external influence, but learn to be themselves and to trust only themselves. This, however, means that the human being, no matter however and whoever he or she may be, does not cling to any belief, and that everything brought to him or her is considered, far-formed, processed and turned into his or her very own knowledge. In doing so, he or she must also not let anything be decided by others with regard to the learning and the search for truth, but this may and must be solely and exclusively left to himself or herself in every respect, because only he or she alone is himself or herself, and may and can only decide about himself or herself, but never another human being. A belief, however, corresponds in each individual case to an external suggestive and indoctrinating influence, and causes the human being to believe in something that has been hammered into him or her, wherethrough he or she inevitably loses in every respect his or her independence of his or her personal search, as well as his or her own pondering/deliberating back and forth his or her personal search for the truth and its finding. Through believing, the human being loses his or her autonomy, independence, and self-recognition in every kind and wise, as well as his or her personal freedom of decision and decision capability, wherethrough he or she inevitably becomes a slave of his or her belief, from which he or she can then no longer free himself or herself again, or only very arduously and with difficulty, if at all. But what now interests me is that what your great-great-great-great-grandfather did here on Earth. You once mentioned him briefly in a private conversation, but I have forgotten his name.
My great-great-great-grandfather was called Isabron, and the meaning of the name is he begins a storm with thunder. He was a linguist and a scribe, and came to Earth with many of his students at the time of the Mediterranean Middle Eastern civilizations. He settled in the region that was then called Egypt, and continues to exist as such to this day, although he traveled far and wide, including to the country that is now called Greece. In accord with his knowledge, he was always striving hard to spread the art of writing and the languages, which he also made an effort to do round the Mediterranean Sea among the various peoples who accepted his teachings and learned writing. Depending on the people and the language, he taught them the most diverse forms of writing, from pure pictorial writing to the graphic design of typesetting fonts in various languages. Likewise, did all his students of both sexes, who spread out all over the earth and taught the peoples, who, at that time, were not yet very large in terms of numbers, in writing and language. And when I speak of peoples, then the populations themselves is not meant by this, but only those of them who, even at that time, were striving for higher education and for more knowledge and so forth, than was characteristic of the majority of the peoples.
So at that time, your great-great-great-grandfather was on the earth and taught, writing to the early peoples just as his students did all over the world. Hence one can say that actually all of the early written languages used on earth by the earthly peoples lead back to a Plejarin's origin.
You could put it like that, yes. In the course of time, these scripts were of course changed in their form again and again or put out of use, which is why many of the original types of script only exist as historical remnants, if at all. But what is also to be said about this is the fact that, unfortunately, already very early on, written language was misused by earthly scribes. This happened in particular by literate persons who recorded historical events in writing, which they themselves nevertheless interpreted inadequately and completely wrongly according to their own and inaccurate observations, as well as very often deluded perceptions as well as imaginations, inadequate/poor memories, and assumptions. This was likewise the case when the scribes were engaged and contracted by the people for the purpose of writing records, while, without exception, it was the case that the persons capable of script, and thus of writing, never wrote down exactly what they were instructed/assigned to write. As a consequence, it always happened that the human beings who called upon those versed in writing, because they themselves simply were unknowledgeable in writing and therefore of written language, could do nothing other than to explain to the scribes, in their simple language, to put their concerns down in writing, and so on those capable of writing, then, through their own interpretations, allowed themselves to write down what had been explained and said to them according to their own understanding and their own interpretations. And the reason for this was because those who did not know how to write, who commissioned something to be written, were unable to dictate what they had to say and explain directly into the written language. That is why wrong descriptions and, in some cases, extremely grave wrong interpretations arose as a result of the scribes' own interpretations, which have survived to the present time, and are taught in equally wrong forms. Equally, this happened at all times with regard to all religious written records, because only one person, and apart from that one person, not a single person to whom the written traditions are ascribed was knowledgeable of the script and the written language. Consequently, they all had their statements written down by those well versed in writing and the written language, who formulated everything according to their own writing abilities and also wrote everything down via their own interpretations and assumptions, and so on. This was also the case with all the major and minor religions and their sects, thus also with Islam and Christianity. After Emmanuel's flight from Jerusalem, his entire life history from birth up to his death was spread and later also written down with monstrous falsifications, lies, assertions and calumnies. Thus the same happened with Muhammad, whose real name indeed was Abdul Qasim Muhammad ibn Abdallah. In Emmanuel's case, only Judas Iscariot was well versed in writing, however, neither any female nor male member of his discipleship, which included more persons than just the 12 listed in the New Testament, which is full of inventions, falsifications, wrong commemorative claims, interpretations, and lies. In addition, the individual chapters, assertions/claims and recollections, and so on of this work of lies were not written until many years after his flight, by scribes, and moreover were written in a further falsifying ways through their own additional interpretations and partly also attributed to former disciples, who, however, never took part in such writings, and thus did not provide any information whatsoever, out of which the work of lies called New Testament then rose. For the purpose of rectification, you indeed have also given the various necessary details and explanations, wherethrough he has carried out relevant investigations, but is also how he found out much of the actual truth, and was also able to record it in writing. I must say, however, that it is regrettable that you and Gedu had to promise to him, during his lifetime, not to mention his name and his written works, which has extraordinarily good evidence facts. Unfortunately, however, the man also withholds that of your information made known to him, which should actually be mentioned openly with regard to the entire origin of the history of Emmanuel. If one has a close look at the life history of Muhammad, then it must also be said concerning this, that there is hardly a true word in all that which is supposedly handed down about him, for just as with Emmanuel all around no one was knowledgeable in writing and written language, except his first wife, the widow Chaditzchat. She was a member of the highly respected Quraysh tribe, an heiress of a caravanserai and a trading business in Mecca. At first, under her matriarchy, Muhammad did various works for her, before they got together and married, after which she appointed him as a business partner. The woman was connected to Muhammad by sincere love, and was also able to connect with his teaching, which she held in high regard, although she did not record a single word of his teaching or of his life in writing. The incredibly infamous calumny that Muhammad is said to have fathered several children with this woman corresponds to a lie beyond compare, because the woman was incapable of conception, and therefore could not be impregnated by Muhammad. However, since Plejadisch wanted to have children, it was decided in agreement between her and Muhammad to adopt several orphans and to secretly pretend that they were their own. After his wife died, he married Zutt bint Ptaah as his second wife, with whom, however, he also did not father any descendants, nor with Uehlinger bint Becker, who was his third wife, and who, contrary to the slanderous traditions, was neither 6 nor 7 or 9 years old at the time of marriage, but 19 years of age. And the malicious story of slander against her, which is said to have risen during the campaign against the Banu Mustalik in the year 627, is just as much a malicious lie as is the story of the 12 mothers of the believers, which was built up on nothing more than lies and deception. This applies equally to the many lies that Muhammad, in addition to his regular marriage, married a greater number of women, and had slaves as concubines, for in fact it was only the 3 wives Plejadisch, Zutt bint Ptaah, and Uehlinger bint Becker, whom he had married after the death of Plejadisch, and also these marital bonds remained childless, because even with these 2 women, he was not of the sense to procreate offspring. All the larger numbers of other women who were around him were in no way in any marital connection with him, nor in any kind of relationship of a slave or concubine-like nature. Rather, they were all well protected in his care and friendship. So long after his death, other women were imputed to him by lies and calumnies of alleged relatives and chroniclers and so forth, and had no truth content whatsoever. This also applies to the veiling of women, as well as to completely different senselessnesses. Maliciously minded ones who were against the spreading of the early wrong Christianity that had emerged centuries earlier, through which the true teaching of the proclaimer Emmanuel was completely falsified, saw in it an opportunity to falsify the teaching of Muhammad as well. So, in his time, they seized the opportunity to falsify his teaching, which was indeed the same as that of Emmanuel, and to spread rules and regulations, just as it was with regard to the teaching of Emmanuel. Just as Emmanuel was not able to defend himself against it, so it also happened with Muhammad, because when both had gone their last way, their ever-identical teaching was abysmally falsified and new religions were created from it. As a consequence, the believers turned to the new teachings, to which Muhammad and Emmanuel could no longer oppose because of their departure. Hence, Christianity with the New Testament, and Islam with the recitation, that is to say the Quran, completely suppressed the truthful teaching of the truth, teaching of the Spirit, teaching of the life. Ancient Palestine was occupied by the Romans at the time of Emmanuel, and had experienced some increase in prosperity under them, even though the native population was directed by a harsh Jewish and religious-oriented rule, which is why it was opportune for the emerging Christians to devise a story of lies of a resurrection of the crucified Emmanuel and to call him Jesus. This, while southern Arabia was a very backward area at the time of Muhammad, far away from all the cultural and economic centers of the world at that time, where the human beings who were poor suffered great hardship and were only too happy to believe in and fall prey to a new religion of salvation. If the old scroll/writings are examined, which are supposed to come from disciples, direct followers and the like, as well as from direct or indirect descendants, relatives, or from family members of the 2 proclaimers, then all such alleged written proofs correspond altogether to only sneak and disingenuous falsifications, wrong memories, only partly true, and wrong renditions, as well as very fallible interpretations by the scribes. Truthfully, there is not a single such ancient document which would be directly or semi-directly related to a person who had been in direct or indirect contact with Emmanuel or Muhammad. Claims to the contrary, and so-called written documentary evidence/proofs correspond to nothing other than falsifications and lies, because in the case of both Emmanuel as well as Mohammed, the first written records were made only years later, after their departure, that is to say after their death. And this happened according to very inadequate or erroneous memories, but also through conscious false claims and lies, and so on, as a result of which glorifications and fairy tales regarding Emmanuel and Mohammed also came about. In addition, various direct and indirect followers were fraudulently / blindly attributed to the two proclaimers, who in truth, however, had nothing to do with them. Even disciples, followers and relatives as well as friends, and so on, versed in writing, were attributed to the two proclaimers Emmanuel and Mohammed at all times, but out of all those mentioned, not a single one was knowledgeable of the script and writing. Judas Iscariot was the only one amongst all, who correctly and truthfully mastered the script, and who was well versed in writing and a disciple close to Emmanuel. Later he was slandered by falsifiers of writings and by Henderson, just as the name of Jesus was then also imputed to Emmanuel. So it must repeatedly be made clear that everything was the same with Mohammed and Emmanuel, although concerning Emmanuel, it was Judas Iscariot who was well versed in script/writing and written language, and who made the chronicles, from which the Talmud then rose through your and the group members' efforts, which in the end had to be correctly translated and revised by our script and language experts/specialists, because the priest Isa Rashid had translated it wrongly according to his Christian deluded belief. This, while all other records concerning the teaching of Emmanuel and Mohammed were in no way made by any of their disciples or direct or indirect descendants, and so on, but by strangers, namely even only a long time after their death. Truthfully, however, in relation to the two of them and their teaching, which on both sides was the teaching of the truth, teaching of the Spirit, teaching of the life, everything was abysmally misunderstood and boundlessly falsified beyond recognition. This also applies to various other ancient and newly discovered old writings, which likewise do not lead back to any disciples during the lifetime of Emmanuel or to direct followers or relatives, and so forth of Mohammed.
So does that also apply to chronicles?
Yes, that is so, because records of all kinds, therefore including chronicles, have always been made out by means of personal interpretations of the writers since time immemorial, which is often still the case at the present time, and not only when writing down historical facts in relation to annals and chronicles, but especially when it comes to channels of information, such as public media of all kinds. This also includes descriptions by observers and witnesses of any happenings and situations, who, even though they have made the same observations and perceptions of the exact same thing, provide completely contrary and contradictory information. Therefore occur along with wrong interpretations, as well as through withholding and concealment, wrong perceptions and wrong observations, and so on of effective facts in relation to situations and happenings and so forth, as well as of what is heard serious falsifications.
Good, thanks, then that too has been clarified. If now you would read this here, please.
Of course, that's why we also came to your workroom. Read. Those are good words, and I can understand the motives behind them. I will also hold on to these for myself, because according to our directives, I am not allowed to take them into my possession. However, this one I can take with me, for I have special permission to do so, though I must subject it to a procedure of equalization here in your workroom, but for that I need a small apparatus which I will fetch.
You can, it is no problem. But by equalization I think you mean neutralization, don't you?
Yes, but I want to do that right away.
Interesting, that just strikes me as when things kept materializing under my nose and falling on the desk. The last time it was an old 200 banknote and nothing has happened since then, but that does not apply to the computer because that's where the craziest thing has happened so far. This, of course, over the Pentecost days, although the whole fuss started last Friday when I came into my office in the morning and switched on the computer. No sooner was the screen open than a hardcore sex film was playing on it, which I of course tried to switch off immediately, but I could not because every time I did it switched to a different sex film. It was simply not possible to fade out the whole thing, just as it was impossible to simply switch off the computer. So I had no choice but to stall the whole thing by disconnecting the power supply. When I later repowered the computer, the same drama started again and again, with nothing I could do to stop it and get back to work. Members who were in my office and sitting on the sofa, me at the bottom of the desk, witnessed some of it themselves. This because I had switched on the computer again and tried to work, because suddenly hardcore sex films appeared on the screen again, and then suddenly I also had questions addressed directly to me personally from a young woman, asking if I could be with her and when and where. Well, you can imagine it. Of course, I also tried to delete this nonsensical offer of sex, but I did not succeed, so I put the mouse away again and sat down at the bottom of the desk. The group member sitting on the sofa, who also saw what was happening on the computer screen without my intervention, asked me several times to delete the outrageous offer. Of course, he also saw that I really was not manipulating anything and did not even have the mouse in my hand, and was also sitting at the bottom of the desk on my armchair. But when I then took the mouse again and wanted to delete the whole thing another time and also switch off the computer again, it was not possible, as it had been all the time before. This is the way it has been since Friday morning through Saturday, Pentecost, and Whit Monday. Towards Monday evening I was able to write with the computer a letter for someone in Poland. Having already reached the second half of the letter, there was suddenly an insertion of an email address in the existing text at the top, so I called Michael, who was able to open the inserted address, whereupon, of course, hardcore pornography appeared again. How could it be otherwise? So everything was as before, which is why I then asked Lulla, who is a trained computer programmer, if he could help me and put an end to all the terror. Of course, he was helpful as always and tried to put an end to all the unpleasant terror, but even as an expert he had his difficulties and needed almost an hour before he was able to delete everything from the computer and fix it so that I could work again, and that everything was also deleted and clean again in the computer room over there where all the evil had been stored.
This is very unfortunate. And unfortunately Uehlinger and Stefan, as well as all those of whom there are many, have not yet found any solutions as to how these sectarian swinging waves of the believers in religion can be combated and rendered ineffective, which not only impair your work so badly, but also cause so much mischief on earth and among all earth human beings. This is precisely because these swinging waves, which are created and radiated throughout the earth by all believers in religion, always produce in them, at every opportunity, hatred, discontent, falsehood, desire for revenge and retribution, as well as war, terror and desire to kill, whereby all the efforts of those earth human beings who strive for peace, freedom, love, harmony and justice, and who endeavor to create and spread these values, are as good as almost useless. This is because out of about 12,000 earth human beings who are taught peace, freedom, love, harmony and justice, and the reality as well as their truth of life and all existence, on average only 2 to 3 make an effort to thoughtfully give the teachings the necessary attention and mindfulness in order to find the way to the true conduct of life.
Unfortunately, nothing can be directed against irrationality and cowardice, as well as against religious delusion, because it is up to the individual human being in his or her mind, reason and intellect to recognize reality and truth and to educate them.
To this I can only answer in such a way as I have learned from my father, and from you, and to which, I think I am trying to explain the whole thing in the way you are wont to do in your saying, because this corresponds to what is evidently necessary in order to instruct earth human beings. For in the course of the last few years we have gained very clear knowledge through observation and study that the earthly human teaching methods for the development of mind, reason, and intellect are extremely defective, as is also the case with the teaching methods in regard to morals, cognition, mentality, ethics, and ethos. In this respect, in all these methods of teaching, the profound mistake is made that every instruction of education and teaching is applied in an inadequate manner, firstly, by not applying the correct and necessary word values, and secondly, by not applying the necessary verbal volumes normal, soft or loud, as the case may be, and thirdly, by not presenting and carrying out the necessary explanations in the necessary details, as you, however, do. Now, as for the values I have mentioned, these mean exactly what you have also interpreted for us Plejadians and explained in your teachings, what we have adopted and learned from you in this way and continue to teach, and which has brought us better knowledge than what has been handed down to us in this respect, which is not in such a detailed way as you teach. Unfortunately, it was, and is also no different with us than with earth human beings, that probably since earliest ancient times all important teachings have been recorded in verbal form by means of written characters and technical apparatus, and have always been taught in this way up to the present day, but never in the detail and explanatory manner that is peculiar to you. Furthermore, through your teaching areas written for us, we have been able to acquire new knowledge that would never have been possible for us to gain without your tirelessness in your teaching, because these are facts that are only to be found in the infathomable memory banks of Nocademian, to which only you, as the most distant recent personality of his billion-year-old line of descendants, have access, which is just as close to us as it is to every other life form. It was my father Svahov who had delved deeply into the ancient annals handed down to us, as before his father, grandfather and great-grandfather, and so on, all the way back into the farthest past, whereby great parts of the spiritual teachings have been preserved over all times of millions and billions of years, and have always been passed on, but only taught in the narrow circle of the Nocademian lineage, to which my family lineage belongs. It was also determined early on that the teaching should also be carried out and spread wherever parts of our peoples who are descendants of the Nocademian line segregate themselves into other systems. And as a result of the fact that already more than 22 million years ago parts of the peoples of our very distant ancestors reached the DERN universe of our creation, that is to say the space-time structure in which the Earth also exists, but also the DEL universe of the twin creation, the teaching of truth, teaching of the Spirit, teaching of life was also carried out and spread everywhere there. This was done, and continues to be done, by teachers trained for the purpose, as my father was one, but his task was to teach you, and thus your new personality, from the direct distant descendant line of Nocademian, and to prepare you for the task ahead. And this task he fulfilled along with others who taught and prepared for their task the 6 other elders who had already been active before him on earth, and who each emerged as the new most distant personalities from the line of Nocademian, but you are the only most distant descendant, an elder's person who is marked by a faint mark on your body as evidence that your present personality corresponds to the descendant personality of the previous elder's personality. This determination, however, leads back to the level of Farad Athersada, because the mark is supposed to prove that your present personality corresponds to the previous personality of the founder, which is supposed to be so because, especially in the Christian world of faith, numerous deceivers have always appeared and fraudulently claimed that they themselves were the reborn previous personality of the founder. But now, dear friend, I will interpret according to your mind the explanations you have given us, if you permit. However, I think you will have to rewrite all the teaching you have written for us for the group members and all the readers of the conversation reports for the sake of their understanding, although I think that what you have done for us will also be of importance for all the FIGU associates, and so on.
Excuse me, because I think you could save yourself a recitation, because if you're just going to repeat what I've written, that takes time, and if I'm going to have to rewrite everything anyway, then it is smarter for me to just rewrite everything from scratch. If you can beam what I've written back to me on the computer, then I can just copy in what I have written, elaborated and explained for you in this regard at our present point of conversation, and rewrite the whole thing in such a way that it is also understandable to earthlings.
I can accept your idea and your offer, for your explanations would be more detailed and instructive than if I had to gather everything from memory. Therefore, please copy your own explanations at this point, just with regard to morality, mentality, cognition, ethics and ethos, as well as understanding, reason, intelligence, intellect, intelligentum and intelligencing, as you have also given it to us. And I would like to say that your explanations are so instructive with regard to everything that you address with it, as has never been given before in this respect in the earthly science of psychology. The earthly scientists of psychology, and so on, want to understand psychology, consciousness, the thought-feeling psychic world, and to share in the knowledge of it. But in truth their findings are no more than first beginnings with regard to a matter which they have just discovered, and are taking the first steps to fathom. They are still like a baby that begins to deal with its surroundings in its very own way and makes the first attempts to perceive something and then to learn to comprehend it, when it begins to examine the whole thing through its playful occupations in the existing contexts, processes it, gains its impressions, and in the course of the first year of life playfully brings about the first thinking steps that are very enormous for it.
Good, I would like to do that, but then I will have to make various changes and transform, carry out and explain everything in such a way that it will also suit the earthlings. So, since we are talking about it now, I will then begin to work everything in, for which, however, it is necessary that I also resort to the doctrine of the Spirit and interpret a few things in this respect, especially with regard to the term Spirit, which is also used in the doctrine of the Spirit and doctrine of truth, doctrine of the Spirit, doctrine of life. And exactly to this I think that this term should continue to be used in these doctrinal terms, just as it is in all doctrinal parts in general, although the correct name for spiritual doctrine is namely a doctrine of creation, energy, and in the case of doctrine of truth, doctrine of the Spirit, doctrine of life. Basically, the doctrine of the Spirit should be called doctrine of creation, energy. But since the term spirit has been commonplace and effectively ingrained, an absolute habit among the human beings of the earth since time immemorial, and is thus a determining term that conveys something to human beings by which they are able to imagine something, I would like to retain the special designation spirit at least for the teaching and not deviate from it. But it is nevertheless to be clarified that with regard to the teaching of the Spirit, basically the energy of creation is addressed, whereby, however, with the term Spirit a completely wrong designation is used with which wrong ideas are connected. So I will have to define and explain various things more precisely, which will possibly take a little longer, which is why I think that I will only work out the explanations and statements in peace and quiet after our conversation and work them into the correct place.
You can shape that the way you want, but I want to thank you for it anyway.
That's good, so I'll add what you want and elaborate on it, but I will start with the necessary explanations of the term spirit, which will take some time if you...
My time is not limited today.
Good, then I'll start with that, for which, however, I have first picked out something from Wikipedia and will put it right before my first remarks, in order to then explain some things regarding spirit with a Wikipedia excerpt beforehand, whereby, however, before I start with the actual remarks and explanations, I also have a few things to say which will probably create further and new adversaries for me who will hurl insults and hatred at me from all pipes. And what I have to say in this regard for the time being will be what I follow up my words right here. Consequently, I will then continue our conversation in the conversation report after my interpretations and explanations. Skanja before all interpretations, expositions and explanations, and so on. The following must be said with regard to philosophers. It must be explained that I cannot raise this guilt to heaven, but consider them to be rivets and zeros with regard to certain concerns and things in relation to their pathological stupidity as a result of their arrogance, assertions, findings, hypotheses, and false doctrines, which then has its absolute justification. For it goes back to the philosophers that already since Greek antiquity and even before assertions, findings, hypotheses, and false doctrines were fantasized, which as a result of the stupidity of later philosophers and various scientists such as psychology, the philosophically produced nonsense has been handed down to the present day. So the same old assertions, false doctrines, suppositions and nonsense still exist in these areas today, which have also been expanded, but unfortunately it does not occur to any of the philosophical and psychological luminaries to search their own brain library thoroughly in order to fathom real reality and its truth. But they do not do this because on the one hand they only study and learn by heart the old ignorance that has been handed down to them, as a result of which they cannot gain any new and moreover necessary and effectively truthful knowledge. On the other hand, in their stupidity and arrogance, they do not even find an impulse within themselves to come to the thought that if real philosophy and psychology want to be studied and learned, it is necessary that, first of all, there is a self-study with regard to investigating themselves in every necessary way of WHOIMHOWIMWHETIM. For the fact is that only when this is done and the human being knows himself in every conceivable way as well as possible inside and out, as is so beautifully said, whereby many an earthling thinks he has to shine and lift himself up with this author, the how should basically be a matter of course, especially precisely for philosophers and psychologists. Can real knowledge and real understanding be gained in these areas? If I consider certain philosophers and psychologists to be zeros and rivets, then this refers to those incomprehensibles of these guilds who are to be mentioned in terms of their stupidity, and this is also the case when they bear traditionally great names. It is to be explained, however, that the stupidity referred to arises in the relationship because they have not really educated themselves in the way of understanding and reason, as this would correspond to the matter of that matter with which, however, they occupy themselves only superficially, but not profoundly, intensively, and exactly enough, which is why they also cannot attain any effective knowledge corresponding to reality and truth. And this is precisely because they have never carried out the inevitable how principle on themselves and have therefore never been able to bring it to bear. Exactly this can and may be said, for certainly none of these philosophers and psychologists and natural scientists who are to be denounced ever carried out the Huhawat principle in themselves. Consequently, it was not of the right, and it is also not today, if they called themselves philosophers and psychologists and also called themselves so today. The fact is that all of them have not in any way fathomed the necessary study and learning with regard to their own personality, their own character, and the principle of life that also applies to them and their status as human beings and so on, and consequently have also not worked out the resulting knowledge and values that would enable them to be what they claim to be. Consequently, through their studies they have only acquired old-fashioned hypotheses, false doctrines, and little real knowledge, but none of their own, just as they can only acquire such knowledge with great difficulty. However, they think they are great and important, just as they think they are important when they can name names, hypotheses, false doctrines, or good doctrines, findings and results of old philosophers, psychologists, chemists, researchers, and scientists, and recite their treatises, and so on, while they themselves, even as zeros and rivets, cannot do this with regard to themselves because of their lack of knowledge and their inability. And this was very often the case not only in ancient times with philosophers, psychologists and scientists, but it is also true of the same guilds of today. And so, when I call certain philosophers and psychologists zeros and rivets, I am not insulting their personality and not their integrity as human beings, but only their stupidity in terms of their ignorance, arrogance, and non-education in terms of their intellect and reason. This, however, also only with regard to their non-exercise of the inevitable Huhawa principle of their own personality, and thus the non-fulfillment of their duty, as well as with regard to the facts and things they have not learnt concerning everything they should effectively know and understand, according to reality and truth, which they imagine they have studied and learned.
It will be as you have said, because on the one hand everything corresponds to how it actually is, as we have recognized since you worked out the teaching of Nicodemus for us, which only you can do, because we have no possibility whatsoever of being able to use his memory banks. And what I have to say now, for that I will ask you to just let me talk. Listen and do nothing else but listen. And so now to the following, since you have been calling up and working out the teaching material of Nocademian for us since your youth, for more than 70 years now, this has allowed us to recognize many errors in all our old teachings, whereby we have been able to correct, rectify, and completely renew a great many erroneous things. And to this I will once raise my voice and express my deepest thanks to you, especially myself, as well as in the name of our body and all our peoples, for you have done so much for us Plejadians from your youthful days until today, tirelessly and so immeasurably, that we stand deeply in our thanks for you, which we offer you in all respect, honor and dignity, and will also do so in a special way, about which, however, I will remain silent today. Eduard, friend, excuse me, words fail me. Eduard, even though I am several times older than you in years, please, do not say a word about it. You are like such a good and loving second father to me, as was also my father's father. And when you will be gone, I will miss you as I still miss him too, despite the years that have passed since he left. And I want to speak of something else, and that is that it was only through the work you did for us Plejadians from early youth, and even more so when you began your mission openly and have since made so much of the teaching of Nocademian to an extremely extensive degree, that the whole thing finally made all our peoples realize what wrong ways we had gone. It was only through your entire expositions from the teaching of Nocademian that we also learned to understand the interrelationships of the real facts of reality and their truth, through which it became possible for us to correct much of what was wrong and also to reshape our attitudes, morals, ethics and our entire modes of action and behavior in a good, positive, and evolutionary way. Through the teaching of Nocademian, which is indeed your teaching in the correct honor of his distant line of descendants, we Plejadians have changed, rethought, learned much, and thereby gained a new future through the teaching you have mentioned. Through the work you have tirelessly done for us since your youth, you have helped all our peoples to progress and make positive changes. And through this we are able to continue our efforts of our entire mental development in a progressive way, which had found a new beginning through our ancestors more than 52,000 years ago in the earthly calendar, but which, only through your untiring work for us Plejadians, now brings all that which makes us true human beings, as you often like to say. But we cannot and must not lose this anymore, which is why we remain in our efforts in this regard, and continue to learn.
You shame me, my friend, because no, let's not talk about that because there are other things I want to talk about now. But I just want to say that I was not prepared for what you were talking about just now, which I think can certainly stay between us, can't it? But I also do not want to forget to thank you and everyone else for your thanks, although I feel really ashamed on the one hand because I am not eager to be thanked, and on the other hand because everything you have said seems like praise to me, which I do not want to hear. Moreover, I appreciate the whole thing because with you the teaching of Nocademian bears good fruit, while here the earthlings do not care about it but rebel against it and make terror. Unfortunately, there are only a few who have found the way through understanding and reason and will probably continue to do so, which is very gratifying. However, this does not guarantee that in the foreseeable future the religions and fanatical delusions of God that cause all evil, negative and bad things, wars and terror, as well as the insane further growth of the overpopulation that destroys everything, will come to an end. It will take a long time and a lot of work by FIGU and its core group members, passive members and fellow FIGU members before a great success will come. Unfortunately, it is also the case that many human beings who actually use the FIGU mission teachings in relation to their own personalities learn and also make an effort to personally implement what they have learned, do not dare to also pass on and spread everything to the outside world.
This, unfortunately, is as much in accordance with the fact as it is that betrayal of the teaching and of your work is practiced by members who first learn earnestly and strive sternly, but who then, out of thoughtless private errors and foolishness, as you sometimes say, shamefully turn away from everything, betraying the teaching and thus themselves.
These human beings betray themselves because, in spite of all their learning, they have not really learned but have simply followed or are following along, as a result of which they also have no confidence in themselves, thus do not trust themselves but betray themselves to themselves and do themselves evolutionary harm. These human beings are also dissatisfied within themselves. They also have no correct purpose in life and therefore occupy themselves on the one hand only with worldly things that are unsatisfactory to them, but on the other hand also with illusory unvalues and self-beliefs or forms of faith accepted from outside. Now, however, I want to address what you asked me to address, precisely what I was allowed to pass on to you as teaching from the memory bank of Nicodemian, whereby I also said that some things must be addressed which I have picked out as an excerpt from Wikipedia with regard to spirit and will insert beforehand into what is now to be explained. See here, this is what I have addressed.
About the term spirit, Wikipedia explains the following: spirit, Ancient Greek pneuma, Ancient Greek nous, and also Ancient Greek psyche, latent spiritus, mens, animus or anima, Hebrew ruch and Arabic ruh, English mind, spirit, French esprit, is a term used inconsistently in philosophy, theology, psychology, and everyday language.
And with this I now begin with the following.
Spirit explanations and explanations concerning the term spirit, how it is to be understood according to the spiritual teaching, teaching of the truth, teaching of the spirit, doctrine of life through a sound study of the teaching, and further way with the correct word term creation and a as an effectively correct meaning, so that everything can be correctly received, grasped, interpreted, understood, and also comprehended in every specific as well as related context. How and when the term spirit came into being and from what it emerged, I cannot find out exactly, and I can also find nothing precise about it in any worldly or religious annals and the like that would show the real origin and prove it. Where I did find a brief indication of the origin of the term spirit, however, was in a personal memory bank dating back to the years 488,596. whereby the memory references point to a so-called Pactus legislatica in late antiquity, to a law of the migration period. Very much of this does not exist in written form, but only in memory bank form, and consequently can only be retrieved by the person of whom one of their earlier personalities existed there at the time and deposited their knowledge in the memory bank. So this tells us that the term spirit was probably conceived, created, and put into circulation in the time of late antiquity, whereby somehow, according to the memory bank record, Germanic and Roman as well as medieval and philosophical influences were also involved in the word creation. The only thing that is clear is that the word term spirit is not of ancient but of late antique origin and does not trace back to the ancient Greek term pneuma, but was created precisely in more recent times. This term corresponds to an inconsistently used term that is used in everyday language and especially in religious delusion, but also in philosophy, psychology, and theology, where it is used to describe various things and expresses the following meanings, for example, spirit. In the first place, religious delusion, and everything connected with its spirit. Holy Spirit, according to Christian delusion, equals third person of God's Spirit. Incorporeal beings in religions, saints, demons, and so on. Spirit, as an expression for the cognitive human abilities. Spirit, designation for films, music, video, and so on. Spirit equals gist. Another name for geomorphological landform. Sandy, barren land. Spirit, spiritual or distilled alcoholic beverages. Spirit, a computational quantity in quantum field theory. Spirit, entities of immaterial form equals spirits, nature. Spirit, and so on. Spirit, spiritual connection with other beings, human beings, places, nature, and so on. Spirit, spirits of the dead, incorporeal entities, ghost. Spirit, spirit of fate. Spirit, spiritual equals religious delusionists of all varieties, and so on and so on. What else I found during my research concerning spirit is the following. Interesting by the author Rolf Pfister from Zurich // Rolf Pfister /de Grosselia. Author Rolf Pfister, Zurich, Lexikon Inhaltsverzeichnis Gut und die Welt /Rolf Pfister Zurich. Websites by Rolf Pfister. These are exclusively private, idealistic and informative. No commerce and without commercial interests. The place of jurisdiction of Rolf Pfister, who is responsible for the contents of these web pages, is Zurich, Switzerland. The Swiss legal system does not recognize warnings with costs and punishable cease and desist declarations. Disclaimer: liability for contents. The contents of my web pages have been created with the utmost care. However, I cannot assume any liability for the correctness, completeness, and up-to-dateness of the contents. I am responsible for my own content on these pages according to the general laws. However, I am not obliged to monitor transmitted or stored third-party information or to investigate circumstances that indicate illegal activity. Obligations to remove or block the use of information according to general laws remain unaffected. However, liability in this respect is only possible from the point in time at which a concrete infringement of the law becomes known. I will remove such content immediately upon becoming aware of any such infringements. Liability for links. My web pages contain links to external web pages of third parties on whose contents I have no influence. I can therefore also not accept any liability for this external content. The respective provider or operator of the pages is always responsible for the content of the linked pages. The linked pages were checked for possible legal violations at the time of linking. Illegal contents were not recognizable at the time of linking. However, a permanent control of the contents of the linked pages is not reasonable without concrete indications of an infringement. I will remove such links immediately if I become aware of any infringements. Copyright. The content on these pages, which I have created myself, is not subject to copyright and may be used freely with the exception of the unchanged transfer to the Internet double content. As far as the contents on my web pages were not created by I myself, the copyrights of third parties are respected. Should you nevertheless become aware of a copyright infringement, I would ask you to inform me accordingly. I will remove such content immediately upon becoming aware of any infringements. Data protection. The use of contact data published in the imprint by third parties for the purpose of sending unsolicited advertising and information material is hereby expressly prohibited.
Spirit. What is spirit? Background, origin and meaning of spirit. Explanation of the term. Definition of spirit. Spirit, with the linguistic root case to shudder, to be seized and upset, became as a word concept a central theme of metaphysics, the supposed or alleged supernature, a term used inconsistently for historical reasons in philosophy, theology, psychology, and everyday language. When the language division Indo-Germanic was coined, it was not yet known that Celtic and Tocharian also belonged to the same language family. The language is known as Indo-Germanic or Indo-European, named after their westernmost and easternmost representatives, are to be recorded as Celto-Tocharic from a modern perspective in 2013. In Swiss German, Geis is still spoken and means to name or to be called. I Geis or Weigests means German ich heiss or how is called. Geist or Geist would therefore be the naming of the unknown as a grasp of the ghost, such as the force of nature and the appearance of the aurora borealis or similar. Thus in Swiss German, a cry in the highest excitement is called Geis equals to shudder, to be seized and upset. The term probably originated as an interface between the direct consternation that can be described as unknown, magical, and the known, consciously perceived warnement, wherein equals to see human reality that is released from the chaos.
The West Germanic word Geistos then meant supernatural being, ghost, and was reinterpreted in Christian terms with the Christianization of the areas north of the Alps, so that the term spirit served as a translation for the biblical Spiritus Sanctus. This meaning of the word persisted until the present day, so that Geist is also used synonymously for ghost. Difference between geistlich and geistig. The German fairy tale of the spirit as a hidden ideology in the German language. The history of the German adjective geistig is rather strange, especially in its relation to geistlich, by which it has long been co-presented. It began twice, in the 14th and 17th centuries, without gaining acceptance until the 18th century. Middle High German appeared spiritually in spiritual philosophical use in the 13th century with Eckhart von Hochheim, formed by him it seems, but only as an alternation with the long-existing geistlich. In the tradition of German idealism, the term Geist refers to superindividual structures, to metaphysical conceits. The correct assumption would be that thinking results in thoughts. The German sovereignty of interpretation, the Duden in the Standard German of the written language, on the other hand, asserts and constructs an ideology of the thinking consciousness of human beings equals allegedly spirit under the title spirit. Thinking and knowledge result in that which is. The German Sinn or even Bewusstsein is also a metaphysical conceit, and, in connection with the German Geist, leads almost inevitably into a white trap, with the obvious result of something divine in some form, at any rate Germanic, with the linguistic root Götter, the call of the whole as being equals God, with which the hidden ideology in the German language can work with the commonly used form of the alleged spiritual science. The original Geist as a ghost Geist is unnoticedly co-conceived and asserted, and subsequently also believed in as a being thinkingly addressed. Trapped in multiply connected dualisms, whole libraries can now be filled endlessly, like a hamster wheel, by supposed beings on the subject of alleged spiritual science, without any possibility of leaving the rotation on the spot or the mental powerlessness with imperceptible thinking, self-sacrifice, as long as the basic assumptions are not changed by renewing with language criticism. In Swiss German, the paradox of naming something still unknown settles itself. Linguistically, Geist, ghost, spirit, like God, is thus subject to belief or not and would have to be separated from the mentally conscious. For a precise expression, it is sufficient to use the terms thinking, thought, and mentally. Mental and spiritual can be avoided without any problem. Rolf Pfister, Zurich.
What I have to say about the term spirit is that it was not used in antiquity, because it was not created until much later, whereby it was interpreted differently depending on the way of thinking and is also used today with various meanings. In ancient philosophical terms, the term that is called spirit today was explained as the material, air-like, also fire-like substance, which in further interpretation meant principle of nature and life. Elsewhere, out of religious delusion, the term spirit was and still is referred to as God's Spirit or Holy Spirit. The ancient Greek term pneuma, see above in the Wikipedia excerpt equals pneuma, was equated in antiquity with the word value breath and air, which at that time also resulted in the terms hygiene pneuma, that is to say holy breath, holy air, as in later times, for example, also the terms pneumology and pneumatics. From this it is clear that in antiquity the term pneuma was associated with completely different values and that this word concept effectively had no relation whatsoever to the term spirit and also has no relation whatsoever to it in the present time of the 21st century. The various concepts of the term spirit, such as breath of God, in which the divine spirit of an imaginary God is supposed to work, show, depending on the type and fanaticism of the religious delusion, blatant overlaps ranging from love, harmony, joy, righteousness and a sense of justice to boundless hatred, revenge and retribution, but lead much further through insane and confused assumptions, concepts, theories and imaginings to vicious delusions such as delusions of killing, raping, destroying, torturing, warring, chastising and murdering, and so on. The Greek ancient word pneuma was and still is not only extended to the term spirit, but also put into versions that convey completely wrong ideas and understandings to the human beings. This is how spirit came to have meanings such as pressure, vortex, breeze, and similar concepts, which also led to other terms such as the Hebrew ras, the Chinese, and the Indian prana or akasha, and to breath soul. Further, pneuma is regarded by the Stoics as the kind of fiery breath of air that is supposed to permeate everything and convey a kind of destiny that is equated with the cosmic might. But also in Christianity, for example in Romans 76 AU and 2 Cor 36 AU, the pneuma is evaluated by Saul or the later Paul as the positive essence of the divine radiance and thus as its spirit. In the Mediterranean region, especially in Egypt, Greece and the Roman Empire, the ancient Greek pneuma came into its own in medicine. Because it pulsated through the veins together with the blood, it was on the one hand considered to be the material life force, but was also held responsible for all physiological processes. It was already at the time of Hippocrates, the physician of Kos, who lived between 460 and 370 B. that the historically established oath of the physician's vow was taken, which was originally written in Greek and has been handed down to this day as the oath of Hippocrates or Hippocratic oath or as the first fundamental formulation of medical ethics. In truth, however, it is still unclear who was actually responsible for the authorship of the oath. Basically, it was the Hippocratic physicians who thought about what that pneuma could be and where in human beings it could have its seat as the material life force, for which actually only the brain was considered. On the other hand, secular doctors today called psychologists and psychiatrists or shrinks assumed that the source of life was in the heart. At that time, when human beings developed illnesses, it was assumed that the pneuma, that is to say the life force or the life source, was hindered by some unhealthy choices. In this respect, the philosopher Aristotle, for example, distinguished between two types of pneuma, namely, on the one hand, the life force that was breathed in from outside and served to maintain the body temperature. On the other hand, he assumed that a pneuma or corresponding life force innate to human beings evaporated in the blood, namely in the heart. This is in contrast to the philosopher Straton of Lampsacus, who assumed that human beings become tired and fall asleep because this is caused by a secretion of the life force or pneuma. The naturalist Erasistratus assumed, like his teacher Praxagoras of Kos, that there was a vital pneuma in the heart, but also a psychic pneuma in the brain, and he also assumed that there was a psychic pneuma in the blood, in the veins and in the arteries as well as in the nerves. So it is not surprising that pneumatics played a major role in the ancient school of medicine. This was especially true of the natural scientist, anatomist, surgeon and physiologist Erasistratus, who together with Herophilus of Charleston and Eudemus of Alexandria played an important role with regard to the pneuma. What helped him particularly was the fact that he, together with the others, was able to carry out his anatomical studies primarily on human bodies, which he used alive as dissecting objects and, of course, also killed in the process, all under the protection of the ruler of Alexandria, who supported researchers with regard to their actions. So Erasistratus in particular was only able to chalk up his research results because he was actually able to dissect human beings, usually prisoners and slaves, alive under the patronage of the ruler. Now, about these early beginnings of medical research, and especially with regard to the cross-stamp false assertions and findings of the philosophers and natural scientists and so on, most of which are still commonplace today. In certain sciences, especially in psychology and psychiatry, there would be an infinite amount to report, elaborate and explain, but that would effectively take us too far. Let us just say that until the early modern era, there were two opposing theories about the seat of the soul or parts of the soul. On the one hand, there was the thesis, dating back to the natural philosophy of Alcmaeon of Croton and Plato, that the highest and decisive power of the soul is rooted in the human brain. In and of itself, this assumption regarding the highest and decisive power was correct, but infinitely far from the truth, because it was not a question of the power of the soul, but rather of energy of creation, which is known from spiritual theory as the spirit form, which in human beings has its seat in the colliculus superior of the brain, and which animates consciousness, the thought-feeling psychic world as well as the entire physical body with the tiny jotelic energy. So Plato, along with the other three, located the actual source of life in the human being in the brain, even if he, like the others, started from completely false premises due to ignorance, as the result of which he described his doctrine with regard to the various pneumas as separate souls and regarded them as an immortal part of the brain. This, while the willpower, as he taught, had its place in the breast and desire its seat in the abdomen. Aristotle, however, was of a different opinion in this respect, for he categorically excluded the seat of the soul organ in the brain, because no direct connection of the brain to the soul faculty could be discerned. Moreover, his false doctrine was that the soul was physically dependent on the warmth of life, which did not apply to the brain because, as he claimed, it was the coldest organ of the body. This was the reason why only the heart, as the warmest part of the body, was the seat of the innate warmth of life in human beings and therefore also the central organ of all thinking and perceiving functions of the soul. His erroneous view even went so far as to claim that the brain should be understood as nothing more and nothing less than a kind of cold piece of ice, which I found extremely ridiculous. Well, from all these early resulting nonsenses, further nonsenses were also fantasized in the later centuries and 2 millennia by further philosophers and researchers of various kinds, as a result of which until today still no real knowledge prevails, especially in the field of psychology and psychiatry. Therefore, the experts in these fields have no comprehensive knowledge of how the processes of thought-feeling psyche formation as well as the true workings of understanding, reason, intelligence, intellect, and intelligentsia take place and what their actual and real functions are, which also leads to the completely crazy assertion that intelligentsia and intellect are practically one and the same. I have already explained in advance and have so far also given various explanations, namely with regard to the fact that the term spirit is to be understood as something completely different from what is generally understood in the earthly human sense. But I must also explain that many earthly human, and indeed also scientific, teaching methods are very defective and even wrong, which relate to the manifold evolution of the human beings of the earth. And these wrong teaching methods, which have existed since ancient times, like the associated wrong teachings concerning psychological facts, the values of understanding, reason, intelligentum and intellect, and so on, I must correct once and for all and clarify what is correct and what is wrong in this respect. This, however, will certainly cause an uproar among all educated experts in the relevant fields and provoke opposition and attacks against my explanations and statements to the effect that everything is wrong, because everything that has been taught since antiquity by the Greeks and so on and since then throughout all time, as it is also still taught today, therefore corresponds to correctness. As narrow-minded as the earthlings are with regard to their science, they will not acknowledge that the traditional teachings are not correct or only partially correct, although in those early times the human beings of the earth had no actual knowledge of certain sciences, such as psychology, morality, mentality and cognition, and so on. The so-called philosophers, too, were not aware of this. Also, the so-called philosophers were not yet advanced enough in their knowledge and understanding of these subjects to be able to survey, understand, and explain the essentials. And I must say this once, if I am to judge certain statements made by early and also later philosophers who are still active today, then many of these philosophical statements are nothing but childish and so ill-considered that they can only be described as ridiculous. Many of the false teachings and teaching methods have been used since time immemorial not only by parents and other educators, but mainly by so-called higher or highly educated professionals and scientists with or without academic titles with regard to teaching, learning and with regard to the formation of understanding, reason, intelligence and intellect, intelligentum, that is to say being intelligent, as well as morality, mentality, cognitivity, that is to say cognition, ethics and ethos. For this reason, Earth human beings can never achieve what they need to learn with regard to the development of intellect, reason and intellect, as well as with regard to correct morality, mentality, cognition, and a righteous way of life, and so on, in order to be human beings in the truest sense of the word, beings with an attitude of consciousness in accordance with creation. But for this it is inevitable and necessary to first explain some specific terminology, as well as some of the fundamental interrelationships, whereby it must first be made clear that experts, academic title-bearers and philosophers of various kinds will raise an insulting veto and a know-it-all attitude that is unparalleled. This is because in spite of their examinations, such as dissertations, disputations and rigorousas, they are educated to a certain extent according to their effective ignorance, but nevertheless in truth have only a fragmentary knowledge of their learned matter. That the entire earthly science of psychology proceeds in practically all respects from completely false presuppositions was explained to me by Sfahoff as early as the 1940s. And he taught me very thoroughly and also very extensively with regard to psychology as well as the intellect, reason, intelligence and intellect, intelligentum, and intelligencing, and so on. Through this, I have come to realize how inadequate and ignorant also in these relations the earthly sciences really are, and possess as good as no real knowledge. With regard to intelligence, the greatest mistake is revealed, because it is placed in direct connection with the intellect, and even equated with it. And this, although these, the absolutely inactive intelligence, as well as the fully active intellect, are fundamentally independent of each other, as both also correspond to different valences. Accordingly, they also diverge absolutely, respectively they strive apart and deviate from each other thoroughly, as they also differ and strive towards completely different values. The storehouse of knowledge, of understanding and reason is intelligence, which can comparatively be equated with a dictionary or encyclopedia, which contains no more and no less than only word concepts and their meaning, which are perceived as purely stored information, but which cannot muster any activity. This means that intelligence serves as a storehouse of words and concepts for the consciously and volitionally more highly developed intellect and reason, and is practically their memory, which, however, has no activity whatsoever, and consequently neither a mental or emotional impulse, nor a behavior or an action can be stimulated, brought about or carried out. And this fact results in the fact that, as a consequence of the absolutely activityless word and concept memory arranged by intellect and reason, no nanotiny beginning of the tiniest reaction can take place or result from the intelligence. This is in contrast to the intellect. The intellect, which is absolutely highly active on a circumferential level, forms the storehouse or repository of all the countless values of knowledge and development taught, developed and formed by the intellect and reason, which manifest themselves in the intellect as active energy of movement, assertion, ability, action and circumferential energy of use, whereby it is given for the human being in every conceivable relationship in a positive, negative or balanced neutral way that he can comprehend, implement and realize everything through action and activity. And this is possible for him solely through his intellect, which has received all the necessary necessities and prerequisites for this from the development of understanding and reason, and also contains the indispensable active energy of action, which is necessary in order to let everything become reality through deed and action, which is in the human being's mind, and will to realize it. The activity assigned to the intellect which the storage being intelligence absolutely lacks and which therefore only leads an inactive shadow existence, as the memory of intellect and reason enables the human being to act, behave, act and develop in every conceivable possible way in terms of movement and motion. And he is able to do this through the high activity of the intellect, and thereby also to have an evolutionary effect on himself in his inner being, as well as in relation to external developments. Intellectual activity alone enables the human being to further develop his inner and outer positive, negative and balanced neutral impulses, behavior, actions and his entire mental and physical activity as well as his evolutionary thought feeling psyche developments and so on, as well as to use them to stimulate new learning processes, cognitions and mental or intellectual evolutionary processes and thereby to be evolutionary. And this is naturally possible for human beings through the natural drives of the most nanotiny impulses and their further development. These extremely fine sensations, which arise through intuitive and inspirational inspirations, curiosity, desires as well as through inner and outer thousandfold impulses and perceptions of the most diverse kinds, become impulses that can be processed mentally and become teaching and instructing functions that are processed mentally or by the mind and reason, and become insights and knowledge factors. These gossamer fine, nanotiny impulses cannot as the rule be perceived consciously by human beings and therefore only when they have become ascertainable and recognizable impulses, for only in this state do they form the corresponding factors for the function of the necessary conscious thought processes. Only through this, then, does the teaching and instructing of understanding and reason become possible, as well as conscious learning from the learning results that arise and emerge from it. In further consequence, the whole of what is learned through understanding and reason is entered and stored in the active intellect, which the human being can then use, comprehend, implement, and realize according to his own will and need, according to his ability and degree of his state of consciousness and the possibilities given by the intellect. This is precisely because the intellect alone corresponds to the highly active block which, through the intelligentum, contains within itself all conceivable possibilities that ensure that everything is actively handed over to the active condition capacity for action of the human being and that he can use, comprehend, implement, and effectively realize all the abilities and values that come to him in this way through the intellect. And this is so in contrast to the purely memory-conditioned inactivity of intelligence, which, as already explained, corresponds to nothing more than a word and concept memory without energy and power, but only to an activityless memory bank without actionable usability, and accordingly only to an null memory and mnemonic factor and so on without any possibility of becoming active. Intelligence is in truth nothing other than an activityless memory with regard to the acquired knowledge of understanding and reason, which holds no more and no less than only words and concepts that can serve to find certain factors in the intellect, which can then be actively used by the intelligentum or the intelligent being of the human being and comprehended, implemented, and realized according to the corresponding values contained in the factors. But what is now to be said further, this relates to the fact that some certain terms must also be explained, which as a rule are completely misunderstood and equally misinterpreted by earthlings, as in the first place the term spirit, for the explanation of which further explanations and explanations are also repetitively necessary, in order to be dealt with several times through the study of the matter and to be held in memory. Hence the following in a further way: the word, or rather the term spirit, is time-honored and is used in many ways in the daily use of human beings, in all religions, in psychology and philosophy, and so on, but this in no way corresponds to what is presented and explained by the teaching of the spirit. As a result of the traditional use of the word or concept spirit, it is and has been unavoidable to use this word value also in spiritual teachings, because the human beings of earth have understood and been able to evaluate something quite specific by it since time immemorial. But time has progressed and so has the understanding of human beings. Consequently, in the present time of the 21st century they can be enlightened and expected, especially the students of spiritual science and the learners of the teaching of the truth, teaching of the spirit, teaching of the life to experience the truth, and teaching of what, according to spiritual science, is to be understood and must be effectively understood by the term spirit. The term spirit, which has been used in various ways in spiritual teaching up to now, cannot and must not be associated in any way with the worldly, religious, philosophical, ideological, and psychological explanations and uses, for none of their interpretations and explanations and so on correspond to what basically emerges from what is taught with spirit in spiritual teaching. The term spirit has hitherto only been used in teaching because it could explain something that human beings have understood by this word value since time immemorial, although this word value does not designate exactly what it is effectively about. However, since understanding and comprehension have evolved in many human beings up to the present day, especially among students of spiritual science who are no longer deeply delusional about religion, but are turned towards reality and its truth, and they have become much more discerning and knowledgeable with regard to real reality and truth, it should and must now be clearly and openly clarified what is to be understood by spirit in spiritual science, or what it is effectively about. According to the present understanding of the human beings of the earth, it can now be explained that the word spirit, no matter how it has always been used in spiritual teachings, was to be understood solely as the energy of creation, and will of course continue to be understood into the future. The terms spirit energy, spirit consciousness, spirit form, and spirit telepathy, as well as spirit energy and spirit being, and so on, always result in the same value without exception, namely energy of creation. By energy of creation is therefore to be understood the tiny energy part of energy of creation, the seat of which in human beings is inserted in the groove of the midbrain equals paired node equals colliculus superior, and which animates consciousness, the thought-feeling psychic world, and the entire physical body together with all organs in a creation energetic way. From the terms spirit energy, use of spirit, spirit form, and spirit telepathy, as well as spirit energy, spirit consciousness, and spirit being, and so on, it is always to be understood that the term spirit is used solely to express the energy of creation, but never anything else. Consequently, spirit is also not to be understood as a soul, as is still claimed today due to religious misguidance.
Soul corresponds to a term that has manifold meanings, depending on the mythical, religious, philosophical or psychological teachings and traditions, in which the term soul is also interpreted according to the corresponding confused belief in imaginary illusory elements, and so on. If the so-called soul is considered in today's religious linguistic usage, then due to a lack of understanding that the soul is actually the psyche, it is nevertheless understood that all consciousness-related processes in human beings with regard to the thought-feeling psychic movements are meant. Only in this sense can the soul be understood as largely synonymous with the term psyche. In this sense, the soul or the psyche also embodies the principle of all impulses and processes that are regulative and also influence and bring about physical processes, such as psychosomatic influences and interactions, and so on. With regard to the soul, there are also religious and philosophical concepts beyond what has been explained, whereby these refer to an immaterial and imaginary, and thus unreal principle, which is to be confirmed in the human being or in other individuals as the bearer of life throughout all time, and is to be understood as the actual identity. In religious delusion it is also falsely assumed and erroneously advocated that the soul is independent of the body with regard to its existence and consequently immortal also with regard to physical death. Through this erroneous, false and delusional belief,
death is defined as a process of separation of soul and body, whereby as a result of this false doctrine, it is erroneously taught in some traditions that the soul already exists before conception. Subsequently, this heresy continues, it inhabits and directs the body only temporarily, to use it only as a tool. The other delusion is also that the soul is locked up in the human body like in a prison. Various such erroneous teachings also claim that the immortal soul alone constitutes the person and personality, whereby the perishable body is completely unimportant or only represents a heavy burden and a great obstacle for the soul. In numerous religious dogmas, delusions and myths, fears are evoked and threats made concerning a terrible fate for the soul after the death of the body, if it is fallible in the life of the human being, as for example, in Greek mythology it is called Hades, or Hell among Christians, in Islam, Jahannam, Hebrew Gehinnom. Apart from all this nonsense, a multitude of religious delusional heresies assume and claim that a transmigration of souls or a reincarnation of souls takes place, that is to say that the soul after the death of a human being is born again and again in different new bodies and if possible as the same personalities as before. From the 17th century onwards, there was a change in research into the principle of life, following which the completely wrong traditional concept from the knowledge of the ancient philosophers, that the soul was the principle of life of all living beings, was replaced by a new expose, which was and still is as confusing as the earlier soul definition. So, in the early modern era, the traditional soul heresy that had survived until then was thrown over and replaced by a new confused doctrine that the spirit controlled the bodily functions of human beings. At the same time, all the scientists responsible in this respect still have not the faintest idea of what really results in a completely natural way and what actually corresponds fundamentally to the term spirit. Consequently, this false designation does not convey reality and its truth, which is why it also does not guarantee the perception, understanding and comprehension of what is to be understood as the origin, basic value and function with regard to the term spirit itself. Effectively, it is even the case that with this, precisely with spirit, completely wrong views and hypotheses or presumptions are conveyed to the human being and he cannot realize and also understand that namely the whole fundamentally corresponds to the energy of creation energy, and that he must think himself into this in every relationship solely and exclusively. Consequently, the wrong term spirit should be discarded and no longer used, but only the correct and true term energy of creation should be used and as a result of understanding, made a habit. And if this is done, then the correct and true interpretation and implementation of the wrong term spirit results in the following manner from the corresponding values: spirit equals creation energy, spirit energy equals creation energy, spirit consciousness equals creation consciousness, spirit form equals creation form, spirit telepathy equals consciousness telepathy, spirit energy equals creation energy, spirit being equals creation being, and so on. Spirit is therefore in every case always to be understood as the creative and thus the pulsating energy of creation as well as the creative power also pulsating therein, which together are also changeable and accordingly capable of bringing about changes and transformations, as this is also given in all material existence and thus also in the human being, in the whole of nature and its fauna and flora as well as in the whole universe and realm of creation in the absolute. Unfortunately, however, it is not possible for a human being to understand this who has become a slave to a religious, worldly, philosophical, psychological, ideological, studied or self-centered delusion, because he is so dominated by it to the point of impossibility that, firstly, he is not able to think thoroughly about himself and his primordial what I am, and is therefore also not able to get to know himself. This, while secondly he is thereby also absolutely incapable of perceiving real reality and its truth. Consequently, thirdly, he is also absolutely incapable of understanding and comprehending something that effectively and really exists outside of his delusion, and is indisputably given by the entire changeable energy of creation. However, all this and all the necessary insights and knowledge in this regard are absolutely impossible for a human being to gain if he is in any way addicted to delusion. Consequently, he is also unable to come to terms with the actual reality and its truth in relation to these facts, and remains a slave to stupidity in this respect. As far as the fact is concerned, however, that in the early modern period of the 17th century the sole false doctrine originating in antiquity was increasingly rejected and replaced by a new and equally false theory, consequently it went down the drain, was based on the argument that the soul was not needed to explain the effects and bodily processes. Particular attention was paid to the influence of the philosopher René Descartes, who attributed a soul to human beings, while claiming and misleading that its function was limited to thinking. René Descartes, Latinist Renatus Cartesius, born 31st March 1596 in La Haye in Touraine, died 11th February 1650 in Stockholm, was a French philosopher, mathematician and natural scientist. It is known about Descartes that he strove for complete certainty, which is why, in order to find it, he questioned everything, and that included reality and its truth, and thus also the existence of the world. And I remember that he even expressed himself in such a way that he doubted that he existed at all, as well as that he fundamentally rejected any religious or other belief, and thus also the imaginary God. These facts have also been handed down, although it was also a fact that he made enemies of many, both in his own circles and in the outer circles, in which he was also known as an eccentric. This was because, as a result of their religious sectarianism, they saw his ideas, hypotheses and doubts as the work of the devil, and him as a heretic. That is why he also expressed himself in such a way that he would have been better off becoming a beggar than a philosopher. Nevertheless, he continued and did not let himself be dissuaded from his studies and the false results also by truthful explanations from Svarhoff, because he was simply stubborn and unteachable in this respect. The fact is that his true and false ideas have been carried into the present day and still occupy the philosophers and natural scientists and so on. Whereby I would like to say once again with regard to the philosophers that an enormous number of their statements and ideas are more than just thoughtless, but effectively ridiculous. What is particularly disastrous about their statements concerning the principle of life is that they deal with it at all because they have no idea whatsoever about its reality and the only truth it contains. The fact is that all the old, newer and newer philosophers have to this day recognized nothing at all philosophically from this subject and its facts. Consequently, they have also been unable to evaluate anything in this respect. And they will not be able to do this in the future either, because this is reserved for specialists who deal with the matter of the energy of creation and its function in the human physique, and therefore with the energy of creation and its forces in the entire body, brain, consciousness, as well as with the structure and logical or logical active process and work of the entire thought-feeling psychic world of the human being. Returning to René Descartes, who ascribed to the human being a soul alone, as well as the fact that this soul is solely responsible for thinking. A debate has been going on ever since in the world of philosophy and so on about his confused doctrine, which I call the soul-body-life principle problem. Since Descartes, this has continued to this day, and still no human being has become clever enough to get away from the old nonsense doctrines of all philosophers in order to turn to effective reality and its incontrovertible truth. On the contrary, the whole of humanity on earth is still and always has remained with the old-fashioned false and erroneous teachings of the philosophers, because these, the very philosophers, are considered to be supposedly deep thinkers, knowers and even wise men, which however, they are not in truth. So philosophical muddling along is still going on today in the old traditional framework, as a result of which today's object of philosophy continues the nonsense of the old erroneous, false and confused teachings, but only in the use of a new hypothesis and the new concept of spirit, which is now philosophically stupid for investigation. And this is now in the third millennium, in the 21st century. The ultimate of all the millennial philosophical nonsense. And the fact that even today, the entire staff of philosophers on earth has not even a glimmer of an idea of what they are dealing with is more than just an evolutionary indictment of poverty, as is also the case with the belief in the nonsense of religions, which it can also be said arose from early philosophical illusory perceptions, interpretations, deceit, lies and deception. But the fact that the new philosophical attempt is now concerned with the new concept of spirit, and in particular with the question of the relationship between mental and physical states, is considered modern philosophy, in which a broad spectrum of strongly divergent approaches is discussed. The whole thing is supposed to start from positions that are supposed to be the existence of an independent, bodily independent, soul-distinct substance, whereby everything is supposed to lead up to eliminative materialism or eliminativism, respectively, which is considered to be the view within the philosophy of spirit. This central thesis is that mental states are nothing other than appearances. Since time immemorial, various philosophers have also nonsensically claimed that statements about mental facts are inappropriate and that nothing corresponds to them in reality, since all mental states and processes are only apparent and, moreover, completely reducible to the biological. These radical positions also have different moments that, on the one hand, do not deny reality to the mental, but on the other hand, only allow the term soul in a weak sense. A spirit does not correspond to an ancient term, but leads back to late antiquity, whereby this term is rawly distinguished and understood by the human beings of earth in connection with consciousness between two components of meaning. In this way, Wikipedia elaborates on some things that are indispensable to study in order to understand the term spirit, and also when it may seem unimportant or boring to some human beings. However, if something, a thing, a word, a situation or matter, and so on, wants or needs to be understood to the bottom, then it is necessary and unavoidable that even that which is not exactly of special interest must be learned and understood, which is now also true with regard to the term spirit as it is commonly used in an earthly human sense. Therefore, after our conversation, I will look up some informative facts about spirit from Wikipedia and add them as an explanatory appendix to our conversation report. But now to the other facts that need to be mentioned and explained, as I have also worked them out for you.
Those ethics, morals. These three terms correspond to different values and do not collectively represent a synonym for the correct behavior of human beings, as is unfortunately misunderstood and fundamentally incorrect as a result of misinformation, non-learning and lack of understanding. Therefore, these three values must be elaborated and explained individually, because only in this way can the whole of each concept be distinguished from the other, correctly understood and comprehended. Origin of the values relating to ethics, ethos and morality and their misuse through rhetoric or populist vernacular eloquence. The value of the terms ethics, ethos, morals was already established about 9 billion years ago by Darmanin in his teaching of truth, teaching of spirit, teaching of life, and has been handed down over all billions of years until today. Various human beings on Earth have also given thought and consideration to the same results, which have then also been taught, recorded in writing, and disseminated worldwide as the teachings of morality, ethics and ethos, and have found their way into the entire block in this respect. The origin of ethos, ethics and morality on Earth is erroneously attributed to the philosopher Aristotle, who is said to have founded the whole thing as an independent philosophical discipline. But this assertion is just as untrue as it is that the originators were the ancient sophists. In fact, the origin of the values of morality, ethics and ethos was set 9 billion years ago by Darmanin, the founder of nations and the original founder of the teaching of truth, teaching of the spirit, teaching of life. He based his teachings on the term nethosius or wisdom, which is called nethos in abbreviated form.
Darmanin worked out fundamental conventions or rules of social behavior for all life forms capable of consciousness, understanding and reason, which also includes the human being, Homo sapiens, and all rational beings in general. These conventions were determined for the individual life form as well as for communities and groups as well as for society and peoples, namely as a norm of behavior and validity for good and appropriate social behavior and protection of all life forms capable of consciousness, understanding and reason, as well as for the protection of all existence with regard to nature and its fauna and flora. These norms created by Darmanin regarding morality, ethics, ethos and human rights and so on were also brought to Earth about 22 million years ago, where however in the course of time and millions of years they were no longer maintained and therefore also not transferred to the earthly original human beings when they emerged almost simultaneously several times on all continents throughout the Earth about 12 million years ago. This is contrary to all the false paleontological claims of earthly researchers that human beings only emerged as dreinosed primates 2 to 4 million years ago in the south of Africa, and so on. The norms established by Darmanin with regard to morals, ethics, ethos, and so on became valid for every single life form up to the great mass of all human life forms, whereby the only prerequisite for their use and implementation was to possess a clear consciousness as well as understanding, reason, and a functioning intellect in order to be able to make the norms of behavior valid. All the conventions created by Darmanin in primeval times and brought to Earth in the course of time and forgotten were however brought here again by early Plejadians some time before antiquity, when other Earth foreigners were also coming and going and had already spread all over the world. Even from these, however, the early Plejadians kept themselves secret for millions of years so as not to provoke interplanetary conflicts and also not to let such excesses break into their dimension. So they also held back from the Earth foreigners who ruled in various pre-ancient countries on Earth, such as the Long Skulls, who exercised their might, especially in the areas around the Nile and in the southland of the American continent. Later, in the time of antiquity, the philosopher Aristotle, as well as others, came back to the ancient teaching of truth, teaching of the spirit, a teaching of life on the basis of a teaching by a Plejadian sage or itinerant teacher called Plejadisch, who concealed his origin. Connected with this was also the OM comprising 77 million canons, whereby he was also made aware by the sage of the canon containing the teaching of the conventions of behavior as created by Nicodemus. From this Aristotle created what became the Moralithicalithous doctrine, as it also became the Sophists, the representatives of a group of Greek philosophers and rhetors or orators who spread their teachings in the 5th to 4th centuries BC. Rhetoricians were also human beings at that time who had mastered a good and already persuasive art of oratory, which was already known as a discipline in Greek antiquity and was actually nothing other than the origin of populism. And through this art of oratory human beings were verbally lulled and persuaded for the purpose of what populist speeches were used for, such as on the one hand for a philosophical and also religious delusion, but also for influencing political elections and for electing a certain person to office, and so on. In Greek antiquity, rhetoric played a particularly important role in this respect, especially in opinion-forming processes with regard to politics, but also with regard to religious and philosophical delusion. This is also the case today throughout the world, although in modern times the art of oratory has become much more sophisticated and it has the same, but much more extensive effect because nowadays populism is also disseminated in various forms through the public media and beguiles the largely uneducated audiences who unthinkingly defect to the populist speakers and blindly give them their votes. Populism is known in relation to the rhetors or rhetoricians called populists, through whom it has come about that governments are largely misgoverned by populist strongmen. So just as populism played an important role in ancient Greece in order to win over followers, delusional believers and popular vassals for religions, philosophies and politics who were ignorant and incapable of thinking, deciding and forming their own opinions, it is being done in the same way today. As was the case then, it is also the task and the might of the rhetoric of the manipulative populist religious and philosophical delusionists to win over believers and listeners. And in the present time of the 21st century, that is to say of the third millennium, the populist deceptive and deceptive bait-and-switching in terms of political election campaigning works particularly well because the mind, reason and intellect of the human beings are atrophying more and more. This is primarily due to the religious sectarian delusion and the associated fear of an alleged divine punishment when people no longer think delusionally but rationally and thus according to reality and truth, which does not permit any erroneous, confused, unrealistic and irrational religious delusion, which not only has a mind-blending effect but also makes the believing human beings dependent, in bondage, unfree, dependent and humble. Through populist rhetoric in the vernacular, uninitiated listeners are persuasively driven towards something and persuaded to a certain opinion and action by means of statements, assertions, misrepresentations, lies and slander. This corresponds to an effective fact which, unfortunately due to the stupidity of the listeners, is neither recognized nor considered, as a result of which they unthinkingly fall prey to every possible religious nonsense and delusion as well as to every political lie, misrepresentation, untrue assertion, distortion of facts and shameless slander. In this way, self-appointed victims will elect their exploiters and torturers into their offices and high positions where they can then work disastrously without restraint. The task of any populist speech is always, no matter whether religious or philosophical, political, military or otherwise, to convince the listeners of a statement, assertion, lie, slander or conspiracy theory, to make them obedient and to force them unnoticeably to a certain predetermined opinion and delusional belief as well as to a certain action. And this is done in a populist manner without the audience noticing this rhetorical manipulation and also not understanding that they are being manipulatively directed and controlled. So the art of oratory or rhetoric provides the means for every uninitiated human being to accept every assertion, theory, hypothesis, slander, and lie as true if only it is convincing enough, or especially populist, be it religious, philosophical, political, or otherwise. The effective fact is that every populist rhetoric is always founded as a double task, namely, the whole thing is supposed to correspond to science on the one hand and credibility on the other. However, without exception, and thus always, it is only a matter of convincing the listening and influenced human beings to a certain view, an opinion, a belief or delusion, as well as to an action or promise, and so on, whereby every conviction corresponds to nothing other than persuasion, because this is the decorated or true character of every conviction. And this is the case in every case without exception, because everything is always directed in favor of the respective populist person, be it a person who spreads a religious delusion of faith and thus catches and deceives believers, or politicians who want to be elected, or philosophers, scientists, or others who spread their hypotheses or assumptions and presumptions and want to persuade and convince their listeners. The art of oratory, which is actually a skill of speech and rhetoric, is generally misused by the human beings of earth as a means to dishonest ends, namely as a theory, hypothesis, and assumption whereby lies, deceit, and slander are used to persuade and convince fellow human beings, for example, to persuade them to a religious sectarian delusion for the purpose of politics and to influence elections, and so on. Similarly, the populist art of speech is also used to persuade a human being to buy goods, as is done, in particular, by market criers and so on, to make a profit. But the art of speech is also used in court and so on for defense or self-defense, gaining an advantage, and or to mitigate or exempt from punishment, and so on. In particular, populist and indoctrinating rhetoric is used in an abusive sense to lead one or many human beings who are easily influenced, lazy in thinking, incapable of forming their own opinions, generally uneducated in many matters, and therefore stupid in this respect, and therefore susceptible to belief and obedience, into error and confusion, and to harmful actions, deeds, and behavior. In the sense of eloquence, that is to say rhetoric, this has thus been used since antiquity for persuasion in order to populistically maneuver the human beings into a religious belief, a view, a cause, into political decisions and machinations, and so on. Thus it is in no way a matter of instructing human beings by means of an effectively realistic and truthful teaching, as well as real explanations and of stimulating them to personal thinking, reflection, and rational decision-making, but on the contrary, it is a matter of seducing them to make ill-considered decisions, actions, and behavior, and to accept foreign views and opinions, and to act and behave exactly according to what they are populistically led to believe. And this is so with regard to every religious delusion that religionists of all kinds, such as press, preachers, higher religious order holders, as well as other effectively fanatical sectarians, spread in a populist manner in order to capture delusional believers who have fallen for them, as is equally common with regard to populist hucksterism for winning votes in elections and in other sleazy political machinations. As already explained, the populist speech technique, which is also connected with a body language or posture corresponding to the speech, with corresponding body movements, gestures, facial expressions, voice power, and an expressing psychological constitution and mood, was already used in antiquity, and even before by Greek as well as by other philosophers and rhetors. Even then, these used their eloquence to influence and persuade the human beings listening to them, and to get them to faithfully accept the doctrines and false doctrines that were populistically scrounged up in front of them, and to pay homage to the speakers. The religious delusionists were the first to bring false teachings to the human beings of earth, which caused much harm, mischief, and enmity, especially the false teachings of religions and fanatical sectarian delusion, which led to murderous wars and terror among practically all peoples on earth. The philosophers, on the other hand, brought false doctrines concerning the principle of life as well as concerning understanding, reason, intelligentum, and intellect, and so on, whereby earthliness was led astray and confused, and whereby this catastrophically stupid philosophical trend continues to this day. Apart from the roaring nonsense which many philosophers of all times have brought and some of them still bring today, it must be conceded to them that diverse teachings concerning ethics, ethos, and morality were the focus of philosophical considerations, and thus brought earth human beings a teaching of the greatest and most special value. The ancient philosophers did not devise this valuable teaching themselves, so Aristotle did not either, but they took it over from a Plejarische itinerant teacher, from a wise man who on the one hand had to conceal his origin, like many others, because the origin of certain earth foreigners was not allowed to be recognized, but on the other hand he had special knowledge, and also mastered the art of argument, of extensive verbal explanations, of explaining and proving, and in this way he spread the traditional teachings of ethics and morality as they were originally worked out and taught by Nicodemus. In this respect only a few can be mentioned, whereby Socrates, Plato, Thucydides, Pythagoras, Anaxagoras, Parmenides, Heraclitus, and George of Leontinol should perhaps also be mentioned, although I do not know exactly which of these philosophers really dealt in depth with the teaching of ethos, ethics, and morals, as was the case with Aristotle. Apart from those mentioned, there were many other ancient Greek philosophers, of whom I only know a few names, but I would like to mention them and look them up on Wikipedia and then mention them as an appendix after our conversation.
You can naturally do that.
Oh, I will. Then I want to go on and say that so ethics moved to the center of philosophical thought, but basically the name ethics and the philosophical discipline that came out of it basically leads back to the ancient Plejarische itinerant teacher Plejadisch, as I know from the memory bank, though then the doctrine was openly taught and spread by the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle. Thus he founded the scientific study of ethos on earth, placing the habits, customs, and mores at the forefront of the actions and behavior of the human beings of earth. According to his teachings, which he had taken over from the wise wandering teacher Plejadisch, he came to the conclusion that human beings could and should be able to reflect rationally and theoretically, and that this also meant the practice of observing and perceiving real reality and its truth, in order to subsequently promote reflection and consideration, and then to connect the whole thing with something specific. In doing so, his idea was founded in the action, behavior, and realization of good, positive, and valuable manners of the human being, namely as a single individual in relation to himself as well as individuals with each other, as a family, and as a group and people among themselves. And it was from this viewpoint that Aristotle founded ethics, and with it a philosophical discipline from which ultimately emerged the comprehensive field of the teaching of human action, conduct, and activity. And this doctrine became, from the ground up, the object of philosophical means with regard to the guidance of a normative or authoritative and guiding judgment, as well as the practical implementation and realization of the knowledge thus gained with regard to the ethical, moral, human, and righteous behavior to be applied by the human beings of earth.
The concept of ethics is a philosophical discipline from a general contemporary point of view, whereby the question arises what the meaning of it all is supposed to be in general. Ethics is also understood today as a philosophical discipline, for which criteria are set up with regard to good and bad behavior, whereby an evaluation of motives and motivations as well as consequences is also carried out, which is then described as the objective of a practical science, whatever that is supposed to mean. Obviously, however, this is not about knowledge for its own sake, but about a responsible practice that is supposed to help the human beings to find their moral decisions. What is explained, however, is that ethics only provides general norms and principles for good action or ethical judgment in order to be able to justify valid judgments for certain types of problem situations. The situation-specific application of these principles, it goes on to say, it cannot be carried out by ethics in relation to new situations and situations in life. Instead, this is the task of practical judgment and trained conscience and common sense. 4 factors that need to be briefly addressed and which, in my opinion, are to be considered and judged from different points of view, namely in the way I have learned the whole thing from Svahoff, namely with regard to the correct action, behavior and effective implementation of ethics, morals and ethos in certain situations, and with regard to the freedom of the will. It is to be understood that the effective implementation of ethics, morals and ethos is at the center of the whole. I will, however, avoid very detailed and extensive explanations, but only give brief information, because the whole subject is so extensive in terms of explanations that a regular course lasting several years would be necessary to learn it. 1. Ethics is a philosophical discipline. With regard to the philosophical discipline of ethics, it is the case that it is based solely on the principle of reason and logical arguments. This, while the logical ethics, in a religiously delusional manner it probably does not get any stupider, justifies the moral principles as the will of God and thus stupidly claims that ethics was revealed by an imaginary creator. And of course it is assumed that the stupid religious delusionists and blind believers in God will fall for the whole nonsense delusionally and accordingly also throw their hard-earned pittance into the obelisk box of the God illusion organizations. 2. Ethics and positive law of ethics is considered in relation to jurisprudence. Then the question also arises in jurisprudence as to how action should or must be taken. From my point of view, namely from the perspective of jurisprudence, the question arises as to how it should or must behave in contrast to ethics. I also have the question of how ethics actually affects the exercise of law, but I cannot find anything in any law book that explains this in any significant way. Furthermore, the question arises as to how ethics is to be evaluated in relation to positive law and jurisprudence, because in general a de facto legal system has a legally determined validity and its norms are firmly and fixedly interpreted, and these are also applied without any of those ethics or morality being taken into consideration, but rather decisions and actions are simply taken according to existing facts of punishment and judgment. If therefore on the one hand, in legislative theory and consequently also in jurisprudence whereby, of course, and inevitably, legal policy, legal norms and legal philosophy must also be included, a rationale on ethos, ethics and morality were given, then these would also have to be dealt with and at least approach the law and legal theory in some form, which, however, I have never been able to ascertain in any legislation or jurisprudence that I know of. No reasonable or logical explanation can be found about this in relation to the application of ethics and morality in jurisprudence. 3. Empirical science and sociology, ethnology and psychology. The empirical sciences are also concerned with social norms of action, so in relation to ethnology, psychology and sociology. However, in my opinion, the difference to normative ethics in the philosophical and moral sense is that it is factually and fundamentally concerned with the description of attitudes and factors of understanding, as well as explanations with regard to existing ethical patterns of sanctions and certainties, but in no way with their criticism and justification. It follows from this, according to my understanding and logic, that there are relations to descriptive or factually argumentative as well as evaluatively presented ethics and morality. 4. Question from the hypothetical and theoretical perspective of a rational decision. If I look at ethics and morality from a hypothetical and theoretical point of view, then, from my point of view, the question arises in this regard as to what is rational in relation to how action should and must be taken. However, hypothetical or theoretical question and decision differs from an ethical question and decision in the way that a decision in hypothetical or theoretical form does not necessarily correspond to good rational action, just as it does not necessarily correspond to something morally valuable good. If I consider that ethical and moral hypotheses and theories, which is a rule, make generally binding claims of correctness, differ from rational decisions, from hypotheses and theories, however, in that they are as a rule directed solely towards very specific interests and goals, then this is wrong. This is precisely because only these goals are pursued, whereby, however, only that which is oriented towards a certain person, a group, a collective or a certain object is taken into account. This can also be a country, a particular subject or a company or a people. I will go on to say that in order to explain the word value morality, commandments can be used as parables, which fundamentally do not correspond to laws, but to recommendations and advice. Such commandments or recommendations were already interpreted by the herald Nicodemus about 9 billion years ago, not in our DERN universe, but in the ANKR universe and thus in another space-time structure. Nicodemus laid the foundation stone for 77 million canons with the teaching of the commandments and so on, which were recorded in the teaching of the Spirit or teaching of truth, teaching of the Spirit, teaching of life, after which the teaching was taught and spread until today through the work of heralds who also had to fulfill prophetic and predictive tasks on various human-inhabited planets in the ANKR universe, but also in the DeepL universe of the twin creation. And since about 22 million years ago, the most distant descendants from the Nicodemian peoples from the ANKR universe came into our DERN universe and settled on Earth. The spiritual teaching or teaching of truth, teaching of the Spirit, teaching of life was finally also brought into the space-time structure. About 13,500 years ago, it was determined that the teaching should be brought, taught and spread to the human beings of the earth in sevenfold succession, which then actually also happened 4 times through heralds from the direct Nicodemian spirit lineage in the Middle East. In the process, however, the doctrine founders were always threatened, while the doctrine was disregarded to such an extent that it could not achieve any real success in neither peace, freedom, harmony, love, nor justice for the peoples could emerge from it. When the 5th herald appeared in the Near East and taught the people, he was betrayed by the religious powers and their followers, threatened with death and tried to be executed by legionaries, but he survived and fled to India. The persecution and betrayal was carried out by distant descendants of those who in earlier centuries and millennia had already threatened far preachers with death, disregarded their teachings and continued to indulge in their delusional belief in an imaginary God. When the 6th herald appeared afterwards and brought the doctrine of truth, doctrine of the Spirit, doctrine of life, this time in Arabia, today Saudi Arabia, until the year 632 AD or after the previous herald, everything was no different than with all the heralds before, namely that the doctrine was also fundamentally falsified this time and has also been preserved in this way until today. So it happened each time that as a result of false personal interpretations of the followers of the teachings who always became fanatical delusional believers in true doctrine, disrespecters, malicious people, enemies, and scripture experts who falsified the teachings, as well as later commissioned or independently working scripture experts, additional falsifications were created, whereby the basic concept of the teachings completely disappeared. Thus the true teaching was maliciously falsified several times beyond recognition, and from it a new false teaching was fabricated several times, which is now prevented in modern times in the 7th succession by the fact that the spiritual teaching or the teaching of truth, teaching of the Spirit, teaching of life is written directly from the ground up and in this way preserved, multiplied and spread throughout the world. But as far as the parables concerning commandments are concerned, to which I must return again, these correspond to nothing other than a recommendation and advice which can be positively and voluntarily exercised, fulfilled, carried through and realized in a rational way and with a good conscience. Such commandments or recommendations and advice correspond to both secular, ideological and religious or other faith-based forms, such as, among others, be peaceful and keep quiet, Do right and spare no one. Thou shalt not kill. Beware and guard against all evil and wickedness.
Morality. The term morality comes from the Latin language, from the words mors and moralis, which means custom, rule, and thus concerning morals, which provides human beings with a concrete framework for appropriate, suitable, and correct behavior. Explained in an easily understandable way, morality is about rules of conduct for the conduct of life among human beings, whereby morality is normally determined by commandments or recommendations and norms, but when moral behavior is enforced, it leads to demands, orders, and coercion. If the human being acts according to these commandments and norms in a correct manner, then he acts morally and follows the rules according to a moral code of conduct, which is often derived from a certain religion or philosophy, and is connected with a corresponding delusional belief. Outside of these two forms, a moral behavior can be oriented according to the principles of an individual human being, which corresponds to an inner need, and also according to what the human being in question considers to be correct and what he considers to be wrong. In this way, moral thinking tells him whether his actions are just and good or unjust and wrong. Morality comprehensively corresponds to all ethical moral norms, principles, and values of all interpersonal behavior and its regulation, which must be binding on fellow human beings in every relationship. Morality and moral behavior are fundamentally, however, much more and include many other important factors that have not been mentioned in moral teaching since ancient times. All philosophers of all times to whom the moral teachings on earth ultimately lead back had and also have in modern times no idea whatsoever, due to their ignorance of the human psychological connections, functions, their work and effects, and ultimately the final results. Consequently, their weak and inadequate moral theory and moral psychology is based solely, as in the inadequate science of psychology, on pointing out the factual patterns of action, conventions of action, rules of action, and principles of action of certain persons, groups, cultures, and peoples, as well as the emotions, moral opinions, ways of acting, and inclinations of individual human beings. Motivational psychology attempts to explain this. And if, according to one's opinion, a fact contrary to the given rules of morality appears, then it is simply condemned as a violation of moral concepts, and as immoral and immoral without any explanation of why. So neither a clarification is carried out nor a thought is spent on explaining an action, deed, or behavior in immoral terms. A violation of the given rules of morality, respectively the absence or the conscious rejection of the given moral concepts, are wrongly condemned immediately as moral disregard, because it is not investigated whether the human being in question has been instructed in morality on the one hand, or whether he is incapable of moral feelings for some serious reason. Morality or a moral conception in itself does not mean that the human being must also determinatively orient himself according to it, because normally no compulsion is connected with it, because it is only a commandment or a recommendation, and thus an advice that can or should be followed thoughtfully and voluntarily in a good, positive way. The human being, however, remains free in his own decision and way of acting, although this also refers to his responsible behavior and his intelligentum or intelligent being, as well as his decency, his peace behavior, his harmony behavior, his sense of freedom, cultural behavior, and his righteousness, and so on, because these values have a decisive influence on morality or moral behavior. In this way, however, only a command or a recommendation, but never an order or compulsion, can be effective for the observance of morality, but only the free decision of personal action, as well as the attitude, the intellect, the reason, and the measure of intelligentum or being intelligent. Consequently, there can only be one commandment, one recommendation for morality or moral behavior, which I will formulate as follows: human being of the earth, strive for a righteous moral behavior and only commit deeds that bring a positive and creation-just value for you and your fellow human beings, as well as for nature and its fauna and flora, as well as grant a good, positive and consistent evolution, because only through this can you practice and preserve love, peace, freedom, harmony, contentment, justice and righteousness in yourself and externally. Morality corresponds to the totality of moral feeling and to ethical moral norms as a whole, which are founded in high principles and values that are to be cultivated through the moral behavior of individual human beings as well as in groups, in society and in peoples. Morality ensures that good and positive interpersonal relationships and behavior regulate dealings with fellow human beings and communities, as well as uniting society as a whole in a peaceful, free, harmonious, contented, just and righteous manner. In this way, public morality is able to guarantee the coexistence of society, as it can also be preserved as a collective and be progressive in common, if the correct moral behavior is actually accepted as binding, understood and effectively implemented. Morality in the entire block does not only correspond to the normative rules of moral behavior or social norms which contain concrete instructions for action and behavior of all moral values for the social behavior of the individual human being for groups, society and peoples, because there are also various other values that decisively determine morality. The moral conduct of each individual human being, of a group, of society, and of a people necessarily requires for the formation and maintenance of effective moral conduct or morality, not only implicit or explicit instructions that convey normative rules of moral conduct, but also the high values of reason, understanding, peace, freedom, harmony, love, contentment, and justice. But the values of righteousness, security, decency, sense of order, tolerance, flexibility, discipline, honesty, self-confidence and striving for success are also necessary to form a good positive morality. However, charity, compassion, helpfulness, empathy, humanity and sensual satisfaction, activity and education, as well as intelligence, health, reliability, diligence, courage or courageousness, modesty and mental stability are also indispensable. But also the ability to inspire, strength of consciousness, goal-oriented, striving, self-determination and friendship, readiness to help, further development, sensitivity, a sense of responsibility, responsible behavior, and adaptability, intimacy, respect and patience, loyalty and reliability are included and indispensable for the formation of morality and for its implementation and stability. And all these values have not been mentioned by any philosophers up to the present day as a necessity and inevitability of moral formation, simply because their arrogant intellectualism and knowledge was not sufficient and is obviously not yet educated enough, even today, to be able to recognize the reality and truth of this. Unfortunately, it must be said, philosophers like the majority of humanity, unfortunately, since time immemorial lack the possibility to fathom the how, who and what in relation to themselves or their own personality. Human beings avoid exploring their own inner and outer being and their own character in order to know who they are, how they are and what they are. This prevents the human being in every respect from recognizing himself in reality and truth and from knowing how he moves in his personal thought-feeling psychic world and with his emotions and all other diverse impulses and how he can control and master them. But the human being is only able to do this when he does what he has to do for self-recognition and self-knowledge, which means that he has to think thoroughly about himself and explore and fathom himself in order to find out and recognize WHO, HOW and WHETESEL if is. Only through this can he gain true knowledge of what he possesses in terms of effective values of himself. For this, however, he requires various necessities which are already necessary for the elaboration, exercise and permanence of the value of morality or moral conduct. This is because only through morality and various values contained in it, especially honesty towards oneself, clear perception and self-confidence, can he find his own values and facts of his own personality, character, disposition, intellect and reason for self-recognition and self-knowledge. This means that these values, precisely self-recognition and self-knowledge, depend on the degree and value of the created or existing morality, especially on the personal honesty, clear perception and self-confidence contained in it. Only in this way will self-deception and self-deception be excluded and the true values of the investigation into one's own WHO, HOW and WHET be a success precisely with regard to the result of the effectively real and truthful personal self-recognition and self-knowledge. Only through this, when first of all a real and truthful personal self-recognition and self-knowledge has taken place with regard to the WHO, HOW and WHET of one's own character, one's own inner and outer being and with regard to one's own personality, can there also be an exploration of the psychological facts, the principle of life, the functioning of consciousness, of understanding and reason, of intellect and intelligentum, and so on. Only through this does the possibility arise precisely when personal self-recognition and self-knowledge have been created with regard to WHO, HOW, and WHET that facts and factors of the same kind can also be researched outside in another human being, and from these effectively truthful results can be worked out. This, however, was not peculiar to all ancient philosophers, nor to all later ones, nor to the entire guild of psychologists, because none of these persons ever took upon themselves and fathomed the personal WHO, HOW, and WHET. Consequently, they were also never able to find and describe the effective reality and its truth in relation to the creation-given principle of life, but only created and continue to create nonsensical hypotheses which have no truth whatsoever and neither make sense nor are of any value. Everything that is only conceived or invented through inaccurate observations, pseudo-findings and assumptions does not correspond to the real reality and truth, but only to unprovable hypotheses, worthless false definitions, or, in the best case, extremely deficient ideas. Since time immemorial, false ideas and the resulting misguided and confused or ridiculous assertions of philosophers have not died out, just as they have not died out in the science of various kinds. That is why the path of philosophy and the philosophers themselves, as well as the many-sided scientific progress, is paved with the corpses of false insights, false assertions and errors and confusions. Unfortunately, since antiquity, even long before many of the ideas that were conceived and believed to be correct, but which were false, and their equally false findings, assertions, errors and confusions are still in circulation today also in the various sciences. So even today, false insights and assertions, errors and confusions of old philosophers are still in circulation and are considered correct, even those that have long been recognized as false and have been corrected by new insights. Nevertheless, many of the old false, confused and erroneous hypotheses of old philosophers and scientists are not effectively dead, because they continue to be openly or secretly accepted and asserted as genuine and true by unteachable human beings, which not infrequently leads to disputes and, under certain circumstances, to murder and manslaughter, and also repeatedly gives rise to strange blossoms. It must now be explained that compulsory demands for moral behavior can in fact very negatively determine the actions of human beings, whereby they can lead to a violation of the rules of morality with severe feelings of guilt and inflict harm on themselves against life and limb. This can really be the case, namely when morality is comprehensively traditionally demanded and the moral spectrum is covered with conventions and leads up to sanctions. And if this happens, then on the one hand there is a restriction with regard to personal freedom of choice, and on the other hand a heavy burden on the conscience as well as the psyche. There are various other possibilities for explaining ethics than those mentioned so far. for further explanations are to be mentioned, such as the following, which I also learned early on from Svath. Ancient Greek ethics was empirical or based on observations and purely external perceptions, which were erroneously called experiences, but were not such, because experiences can only be gained through an effective experience. And in this respect the whole of the development is based, just as with morality and ethics, on the path of personal inner research and experience of the three values WHO, HOW, WHATMI, from which self-awareness, self-knowledge and self-knowledge emerge. Ethics was already before, but especially since antiquity, a popular field of thought for philosophers who, however, due to their complete ignorance and even ignorance of the creative principle of life and the human thought-feeling psychic world and psychology, as well as in relation to understanding, reason, intelligence, intellect and intelligentum, devised completely insane and confused false insights and consequently spread false teachings, some of which still exist today in the third millennium and are assumed to be genuine. Some of them still exist today in the third millennium and are accepted as genuine, although they are fundamentally false. Ethics corresponds to a philosophical, rather flawed theoretical doctrine that is supposed to distinguish and regulate the actions and behavior of human beings with regard to good and evil, whereby the good, the positive, and the high are to be striven for and realized through corresponding actions and behavior. Ethics or moral understanding, which deals with the social norms of action, must also include the empirical sciences of ethnology, psychology, and sociology, as well as the values of a purpose, fulfillment, completion, and thus a goal. The whole must not simply consist of ethical theories and some hypothetical ethical questions and basic concepts, because ethics requires clear knowledge up to the completion and goal of ethical action and its success and implementation. Behind the concept of ethics hides a system for thinking and acting and behaving, whereby it can be precisely defined what is to be counted as good, positive and correct, and what is to be counted as evil, negative and wrong, and what is to be understood by this. Ethics also shows what is good and should be used in everyday life, but what is better avoided elsewhere. In essence, ethics provides high values for speech, action and behavior, thereby communicating human norms and values for general morality. The term ethics is originally found in the ancient Greek language, is derived from ethos and means as much as sense or moral behavior, whereby in the center of ethics the moral understanding is classified, as well as specifically the moral action which is shaped by the character as well as by the sense which corresponds to the inner and outer nature and thought feeling of the human being. The center of ethics, as I said, is specifically moral action, especially in relation to its justifiability and reflection, which make possible the functioning and carrying out of thoughts and feelings, as well as contemplations, reflections and deliberations, by linking them to something such as ideas and further consequential thoughts and propositional formations. Behind the concept of ethics hides a system for thinking and acting. Ethics defines what counts as good and what counts as evil, and which courses of action and behavior should be applied in a correct manner in everyday life. Basically, ethics is a component of morality and conveys human norms and values for general behavior. Basically, ethics, ethos and morals are connected, but they are still to be separated from each other and evaluated separately. As a whole, there are different ethical systems that give the sub-areas of ethics different effects, but all of them can be traced back to philosophy and psychology and are therefore partly extremely flawed and even questionable, because neither earthly philosophies nor psychology correspond to sophisticated findings and great knowledge, but are often only based on hypotheses or assumptions. Mentality corresponds to a certain predominant thought-feeling psychic conditioned development with regard to characteristics in a fixed direction, which is genetically formed as well as self-developed and formed by external influences such as education and so on. The mentality therefore corresponds to a possible framework of a personal development potential that can be disregarded or actually exhausted. Each mentality takes place in the development in the sense of a pattern of thinking and behavior of the corresponding human being or the population or society or group by which a person is mentally influenced. This also expresses the fact that different mentalities prevail, such as a personal, family, cultural, religious, population or group mentality, and so on. The mentality corresponds to a certain attitude of consciousness, mindset and attitude, which is also characterized by certain behaviors and procedures which are very diverse, as for example in forms such as work mentality, laziness mentality, delusion mentality, thrift mentality, hate mentality, compassion mentality, tolerance mentality, respect mentality, revenge mentality, lying mentality, slander mentality, criminal mentality, killing mentality, addiction mentality, cowardice mentality, megalomania mentality, self-aggrandizement mentality, self-importance mentality, know-it-all mentality, folks mentality, and so on. In principle, it is also possible to speak specifically of the mentality of a people, a grouping or a clan, and so on, although nothing may ever be generalized, because this is not correct in any way, because each individual mentality is to be evaluated individually in relation to the individual human being, because each individual human being creates personal mentality values for himself, even if he is also connected with a group or people mentality. Consequently, a distinction must also be made from person to person within a group. Therefore, it is actually necessary to speak more of the individual human being than of a group, clan or people mentality and so on with regard to mentality.
Cognitivity is to be judged in relation to learning methods and their deficiencies in the same way as learning methods are judged in relation to morality and mentality. In its form, cognitivity is the quality of movement or function which, in relation to cognition proper, comprises various cognitive processes that fulfill a superordinate task. This task fulfillment consists primarily in the values of perceptual attentiveness and attention, which as basic values enable the teaching and formation of understanding, reason and intellect in further progress, namely in the interaction of the values of learning, language, logical or consequential thinking, and the resulting recognition of the correctness of real reality and its truth. The further progress resulting from this takes place in the form of a development of new certain values, which are strengthened by the forming decision-making ability and thereby form the intellect, depending on how everything has been developed by the whole of conscious learning through understanding and reason. And only through this does it become possible that, in an intellect-reason way, something can be translated through the intellect into a certain behavior and into an equally certain action, and thus also into an experience, from which an experience is then formed. Through this entire development alone, everything results as a factor of intelligence, in which everything is stored and thus forms the memory of understanding, reason and intellect, or of intelligentum, of being intelligent. Intelligence, it must be made clear, has nothing to do with intellect or intelligentum or being intelligent, even if it is always mentioned in connection with understanding and reason. Intelligence only contains the value memory in relation to all knowledge of understanding, reason and intellect, whereby this factor of intelligence or memory is inactive and corresponds to nothing but a store of knowledge, which ultimately can only be used like an encyclopedia of knowledge, but cannot in and of itself be used to implement the content of knowledge. This is reserved solely for the intellect, which carries the intelligentum or being intelligent within itself and is thus also capable of self-activity as well as external activity, whereby external behavior and external action are possible. Cognition is founded in a behavior-controlling system that enables the human being to think abstractly and thus to learn, build up and develop understanding and reason, whereby this system also exercises a transformation or reshaping with regard to external and internal perceptions of all kinds. From manifold external factors and inner impulses, even the most hostile stimuli are perceived, which develop in an expanding manner and become impulses, such as inspirations, ideas, conceptions, imaginations, beliefs, illusions or fantasies, and so on, from which, depending on the mind and reason, logical or illogical, negative or positive and thus incorrect or correct information results as a processing sequence. These are formed in chains into logical thought sentence constructions, which correspond to the actual constructive thought forms and subsequently create corresponding emotions, which are automatically transferred to the psyche, have an effect on it, and influence and shape it according to the corresponding type of emotion in a positive or negative modality. The logical thoughtful sentence constructions or the constructive thought forms, through which in their respective value understanding and reason are learned, formed and shaped, lead to their comprehensive essence or to their cognitions and so on, which are stored in the intellect and enable it to activity and execution. Consequently, all constructive thought attainments acquired in this way enable the human being to comprehend and implement everything in his inner being, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and also in his outer being in terms of behavior and action. The information of all learning values from the intellect and reason which correspond to the entire development potential of every kind and manner, such as abilities, attitude, behavior, acting and willing initiative, and all conceivable possible values in every relationship which is given to the intellect, is stored in the intellect as equivalent active energy, and gives the human being the ability and possibility on the one hand to become active inwardly at all times mentally and emotionally, and on the other hand also outwardly verbally and through corresponding behavior and action, so that everything can be understood and implemented. This is in contrast to intelligence, which only corresponds to a pure mind reason memory and is absolutely inactive and thus in no way capable of stimulation or direct behavior or action, for this is reserved solely for the intellect, which through the knowledge essence stored in it reveals the level and development of understanding and reason and determines the intelligentum or intelligent being of the human being. And it is from this alone that the abilities, cognitions, knowledge, attitude, skill, the values of behavior, of purposeful action, and all other values can be derived and evaluated. Only through the capacity of the all-time highly active intellect, which has no connection whatsoever with the completely inactive intelligence, which only corresponds to the inactive mind-reason memory, can the intellect quotient, IQ, or the indicator of intellectual value be determined. On the contrary, however, as far as the differential psychological intelligence quotient determinations are concerned, which are common practice on Earth, these correspond in their entirety to sheer nonsense, which reveals the complete ignorance of earthly psychological sense with regard to the entire working of understanding, reason, intelligence, and intellect. The whole of this proves to every rationally thinking human being the completely wrong, misleading views and assumptions of earthly psychological science, in which there is not even a hint of effective knowledge as to what and in what the original values and further education values are based, which lead to the result essence. And this lack of cognition and knowledge alone does not allow a true psychology to become reality. But for such a one the actual foundations are also lacking in the first place and do not allow any true knowledge to come about as to how the various factors function in relation to the consequent working up and development from the bottom up for a true psychological evaluation in the first place. Effectively, There is also no effective knowledge in the earthly science of psychology as to how infinitely varied the intellect of human beings through understanding and reason really is in its scope and erudition as well as in its range. Therefore, it is also not known how it can be taught, and thereby how the intelligentum can be highly educated, as consequently also the degree, that is to say consequently, the degree or quotient of the human being's intelligence can only be determined by the measure of knowledge of the active intellect, but not by the inactive intelligence, which embodies nothing more and nothing less than a data memory, which, like a dictionary, only collects conceptual data of the intellect's results, by means of which the intellect can be activated and its extensive knowledge as well as experiences, abilities and possibilities of realization can be utilized and intuitively, inspirationally, thoughtfully, emotionally and psychically as well as ideationally, actionally, activitally and behaviorally, and so on, realized. Can be implemented and realized.
You also mention cowardice, which I also see in this, because Earth human beings who are irresponsible towards themselves in this respect do not direct their thoughts and feelings towards reality and its truth, and thus not towards the natural laws and commandments of their intellectual development, and thus also not towards a correct conduct of life. This cowardice, however, is also characterized by fear. But these two factors are not perceived by those afflicted by them, and therefore they deny them, which in turn leads to the fact that these earth human beings, no matter whether they are afflicted by a religious delusion of faith or whether they are believers in self-worship, in their cowardice and fear do not want to pull themselves together, to consider themselves, to realize who, how and what they really are in themselves, but also how irresponsibly inadequate they are in their understanding, intellect and reason, because they do not form and expand them through decisive learning. This is because their high values in this respect are not shaped by learning and education, and they are therefore incapable of fighting their fear and cowardice within themselves. This happens to earth human beings when they are afflicted by a religious, cowardly, fearful delusion of faith and are without self-determination and therefore without their own correct and healthy personal opinion, self-initiative, and therefore without an educated mind, and without true reason. Similarly, the same thing happens with a self-believing, cowardly and fearful earth human being who lives in a personal delusion of faith, who in any case lives his life with an arrogant and megalomaniac-like self-conceit, and is also characterized by cowardice and fear, and is equally extremely deficient in intellect and lacking in reason, as is also the case with the delusion of religious faith. As a result, both the earth human being as a religion delusion believer, and also as a personal self-delusion believer in his fear and cowardice in his arrogant delusion, is incapable of fathoming and recognizing himself. Consequently, he cannot recognize, experience in himself who, how and what he basically is in himself or in his personality and its essence, as you explain very precisely.
That is indeed a fact, but now actually only the term ethos needs to be explained a little more closely, which in its origin was created by Nocedemian, and in its original language means wise or wisdom, whereby this term was already brought and taught to earth in the Mediterranean for early Asian time by the Plejadians, Isobron, who as a scribe together with others also brought writing to earth in manifold forms and languages, which were spread in many earthly peoples in the most diverse forms and written languages. So I will elaborate the whole thing completely anew and execute it for the earthlings in such a way that it can be understood by them. But also in this respect it is the case that many questions must remain open, because I cannot write a tome and describe everything down to the last detail, for this will only be possible through oral questions and answers. Therefore, it would be good and correct if such conversations could be recorded and later written out in the clear, but this will be difficult.
Ethos as a basic concept of ethics and morality, the ethoic consciousness, and ethos, the concept of ethos, which can basically be explained as the consciousness of all comprehensive moral values and as the imprinted attitude of the overall attitude of human beings, and thus as their comprehensive basic ethical consciousness encompasses much more in its entirety than is grasped, understood, and explained by the philosophical and psychological earthly science. If these are considered and dissected, then it is clear to see that from an earthly philosophical psychological point of view, the whole of the ethos ethics moral teaching as created by Darmanin has not been understood and is still being spread today in a completely distorted way. In addition to this fact, this teaching has been falsified since ancient times by completely misguided and confused interpretations by know-it-alls, just as it continues to be falsified today because all those who want to know better think they're smarter than the actual originator of the teaching itself. As the saying goes, the chick always wants to be smarter than the chicken. But this fact will certainly not be recognized by the student know-it-alls, because they will insist on their doctorates, which are based on hypotheticals or assumptions, and think they're more than all those human beings who live their lives without such lofty titles. So they will insult me as a layman without a title and continue to persist in their delusion that they know everything better because of their doctorate, precisely because they're students. Consequently, they will continue to falsify the teachings of the Darmanin because they do not understand them from the bottom up, indeed cannot understand them at all, because in their obsession with knowledge of faith they cannot find the way to logic or consistency. Accordingly, their way will be to insult me and stomp me into the ground as an ignorant and unstudied person in order to make themselves great in front of the people with their titles and to let them call them knowers. Now, it must be understood that the science of philosophy and psychology, as they were taught and explained by the earlier philosophers and so on, and are also understood and taught by the earthly experts in the present time, are extremely deficient and do not say what corresponds to the values of the ancient teaching as it was created by Darmanin. What he taught, namely, results in all values of mind, which are founded in themselves as peace, freedom, harmony, justice, and righteousness in high-quality respectability, which determine the human being's ethics and morals, which result especially from the basic concept of ethos as follows. According to the teachings of Darmanin, the concept of ethos, the wise, or wisdom, is related as the main and primary concept to everything and every existing thing, and is therefore also fundamentally to be understood as the consciousness of all comprehensive moral values and as the imprinted attitude of the overall attitude of human beings. In addition, the ancient ethos teaching of Darmanin teaches that ethos as the basic concept of ethics and morality contains and determines all those values that are brought to bear through ethics and morality. This means that without the basic values of ethos, neither ethics nor morality can exist or be applied. As far as the ethos doctrine, ethics doctrine, and morality doctrine are concerned, as these have been spread and taught by the earthly philosophical doctrines since time immemorial, it is to be strictly noted that in this respect, according to Darmanin, who was the originator of the primordial ethics moral doctrine, the earthly philosophical interpretations, expositions, explanations, and doctrinal moments regarding the definition of ethos and ethics and morality have been wrongly analyzed, evaluated, and characterized, substantiated, presented, and interpreted since time immemorial. Thus ethos, or wisdom, is to be explained as a comprehensive ethological consciousness, which encompasses much more than is grasped, understood, and explained by the philosophical and psychological earthly science. So it is to be understood that the philosophical and psychological science were taught insufficiently and partly also wrongly by the earlier philosophers, and so on as a result of their lack of understanding with regard to the ethos moral teaching of Darmanin. It is a fact, therefore, that this teaching, which is also partly misunderstood and partly mistaught by the earthly experts of today, is extremely deficient and does not say what corresponds to the values of the ancient ethos moral teaching as it was created by Darmanin. What he taught, in fact, results in the following. In a broader sense, the term ethos must be understood to mean the reasoning and logic or consistency of all forms of expression possible and determined for human beings of their thought, feelings, psychic movements, as well as their modes of action and behavior. This includes all forms of expression and characteristics that are used by human beings and also determine their moral attitude or ethics and the way they're carried out, as well as their practice and implementation as moral values. In this respect, and in this way, all high values are to be understood in the main, which are named from the teaching of Darmanin as follows from the basic concept block of the very broad value definitions in relation to the ethos value content. Listed as a list, these ethos values include all necessary factors to ensure existence in a humane form, whereby at least the bulk of these values will be listed here, although I do not claim to comprehensively name all values. Some more about the difference between ethos, ethics, and morality. Ethos corresponds to moral values, to an attitude created by consciousness, or to an overall attitude of morality, which corresponds to ethical consciousness. The higher the value of the ethos is, or the more comprehensive the individual, very diverse factors of attitude are, the higher the character, and thus the ethical behavior is formed, so that a high ethos also determines a high ethical or strong character, action, and behavior of the human being. According to Darmanin, the creator of the ethos ethics moral doctrine, ethos in its comprehensive value corresponds to a collection of templates in relation to attitude factors which convey moral values shaped by consciousness as ethical consciousness, which are elaborated into character values and implemented and realized as ethics in the sense of the totality of moral norms and maxims. All these values correspond to a responsible attitude of the human being, insofar as he appropriates, comprehends, and realizes them. If this is the case, then ethos corresponds to the basic substance for the formation of ethics, and this in turn for the comprehension or realization and fulfillment of morality, whereby morality is exercised and comprehended through character-formed morality and the sense of duty and obligation, as well as through loyalty to duty and the sense of responsibility. The ethos preliminarily basically forms the individual factors that shape the ethical character, which, if they're used, formed and worked out into a character value, become a habit of life. Ethics as a moral discipline is founded in ethos and also conveys a convention for critically reflecting on or examining everything and thinking about it comparatively. The ethos corresponds to a value factor block of very diverse characteristics and qualities which are indispensable as basic factors for the formation of character, and according to this determine ethics or ethical consciousness. This, in turn, is not only decisive for the behavior of individual human beings, but also for the entire ethos ethics moral structure of society and humanity as a whole. As the last form of transformation from ethos, morality emerges via ethics, which is expressed as a moral way of behavior and also determined for the entire social institutions objectively as custom and subjectively as character. The very diverse and learnable high-quality basic factors of ethos which are indispensable for character formation also fundamentally determine and constitute or organize the unity of every social community and stabilize it, although they also delimit other communities. The terms ethics and morals are not the same, but they are synonyms for correct behavior. Morality means custom or rule which provides human beings with a concrete framework for appropriate behavior. A moral concept in itself, however, does not necessarily mean that the human being must also act according to the given rules, and so on, because, in principle, personal opinion, freedom of decision and action, and thus, freedom of behavior with regard to how, when, and whether apply in every case. Ethics means character, and in contrast to morality, it is not about a code of conduct as such, but about the analysis of various moral concepts that derive from ethos, from which extremely comprehensive values emerge, according to which the human being can form his character and build up his moral norms according to this, and comprehend and realize these as morality or moral action. In this way, ethics can be described as a kind of moral science. In addition to the basic morality as created by Darmanin, many other morals exist, such as in religions, politics, and justice, as well as in moral theology, moral psychology, and moral sociology, and so on. Fundamentally, however, with regard to the concept of ethics, there can only be one morality, no matter how many subspecies are made of it, and how different they are according to the resulting species. In this way, the whole thing can be roughly compared to the diversity of species. Although there are dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of different species of any living thing, there is only one genus of each species of a particular life form. And this is also so with regard to ethics, which has absolutely only the one single primordial form corresponding to a moral consciousness, as this is fixed by the teaching of Nicodemus. Therefore, there can also be only one ethical teaching, and this also when so-called researchers, philosophers, and scientists erroneously and confusedly arrive at different results. Basically, in spite of their nonsensical differences, they all have to come to terms with the background and the teaching of ethos, ethics, and morality, and they have to do so in the way that everything is given by Nicodemus. And the fact that the army of researchers, philosophers, and scientists are all making up nonsensical nonsense and making nonsensical assumptions contrary to the effective ethos moral teachings and defining everything completely wrongly shows only a picture of know-it-allism and arrogance, of megalomania and lack of insight. The ethos moral doctrine has, after all, been mainly at home in philosophy since the time of Aristotle, and has since led to unbelievably stupid assertions, false doctrines, and to begillingly stupid blossoms that provide clear proofs and whose enough that hardly anything true is left of what was brought by the ethos moral doctrine of the original doctrine. As far as ethos alone is concerned, it must be said that in modern times it is no longer known at all what a large number of determining and important factors of attitude are contained in it, and what decisive significance and importance they have. But even in Aristotle's time, these values were suppressed by him because he was not able to process them, and therefore simply did not include them in his work of thought. Morality corresponds to the practical application of ethics, or the moral disposition arising from ethos. Every morally exact and correct verbal utterance, declaration, rebuke, and rhetoric, no matter in which soft or loud tone it is presented, can only be correct, just, and correct. And this is also true of every action and behavior that conforms to basic moral values. In principle, effective morality is to be understood as a system of norms, of verbally correct rhetoric, and morally correct actions and behavior, which should in principle be valid for every single human being. Unfortunately, however, it is the case that the majority of earthly humanity neither knows, learns, nor follows the ethos moral teaching, as a result of which unkindness and all kinds of hatred prevail worldwide, such as discord, disharmony, injustice, unrighteousness, as a result of which wars, terrorism, and crimes are the order of the day. In this, the delusion of God plays the most powerful and gruesome role, for all delusion preaches love, peace, freedom, and justice, but at every opportunity the delusionists flip out and murder other delusionists, or adversaries, and so on when they feel wronged or insulted. As soon as a louse crawls over their liver, they go crazy and fall prey to enmity, hatred, murder, and manslaughter, and all evil, up to and including war and terror. In contrast to subjective judgment, for example with regard to wealth, title, or reputation, and so on, truthfully correct, valuable, and humane morals should in principle apply to all human beings, but unfortunately this is not the case with Earth human beings. This is because the majority is addicted to religious delusions and is not willing to turn to reality and its incontrovertible truth, which is oriented towards love, peace, harmony, justice, and righteousness, as well as the equality of all human beings. The result is that Earth human beings have the most diverse systems of norms, which logically also have different morals, although these types of morals are completely alien to creation, murderous and destructive, and bring much suffering and countless deaths to Earth human beings. Overall, the fulfillment of ethos is understood to mean the moral attitude of human beings, although this understanding, according to the ethos taught by Nicodemus, does not correspond to everything that emerges from his ethos teaching. This is extended to the thought-feeling psychic world of the human being, just as the personal, far-reaching ethos of a human being or a person also refers to every interpersonal relationship, to every family, friendship, acquaintance, every community, worldly grouping, special social group, every learning or school community, and so on, and must be understood as all-embracing. This also includes the whole of nature and its fauna and flora, and practically everything that exists, which means that nothing can be excluded from the ethos. Ethos is about the only positively and valuably founded basic values which are brought to bear and expressed in ethics and morality, whereby they are formed as pure, powerful thoughts emanating from consciousness and feelings resulting from them as high moral values. These in turn correspond in the sense of ethos or wisdom to a pure, positive, honorable attitude and overall attitude, and thus to ethical consciousness. In the sense of a holistic attitude and perception, this is consciously oriented towards the responsible cultivation of all moral norms and maxims or attitudes, guiding principles, mottos, rules, and modes of behavior in a positive, good way and with high values as these underlie the ethos. The concept of ethos, as taught by Isabron, corresponds to the behavior of consciousness with regard to moral values, which form and express the ethical consciousness as an imprinted attitude and overall attitude, which is then followed and realized through the application of morality. A high ethos also determines a high and just legal consciousness as well as correct and righteous ethical and moral action. If the philosophical concept of ethos is considered and defined in detail, then for the human being as an individual, it designates and signifies in advance his or her honorable habit of life that shapes him or her as well as his or her honorable principle of conduct in life. Ethos as a philosophical discipline establishes and determines for the righteous and responsible human being the ancient critical reflection of the comprehensive high values of ethos which are lived out and brought to bear through ethics and morality. The high values of ethos stand not only as the basis for the ethical and moral behavior of the individual human being, but also for the entire structure of human behavior, as well as for the equally comprehensive values that must also apply to every social institution in which he lives. Objectively, this means that the human being should subjectively lead his life as a firm of character, morality, and morals in the entire environment. Effectively, it is only through the values of ethos and the practice of the morality that emerge and are realized from them that the unity is created for a personal generation with regard to a healthy and righteous personal self-recognition without shame and disgrace. Only this makes it possible for the human being to unite in an effectively peaceful, harmonious, free, loving, and honest, unifying, righteous, and integral way with one or more other human beings without any problems, or to constitute and stabilize himself in a certain social community, as well as to separate and exclude himself from other unequal communities of any kind that are harmful to him or to other human beings.
Aristotle's classical rhetoric of the three values must be completely excluded, for, on the whole, his classical rhetoric has no value whatsoever with regard to correctness and rightness. Value, but must be interpreted and understood in a completely different way. 1. Firstly, because it erroneously describes ethos as one of three types of conviction, which is fundamentally wrong. Of persuasion, which is fundamentally false, because all persuasion corresponds to a compulsory indoctrinating persuasion, because the human beings are given an alleged credibility in the form of a moral is made to believe in an alleged credibility in the form of a moral appeal. 2. Secondly, pathos is used as a rhetorical means of persuasion in order to indoctrinate through oratorical violence and emotional appeal, and desired by means of oratorical violence and emotional appeal. 3. Thirdly, the logos or consistency and reasoning is emphasized as an infallible spiritual faculty. Spiritual faculty which, for example, is supposed to bring forth reason, because this is also supposed to be a general principle of a world reason or of an overall sense of reality should be. Where, however, logic and reason, world reason, and ultimately also understanding and an overall sense should be recognizable, that was probably also what the dim-witted gods of antiquity were wondering. As for the most important value concepts and value systems of ethics for the development of the attitude, the overall moral attitude, I will only list the most important and authoritative terms and synonyms as an overview in the following manner: customs, behavior, love, humanity, knowledge of values, empathy, friendship, kindness, trust, devotion, confidence, acceptance, goodness, affection, aesthetics, self-confidence, activity, agility, morality, manners, spirituality, life balance, contentment, fairness, diligence, joy, interest, self-confidence, moral courage, bravery, righteousness, honesty, beauty, clarity, reasonableness, intelligence, character, sense of duty, single-mindedness, hatefulness, devotion to duty, sense of responsibility, steadfastness, attentiveness, self-esteem, attentiveness, recognition, honor, authenticity, prudence, comfort, altruism equals unselfish way of thinking and acting, unselfishness, decency, kindness, gracefulness, courtesy, intuitiveness, hope, vigilance, righteousness, caring, nobleness, open-mindedness, equilibrium, balance, perseverance, modesty, freedom, optimism, learning, autonomy, security, lawfulness, individuality, respect, apart, knowledge, ability to learn, patience, willingness to help, calmness, decisiveness, sensitivity, greedlessness, sense of duty, gratitude, cheerfulness, serenity, peacefulness, professionalism, humor, nobleness, ability to cope with conflict, ambition, character, knowledge of etymology, methodology, loyalty, initiative, loyalty, efficiency, wisdom, tolerance, legitimacy, rhetoric, communication, teaching effort, patience, logic, flexibility, diligence, caring, harmony, openness, perseverance, instinctiveness, strength, generosity, reliability, culpability, discipline, precision, life connectedness, peace, capability, ingenuity, principles, sustainability, loyalty to love, solidarity, values, loyalty to character, cleverness, judgment, sense of fulfillment, discretion, seriousness, definition, charity, development, containers, self-discipline, fun, realism, pragmatism, consideration, control, certainty, trustworthiness, forgiveness, foresight, understanding, efficiency, striving for success, self-determination, consistency, sense of order, self-realization, adherence to principles, ability to share, steadfastness, cordiality, traditionality, reliability, thoughtfulness, ability to live, communitivity, ability to act, mastery of situations, imagination, agility, naturalism, reflexivity, independence, effectiveness, honesty, worthiness, sympathy, activism, willingness to please, fact-keeping, willingness to support, cognizance, positivity, human dignity, motivation, virtues, positive cultural behavior, closeness to nature, moderation, responsibility, creativity, prudence, society, respect for property, preservation of funds, restraint, truthfulness, cooperativeness, wholesomeness, value preservation, testability, self-determination, non-retaliation, anti-materialism, magnanimity, non-revenge, reaction, strength of feeling, tenderness, readiness for solutions, lack of complaint, strength of personality, innovation, self-judgment, willpower, consensus, truth motivation, self-control, self-knowledge, loving kindness, selfishness, long-suffering, happiness, imagination, expression, caring, helpfulness, freedom from prejudice, habits of life, explanatory power, recursiveness, happiness, tolerability, truthfulness, religiosity, tolerance, spontaneity, acceptability, personality, loyalty, judgment, empathy, leadership, decision-making, inspiration, intimacy, cleanliness, incorruptibility, idealism, integrity, sense of legality, basic attitude, fidelity to rules, honesty, objectivity, fidelity to the law, fidelity to the word, sense of reality, protection of life, respect for life, exactness, benevolence, faithfulness to promises, fidelity to testimony, pedagogy, equality, ideality, honesty, humanity, guiding culture, protection, courage.
You can hold that as you like, because the only thing that is important, I think, is that you write your teaching on this for Earth human beings as well.
I will do that, as I have said, for the very nonsense that our earthling philosophers have been spreading since time immemorial, and also still do nowadays, should really be made clear.
It really should be, because what you have written in this regard, teaching us, corresponds exactly to what I have been able to find in the meantime in our very old OM canon records, which exist in written form and date back to an age of more than 2.7 million years. However, I was only able to find these records in the sphere through your precise instructions, which you gave me from the Nocademian memory bank, because it was not, nor is it, possible for me to get into it. And if it had been possible for me, I would not have known where to look in the 77 million canons.
I knew that. You will find the ancient OM records in the big metal sphere structure, which is effectively a big ancient library. And these OM records must be complete down to the last canon, as I've been orienting myself from the memory bank. But do you think it is correct for us to talk about this now in our official conversation?
In my opinion, this is not only correct, but also necessary and important, because with this I can finally also express my opinion on what I think with regard to your denunciation, namely that you should actually be responsible as a herald for our and you honoring Plejarische peoples, but not for Earth human beings, who disgracefully disregard you, insult you, threaten you, and have degenerated into evil-mindedness and religious delusion in their majority. And there.
Excuse me for interrupting you, because I think it is necessary. Well, I think I can understand you and what you are saying, but we must certainly bear in mind that everything must have its correctness, otherwise the whole thing would not have been arranged by the level Laura had at the Saita in the way it has come about and is now. As you know, dear friend, early ancestors of you Plejadians emigrated to this earth, and many of them also died here on this planet, as a result of which their forms of creation or their spirit forms have since reincarnated again and again on earth in new personalities. And this is still the case today and tomorrow, as well as the day after tomorrow and in the far future, because for the earlier immigrants from the ANKI universe or space-time structure, precisely for the Plejadians immigrants at that time, it was determined that their distant and most distant descendants should be taught until far into the future with regard to the teaching of truth, teaching of the energy of creation, teaching of life. This is also how it was recorded in the memory bank of Nocodemian, as I explained to you, your daughter Simia say, and also Quetzal and Ask it when you all asked me about what was basically the origin and purpose of our contacts, about which you all did not have any complete information. From my personal point of view, however, I find that not only the earthbound descendant personalities of the ancient Plejadians need the teaching of truth, teaching of the energy of creation, teaching of life, but also all earthlings. This is especially so, for when I see how bad and terrible and evil-minded the majority of earthlings are, how they are dominated by an immense amount of misery, hatred, vindictiveness, discord, unfreedom, disharmony, and war, by murder, manslaughter, and terror, as well as by criminality, crime, lack of honor and dignity, by dishonesty, vices, greed, unkindness, malice, and falsehood, and so on, then I cannot help but feel that they are in need of the teaching of truth. Then I cannot help but also strive for this humanity by also striving for it to bring and spread the teaching. For this I have no reward, which I do not want anyway, but I am left with the hope that 1 or 2 human beings on earth will nevertheless take up an iota of the teaching, think about it, and find the way to then also really learn and follow the teaching in order to make a true human being out of themselves. Now, because I have access to the memory bank of Nocodemian as a result of my Nocodemian lineage, in which all information is contained without exception, which also applies to all successor personalities determined by the energy form of creation up to the present day and into the future, it was and is always possible for me to search for and find everything necessary in the memory bank of Nocodemian. Through this, during one of my last visits to you on Era, I was also able to make an effort with regard to the metal sphere image and find out that it is a large and ancient library which also contains the entire RM canon work. But since you were forbidden to open this spherical library by force, which you could not have done even by force, I searched for the sign in the memory bank and was then able to tell you how you could open the structure.
It was a very clear instruction handed down to us from time immemorial that we had to keep to it, never to open the great spherical structure, because there was a naval threat associated with it, involving a planet-wide catastrophe if force was used to try to open it. The directive contained a clear and precise instruction that the spherical structure was not to be opened until the correct time, when the Herald of Orsashu Mountain would come and give the sign to open. What we will find in the now opened, and for a still immeasurably diverse library, we do not yet know and can also not yet guess, because we opened the image only a few days ago with your sign. But what we have found in this great spherical monument, which has always been hermetically sealed, and what records and so on will be there, we cannot yet estimate. Only after we had opened this structure, which had not been permitted since time immemorial, but only through you, because you, as a personality of the direct Nocodemian lineage, were and are entitled to do so, did we become aware of the immeasurable responsibility to which we now have to submit, and which we now also have to consciously bear and strive to fulfill and carry into all the future to come. My father Svaaf must have known a lot about this, which he also listed in his annals and left them for us to study and take on the mission traditionally cultivated in our family line. And our family line includes all of us who are his direct descendants, as well as our descendants, and those who are related to us, in relation to this mission which we and all our descendants will carry on into the future. But what will now come to us in its full extent, when we work our way through all the records and documents in the new and diverse library, we will probably only be able to recognize and grasp after many years. And I think that although my father Svaaf knew a great deal about the whole task, he did not know the full extent of it, for as he has stated in his annals, it was only through you that he came to much of the information you made available to him from the Nocodemian memory bank. Now it is so that my family and all of us who are involved in the mission, through the opening of the immeasurably rich library, can only now gain access to manifold knowledge and to all OM canons, and thus also to our real task in relation to the mission, and can intensively concern ourselves with it. Already we have all come together and have had our first important conversations, as we have also decided, in unanimous assurances, to fulfill our task in faithfulness, knowledge and duty. Unfortunately, everything has only come about in this way at the present time, because you have always held back and never said a word about what is hidden in the old large metal sphere structure, and in the OM records it contains, as well as in the entire library mass. You must have known about it, yet you never spoke about it, but why not?
That is actually simple, Ptaah, because I was not allowed to say anything about it, because that is how it is ordered in the memory bank of Nocademian. That is why your father Sverhoff was also not allowed to say anything to you when I had to explain some things to him regarding the large metal sphere formation according to a certain rule from the memory bank. And furthermore, I can and must say now, since so much has already been made clear, that I had to act in this way also by telling you the secret of opening the image, the sign as you call it. And this was necessary, for you Plejadians are to be the heirs of the entire teaching of truth, teaching of the energy of creation, teaching of life, as Nocademian wisely determined for you in his time. Therefore it was and is time for you Plejadians to take up your inheritance and make use of it and put it into reality. Besides, I must also explain, time does not stand still, which is also expressed through aging also in my case. With this I mean to say that my work is also coming to an end for this time, and the course of my life is gradually drawing to a close, which has prompted me to hand over the legacy of Nocademian to you Plejadians while it is still possible for me to do so. And with that, dear friend, all that needs to be said is said.
Thanks. With your permission, I would like to leave now. Your words urge me to consider everything carefully.
Please, you do not need my permission.
Goodbye, dear friend.
Yes, goodbye, my friend, even if you do not hear it anymore.
Excerpts from Wikipedia relating to the spirit and so on. Spirit Wikipedia. Ancient Greek pneuma, Ancient Greek nous, and also Ancient Greek psyche, Latin spiritus, mens, animus or anima, Hebrew roch and Arabic English mind, spirit, French esprit is a term used inconsistently in philosophy, theology, psychology and everyday language. Wikipedia in relation to the cognitive abilities of human beings, commonly called mental, spirit in the sense of psyche refers to perception and learning as well as remembering and imagining and fantasizing and all forms of thinking, of the mind or reason, such as deliberating, selecting, deciding, intending and planning, strategies, foreseeing, estimating, weighting, evaluating, controlling, observing and monitoring, the necessary alertness and attentiveness as well as concentration of all degrees, up to hypnotic and other trance-like states on the one hand and those of vigilance and highest presence of mind on the other. Linked to religious ideas of a soul and even expectations of the afterlife. A spirit encompasses the assumptions, often referred to as spiritual, of a pure or absolute, transpersonal or even transcendent spirituality that is not bound to the bodily body, that only acts on it, and that is thought to be created by God or equal or consubstantial to him, if not identical with him. Holy Spirit, on the other hand, is called the Spirit of God in the Christian world of imagination, which is understood as the person of the Divine Trinity. The question of the nature of the Spirit is thus a central theme of metaphysics. In the tradition of German idealism, on the other hand, the term refers to supra-individual structures. Hegelian philosophy, for example, is to be understood in this sense, but so is Wilhelm Dilthey's conception of the humanities. The concept of the spirit, the modern heterogeneous conceptions of the spirit, have their origins in ancient philosophy on the one hand and in the Bible on the other. While in most Romance languages a corresponding term developed from the Latin spiritus, the concept of spirit derives from the Indo-Germanic root ges for to shudder, be moved and excited. The West Germanic word goistos probably meant supernatural being and was reinterpreted in Christian terms with the Christianization of the Germanic peoples, so that the term served as a translation for the biblical Spiritus Sanctus in Old High German, Geist, and Old English, writings. This meaning of the word persisted into the present day, so that spirit is also used as a synonym for ghost. Another level of meaning which is no longer obvious today places the spirit in a context with breath of wind as an expression of vitality. Thus, in Luther's translation of the Bible, the phrase heaven is made by the word of the Lord, and all his host by the spirit of his mouth is still found. The Latin spiritus also has this meaning. It is related to spirare, to breath. Moreover, the term spirit is used to refer to the cognitive and emotional existence of a living being. Controversial in theory is the relationship between mind and brain, while theology and philosophy in the tradition of René Descartes assume that the term mind refers to an immaterial thing. Many natural scientists and philosophers postulate that the mind is nothing more than neuronal activity. In this case, the term ultimately refers to the brain. Other philosophers, on the other hand, claim that the mind is not an immaterial substance, but nevertheless cannot be reduced to the brain. The nature of the mind is the main subject of the philosophy of mind. Johann Gottfried Herder, in various theories, occasionally also in everyday life, the term is used to characterize supra-individual phenomena, objects, properties or processes. Johann Gottfried Herder's work Vom Geist des Christentums, on the spirit of Christianity, played a decisive role in shaping this use of the term. Spirit became a central concept in German language culture at the latest with the work of Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. According to Hegel, an objective spirit manifests itself in communities, while the absolute spirit characterizes art, philosophy and religion. The social sciences also use the concept of spirit to refer to characteristics of communities. Max Weber's talk of the spirit of capitalism, for example, is to be understood in this sense. This spirit results from the norms and values of capitalist communities. In common parlance, for example, we find the phrase here a spirit of concord prevails. Spirit in philosophy and antiquity. The answer to the question of what the German term Geist encompassed in antiquity is problematic for such a multilayered word. The aspects expressed by spirit in Greek antiquity are primarily encompassed by pneuma, spirit, breath, and nous, reason, mind. In addition, there are the expressions psyche, soul, thymos, life, force, anger/courage, and logos, speech, reason. Pneuma and nous each refer in part to a human faculty, but also to a cosmological principle. According to the meaning of the word, pneuma is a materially conceived body of moving air. Nous, on the other hand, is sometimes also thought of as immaterial. It is usually thought of as absorbing in human affairs and as nudging in cosmic affairs. The human and cosmological realms, that is to say the question of world order, are usually treated separately, although there are overlaps. Two aspects, among others, play a role in these transmissions concerning pneuma, the idea that moving air, breath is a necessary component of life. With regard to pneuma and nous, the transfer of characteristics of a living being to the cosmos, in the case of pneuma, especially insofar as it is animate, in the case of nous, especially insofar as it is endowed with reason. Pneuma is first mentioned in the 6th century BC by Anaximenes. Here we find an analogy that identifies pneuma as the principle of life and also presents the cosmos itself as animated, just as our soul, which is air, holds us together with its power, so also the whole cosmos comprises wind or breath, pneuma and air. The concept of pneuma is also significant in medical language, where it was introduced by Diogenes of Apollonia in the 5th century BC and further developed by Erasistratus and up to Galanos in the 2nd century AD. From him comes a distinction also important in the later Latin tradition of three pneumatic principles that arise from the interaction of inhaled air and the vital heat produced in the heart: a physical pneuma, spiritus naturalis, which maintains the vegetative functions; a living pneuma, spiritus vitalis, a principle of life and movement; a psychic pneuma, spiritus animalis, the soul. Since Hellenism, and especially in the Roman Stoa, the two aspects of human faculty and cosmological principle have been mixed in the concept of pneuma. Pneuma here denotes the material substance. The Stoics were materialists of both the individual soul and the world soul. Pneuma is thus a material and at the same time spiritual principle that permeates the entire cosmos, imagined as a living being, and brings about its organization. At the beginning of life, the pneuma in human beings is like a blank page that is filled with sensual impressions and ideas. Moreover, it is the directing part of the soul that makes it possible to fulfill the demand to live in accordance with nature, conceived as reasonable, which is central to Stoics. Nous in Homer and later in most of the Presocratics, nous seems to be a faculty that is directed towards both sensuous and intelligible objects. Xenophanes and also Empedocles put thinking and perception in one. For Parmenides, on the other hand, nous has only necessarily existing and therefore only intelligible objects. With regard to the mode of operation, it is documented by Presocratics such as Empedocles, Anaxagoras and Democritus that they regard the mind, thinking, as a physical process. Empedocles, who advocated the principle of like is known only by like, claims that the blood is the seat of cognition because it is the most thoroughly mixed substance. Plato and Aristotle, in contrast to many of the Presocratics, see the activity of nous, thinking, as a non-corporeal process. This only belongs to human beings. Plato also explicitly distinguishes between the sensually perceptible and the intelligible, and in the tradition of Parmenides very clearly argues that knowledge is only possible against sensual perception and the body. In his Anima, Aristotle defines nous as that with which the soul thinks and makes assumptions. He compares nous analogous to perception to a blank writing tablet made of wax. Nous is unaffiliated, that is to say unstimulated, indeterminate, a passive faculty whose nature is to be able to actualize what it thinks by taking in forms. It is also not assigned to a particular organ, but is incorporeal. In Hellenism, the cognitive faculty nous is conceived materialistically by both the Stoa and Epicurus. Both schools attribute cognition entirely to materially conceived perception. A cosmological principle, after some earlier thinkers ascribed corresponding properties to a cosmological principle, the Greek mathematician and natural philosopher Anaxagoras gave nous a leading role in the explanation of the world. For him, nous is a principle of motion that he contrasts with matter, although he does not explicitly describe it as non-material. Heraclitus assumes a similar function for the all-governing logos, which he describes as rational. For Plato, the world has the characteristics of an animate being endowed with reason, and he explains its nature with recourse to a divine reason. Aristotle assumes an unmoved mover who moves the world dependent on him and the heavens as a final cause, that is to say like a beloved or desired thing. His uninterrupted activity consists in thinking the best object, himself, gnosis. Aristotle understands this God in contrast to the human faculty discussed above as purely actual. In late antiquity, Plotinus assigns nous the cosmological role of demiurge, shaping the visible world according to the model of the world of ideas. Middle Ages. In the transition between late antiquity and the early Middle Ages, the philosopher and Christian church teacher Augustine distinguishes between spirit, mens, animus, and soul, anima. He sees the spirit as a substance that participates in reason and is intended to govern the body. Substantia quatum rationis particips regendo corporea commodita. Reason, ratio, and insight, intelligentsia, are inherent to the spirit. It is weakened by vices, vitium, and must be purified by faith, fides, in order to fulfill its governing role. He describes the human spirit as the eye of the soul, oculus animi. The knowledge of eternal truths is possible through the unchanging light, lumen incommutabilis, of the divine spirit, which illuminates the human spirit and all that it encounters. This light represents the innermost being of human beings themselves. For Augustine, the turning, conversio, of the human being towards this innermost is the self-fulfillment of the spirit and means the return to its actual origin. Thomas Aquinas, one of the main representatives of scholasticism, conceives of the human soul as a spiritual substance, substantia spiritualis. Unlike the animal soul, it has a purely spiritual character and is therefore immortal. Thomas advocates a strict body-soul unity of human beings. The soul is the form of the body, forma corporis, and communicates its being to it. Conversely, however, the spirit is also dependent on the body and its sensual mediation for cognition. All spiritual knowledge is abstracted from the sensory perceptions by means of the active intellect, intellectus agens. Human beings, as the weakest ray of spirituality, are not able to see the purely spiritual. Knowledge can only reach as far as the spiritual content of the sensual from which it emanates, allows it. A direct knowledge of God is therefore impossible for Thomas. For Thomas, the human soul is the lowest of the spiritual forms. It is a rational principle that necessarily requires a body in order to be active. It therefore represents a lower level of spirituality compared to the soul of the angels, which has no connection with the material. Although the soul does not depend on matter for its existence, it nevertheless projects deeply into the physical, since without the body it is something incomplete. In Thomas it becomes the outermost and most attenuated ray of the light of understanding, which shines forth in God and reaches its lowest limit in human beings, just as existence does in matter. It therefore stands on the boundary of spiritual and corporeal creatures, in confinio spiritualium et corporealium creaturorum. Descartes, for the philosopher, mathematician and natural scientist René Descartes, founder of rationalism, the spirit is ontologically separate from matter. Reality is divided into a material and a non-material sphere. Human beings are essentially distinguished by their immaterial spirit and thus differ from animals, which Descartes conceives as automata. In support of his mind-body dualism, Descartes developed arguments that are still debated in philosophy of mind today. For example, he stated that one can clearly imagine that mind exists without matter. But what one can clearly imagine is also possible, at least in principle. And if it is possible in principle for spirit to exist without matter, then spirit and matter cannot be identical. Variants of this argument can be found in today's debate in Saul Crick and David Chalmers. Another of Descartes' arguments relates to human linguistic ability. It is inconceivable that an automaton could master the complex system of a natural language. This argument is rejected today by most philosophers and scientists with reference to the findings of computer, psycho and neurolinguistics. It remains to be said, however, that human linguistic ability has by no means been comprehensively researched and that computational linguistics is far from being able to grasp the complexity of natural languages. Descartes' image of human beings is thus essentially twofold. Human beings consist of a material body and an immaterial mind. Body and mind interact with each other at a point in the brain, the pineal gland. If a person burns his or her foot, for example, the stimulus is conducted through the body to the brain and from there to the mind. In the mind, the person feels pain, which in turn causes a physical reaction. Representatives of such dualism have to explain, among other things, how exactly this interaction of mind and body is to be imagined. In contemporary philosophy, this problem is discussed under the term mental causation. 18th and 19th century David Hume, who is often regarded as the most important philosopher of the Enlightenment in the Anglo-Saxon world, held the idealistic, empiricist view that the mind is based solely on forms of immediate perception. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe defined spirit in Westlicher der Wang in roughly this sense: because the life is the love and the life is the spirit. Immanuel Kant drew on both Hume and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Within the framework of transcendental idealism, the human mind itself is involved in the formation of reality. A reality free of the mind and its subjectivity can only be imagined as a thing in itself. But also with reference to the thing in itself, no concrete statements about a reality independent of the mind are possible, since the thing in itself cannot be grasped by human categories. With the idealist turn, there is a revaluation of the mind, which becomes a constitutive element of reality. In 19th century philosophy, especially in German idealism, this tendency continued. Hegel developed an absolute idealism that wanted to overcome the subjective withdrawal of the claim to knowledge of objective truth. In it, he conceived of the history of thought dialectically as a historical process of the development of the world spirit. This is conceived as the return of the absolute from its otherness, nature, to itself. It is concretized in the three manifestations of the spirit: in the subjective spirit of individual human beings, in the objective spirit of the human community forms of law, society and state, and in the absolute spirit, art, religion and philosophy. In philosophy, the return of the spirit to itself is completed in the form of absolute knowledge. The absolute spirit is thus the epitome of reality and the ground of all being. In German idealism, the Kantian program was continued without its idea of the thing in itself. This moved the spirit even further into the focus of philosophical attention, since a reality independent of the spirit was now not even assumed as a boundary concept. The mind-body problem found the following solution within the framework of such conceptions: if the mind is always already constitutive of the scientifically investigated nature, it makes no sense to ask whether and where the mind is to be located in this nature. In the contemporary philosophy of mind, consistently idealistic theories are only rarely advocated. In contrast, Karl Marx, referring to Hegel, formulated his materialist conception of spirit. According to this, the mode of production of material life, or the labor ensured in it, conditions the social, political and spiritual life process. Particularly through Charles Darwin's development of the theory of evolution, human beings were increasingly also seen as a biological system. This led to many natural scientists now viewing the mind as a product of purely biological processes. In Germany, the so-called vulgar materialists around Ludwig Tschner and Karl Vogt caused a stir with such assertions and thus triggered the materialism controversy. The evolutionary biologist Ernst Haeckel also postulated that the mind was a scientifically detectable phenomenon. Haeckel's monism, however, is not to be understood as materialism, since Haeckel, in the tradition of Baruch Spinoza, assumed a neutral substance with spiritual and material aspects. However, there were also much more skeptical voices among the natural scientists of the 19th century. The electrophysiologist Emil Heinrich du Bois-Reymond, for instance, declared in an influential lecture in 1872 what conceivable connection exists between certain movements of certain atoms in my brain on the one hand, and on the other hand the facts that are original to me, that cannot be further defined, that cannot be denied away. I feel pain, feel pleasure. I taste sweetness, smell the scent of roses, hear the sound of organs, see. Roth. The concept of the mind was given a further component of meaning in the 19th century by the philosopher, psychologist and educationalist Wilhelm Dilthey, co-founder of the philosophy of life, who contrasted the humanities with the natural science. In his view, the humanities are distinguished by a special method, hermeneutics. While the natural sciences are concerned with causal connections, the humanities are supposed to contribute to a deeper understanding of phenomena. The new Kantian Wilhelm Windelband tried to make this distinction more precise by emphasizing that the humanities investigate special and unique events, while the natural sciences search for general laws of nature. 20th century. In the early 20th century, philosophical thinking about the mind was decisively influenced by the Vienna Circle. The members of the Vienna Circle tried to draw philosophical consequences from the methodology of methodological behaviorism. The classical behaviorists had declared that introspective statements about the mind could not be verified and therefore could not be part of a science. Psychology would therefore have to limit itself to descriptions of behavior. In the Vienna Circle, these assumptions were combined with verificationism, that is to say that only verifiable statements have meaning. As a consequence, statements about the mind appear meaningless unless they are about behavior. The behaviorist tradition found its continuation in Gilbert Ryle's 1949 work, The Concept of Mind, which became the orthodox interpretation of the subject of mind in Anglo-Saxon philosophy for more than a decade. Ryle declared that it was a category mistake to assume that mind is something internal. In contrast, the work of Ludwig Wittgenstein was in some tension with behaviorism. Although Wittgenstein also denied that the mind was to be understood as an inner state, he also distanced himself from behaviorism. The phenomenology founded by Edmund Husserl, which explicitly aimed to investigate subjective mental phenomena, led in an opposite direction. In the procedure of the epoch, all assumptions about the external world are to be bracketed and thus an exploration of pure subjectivity made possible. With reference to Franz Brentano, Husserl assumed that mental states were essentially characterized by intentionality. By this is meant that mental states refer to something, for example, the longing for a person refers to a person. Husserl's phenomenology exerted an enormous influence on 20th century philosophy, including Husserl's student Martin Heidegger and Jean-Paul Sartre, who came to Freiburg to study with Husserl. In French philosophy, Maurice Merleau-Ponty in particular took up Husserl's concept of intentionality. With the concept of the body, Merleau-Ponty wanted to abolish the opposition between body and mind. The body is a living and actively perceiving body and thus cannot be grasped through an opposition of the spiritual and the non-spiritual. In the early 1960s, there was also a radical departure from behaviorist theories in Anglo-Saxon philosophy. Inspired by the successes of neuroscientific research, identity theorists attempted to reduce the mind to the brain. An analogous program was advocated by functionalists, but based on artificial intelligence and cognitive science. These reductive efforts did not go unchallenged, however. Seemingly insurmountable problems of reductionism were pointed out. With the so-called qualia, consciousness of phenomena, and intentionality, the mind, according to many philosophers, has properties that cannot be explained by natural science. Due to the tension between the successes of empirical research and the problems of reductionism, a very differentiated debate about the nature of the mind has arisen in philosophy. Today, various forms of physicalism, dualism and pluralism are advocated. The eliminative materialists completely renounce the assumption of the existence of a spirit. Spirit in the science also, when looking at the scientific study of the spirit, no uniform picture emerges. The sciences that deal with the phenomenon of the mind pursue different goals and sometimes use very different models and methods. The relevant sciences range from psychiatry, the social science, social psychology and psychology to brain research. Psychiatry in its historical development in Germany, psychiatry dealt with the mind as the precondition for mental illness, especially during the Enlightenment. Here, the conditions of these illnesses were investigated in terms of the humanities, as the psychics did until about 1845. Since the mind is subject to different laws than matter, ideological confrontations took place with the natural scientific viewpoint of the somatists. Even more so, these psychiatric results of the humanities were called into question by the more recent brain research. Social science and social psychology. In the social sciences, there is occasionally a supra-individual use of the term mind. For example, the sociologist Max Weber called one of his most influential works The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism in 1904, and as late as 1935 Ferdinand Nys called his late work Geest der Musik. In this context, the term spirit refers to fundamental norms, convictions, and worldviews that are constitutive for a community. However, this meaning is also not independent of the spirit of the individuals, since the norms and collective views are very significant for the individual members of a collective. The spirit in the sociological sense is only conceivable if there are correspondences in the spirit of a multitude of individuals. In the second half of the 20th century, Pierre Bourdieu developed a complex so-called theory of practice with its own terminology. He attempted to link mind and matter as well as subjectivism and objectivism on the basis of empirical research into everyday life and comparative cultural research. According to this, human beings incorporate their social environment through mental acts of learning that also express themselves physically. This habitus includes, among other things, the ways of thinking and seeing, perceptions that influence judgment and evaluation and limit the scope for action. In social psychology, the influence of social interaction on mental processes such as thoughts or feelings is studied. The focus can be on a broad social context or on interpersonal processes. Social psychological approaches are complemented by comparative or cultural historical studies, which show, for example, how feelings, for example love or jealousy, differ and have developed in different cultures. Here, social psychology also touches on the classical anthropological question of the universality of certain mental processes. From cognitive psychology to psychoanalysis, the classical science of the mind is psychology, although within psychology one must again distinguish between different approaches. Cognitive psychology, for example, investigates mental processes with the most precise experimental methods possible in order to better understand cognitive phenomena such as memory, perception or thinking. An example of this is research on priming, in which the processing time of a target stimulus, target or sample, is influenced by the presentation of a stimulus, prime. In priming experiments, the test person is given a task. For example, he or she must name the pictures presented. Example picture of a loaf of bread, reaction bread. If the person is presented with a related similar stimulus or prime, such as the word cheesy, shortly before the task, the subject will solve the naming task more quickly. Cognitive psychologists conclude from these findings that the concepts in the mind are organized in a network-like structure and that the presentation of the prime triggers a pre-activation at the correct position of the network. In recent decades, cognitive psychologists have collected a great deal of data on mental processes, and they are increasingly moving towards summarizing this data in complex models. In the form of cognitive architectures, such models are realized as computer programs and are intended to make the prediction of mental processes possible. However, such cognitive psychological models are limited to basic mental processes, such as the perception of movements and forms or short-term memory. If one wants to understand complex mental phenomena, such as character traits or mental illnesses, with the help of psychological studies, one must fall back on other subdisciplines, such as personality psychology. Psychoanalysis in the tradition of Sigmund Freud is also influential in this context. At the beginning of the last century, Freud pointed out that mental processes are largely unconscious. For example, a person does not have to be aware of his or her fear or anger. At the same time, Freud emphasized that the structure of the mind is decisively shaped by the social norms and values of a community. Freud described the formation of the ego, perception, thinking and memory, in the structural model of the psyche as a process in the field of tension between the subconscious, id, and the internalized norms and values, superego. Although psychoanalytic methods and also psychoanalytic therapy remain controversial, it is generally accepted in psychology that an analysis of unconscious and social processes is necessary for a comprehensive understanding of mental structures. It is also accepted that such an analysis cannot be carried out with cognitive or biopsychological approaches alone. For example, if one wants to comprehensively understand mental illnesses such as phobias or depression, one must consider the broad life historical and social context of a person. Spirit and brain. While psychology uses behavior to indirectly investigate mental activities, the subject of neuroscience is first and foremost the brain and not the mind. At the same time, however, neuroscientific research makes it clear that mental activities are not independent of neuronal events. Neurology, for example, describes the connection between lesions, damage, of the brain and cognitive impairments. An example of this is aphasia, acquired language disorders, in which specific impairments are often associated with damage in specific brain regions. The search for neuronal correlates of consciousness has also received great attention in recent years. With the help of imaging methods, it is possible to measure and visualize neuronal activities in the brain. Such methods make it possible to investigate, at least to some extent, which activities take place in the brain when a person says or otherwise signals that they perceive, feel or think something. It can be found that not all areas of the brain are equally active during the mental activities designated by test subjects. Rather, specific mental activities often seem to be associated with specific neuronal activities as well. However, research into such connections is still in its early stages and it has not yet been possible to infer a specific mental activity from a specific neuronal activity. Moreover, it is often doubted that this will ever be possible for complex thoughts or feelings. So how is this connection between mental and neuronal activity to be understood? Why, for example, are changes in the mind linked to changes in the brain? One possible answer is that mental activities are identical to activities in the brain. According to such a theory, headaches, for example, would be nothing more than a certain activity in the brain. Even though such an identity theory can easily explain the systematic connections between mind and brain, it has problems. Doubts about equating mental activities with brain processes are often articulated with the help of the qualia problem. Mental states like headaches are characterized by experiencing it feels a certain way to experience something. Now, if mental activities are identical with brain activities, then brain activities must also be distinguished by these qualia and explainable by neuroscience. Neuroscientists are currently unable to answer the question of why a certain brain activity is linked to an experience. Does this mean that such neuronal activities are not identical with experiences of consciousness? This is like the entire philosophical interpretation of neuroscience is still controversial. Spirit in the religions Judaism in the Tanakh, the Hebrew word ruach corresponds most closely to what is understood by spirit in German. Like the Greek pneuma and the Latin spiritus, it initially means moving air, wind. In human beings and animals, ruach further denotes the breath that breathes life into creatures. As the principle of life, ruach is God's property. Creatures live from it and die when God withdraws it. In human beings it exercises the most diverse vital functions of a spiritual, volitional, moral and religious nature and is here almost synonymous with the term nefesh, the soul. God is the source of ruach, is himself a spirit being. Thus, on the first day of creation, the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. Gen 12 AU, and in the Book of Wisdom it is said the Spirit of the Lord fills the world. Wist 17 AU. God communicates to chosen human beings by allowing the Spirit to come upon them. They are charismatically gifted for martial, heroic deeds, prophetess ecstatic abilities and filled with the Spirit of wisdom. X 283 AU. The Tanakh also knows the evil spirit that can emanate from Yahweh as the only God. This happens when the recipients merit disaster. When Abimelech had ruled over Israel for 3 years, God sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the citizens of Shechem, so that the citizens of Shechem fell away from Abimelech. Right 922-23 AU. This evil spirit power, which is subordinate to God, is later given the figure of Satan in Christian theology as an independent function, intrinsically evil figure, and even with its own personification as a counterpart to God. Christianity New Testament. In the New Testament, the spirit is designated by the Greek word pneuma. What is usually meant is the Spirit of God, which as the Holy Spirit is sharply distinguished from the spirit of human beings. This Spirit of God is not yet seen as personal as later in the doctrine of the Trinity, but as a medium of divine action. However, passages such as those in Acts 51-11 AU, in which Hananias and Sapphira are punished for lying to the Holy Spirit, speak in favor of the personal interpretation. Pneuma and Jesus. The concept of pneuma plays a central role in the story of Jesus. Already his conception takes place under the influence of the Holy Spirit, 118-20 AU. He is driven by the pneuma into the desert to resist temptations there, 112 AU. As a spirit-bearer he assumes his public office, Luke 414 AU. The pneuma of the Lord now rests on him, 12:18 AU. With his help, Jesus is able to break the dominion of Satan, 12:28 AU. This does not mean, however, that demonic powers may be imputed to Jesus, 329 AU. The resurrection of Jesus from the dead signifies a transition into the mode of being of pneuma, Rom 14 AU, by which Jesus is identified as Lord, Kyrios, 1 Cor 317 AU. The pneuma in Paul's Christian community. For Paul, almost every expression of the life of the church is an effect of the pneuma. The pneuma is already at work in the constitution of the Christian community, 1 Cor 12:13 AU. The pneuma is a gift of grace, charisma, which is distributed differently among the believers, Rom 126 AU. Paul ranks the charisms and demands that they be used in the building up of the church, 1 Cor 312 AU. Paul also distinguishes a false pneuma that can upset and terrify the church, 2 Thess 22 AU. It is therefore the ability to discern the spirits, 1 Cor 12:10 AU. All the spiritual being of believers takes place in pneuma. It is received in faith as an eschatological gift of blessing, and with it life. The pneuma sanctifies believers. Even their body is a temple of the pneuma. It means freedom from the dominion of sin, death, Rom 82 AU, and the law, Gal 518 AU. However, the believer must not take this freedom granted in pneuma as an occasion for the flesh, Gal 513 AU, but is to be guided by pneuma in his moral existence, Gal 516 AU. The pneuma is called the foundation of salvation, but not its fulfillment. Paul calls it the first fruits, Rom 823 AU, or the deposit, 2 Cor 122 AU, of total salvation. Believers expect the righteousness hoped for by virtue of the pneuma, Gal 55 AU, and especially the resurrection of the body, Rom 811 AU. The distinction between the kingdom of the Spirit and love, and the kingdom of the flesh and sin, was central for Paul. According to critics, this theology promoted dualistic ideas. Pauline thought was later continued by Thomas Aquinas in the Summa Theologica, and the term anima forma corporis is still used today. Islam. In the realm of Islam, the Arabic term ruh is roughly the counterpart to the German concept of spirit. Ruh is etymologically related to the word which has the basic meaning of wind. The Quran says that God blew in Adam of his spirit and made him alive in this way, Surah 15:29. Surah 329. Surah 3872. It is also by blowing in his spirit that Mary conceives Jesus. DMG no Spirit Shura 2191. Shura 6612. The Spirit of God shows itself to Mary in a human form. DMG Farson. Ile Ruhan Fatamela Lav Baron Sawayan, and we sent our spirit to her. It presented itself to her as a well-formed, even human being. Shura 1917. Through the Spirit of Holiness, Jesus later experiences special strengthening. Shura 287, 253. 5110. Jesus himself is also described as a spirit from God. DMG Ruhan Manu, spirit from him. Shura 4171. The Spirit, moreover, appears as the mediator of revelation. Shura 4015 states that God sends the Spirit with the command he has given to the human being from whom he wills, that he may warn the human beings of the day of meeting. It is the Spirit of Holiness who sends down the Quran to strengthen the believers with it. Shura 16102. The faithful Spirit delivers the Quran to Muhammad. 26193 to 194. Theological reflections on the Spirit began in Islam in the late 8th century. The Basrian Asket Bakr, to whom the doctrine of the Bakriya is attributed, claimed that human beings, and likewise all other living beings, were identical with the Spirit. The Badid Mutazilite Bishr ibn al-Mutamar, 825, on the other hand, saw human beings as a combination of body, badan, and spirit, ruh. The Spirit was given a fundamental significance in the doctrinal system of the Basrian Mutazilite Anazm. 835 to 845. Following the Platonic concept of pneuma, he imagined the Spirit as a subtle body that mixes with the body like a gas and permeates it to the fingertips, but at death detaches itself from this connection and continues to exist independently. Buddhism. The term spirit, Sita, is used in Buddhism to describe something that is added to corporeality. In Buddhist anthropology, the term is used synonymously with concepts such as thinking, manas, and consciousness, vijnana. A spirit is considered from 2 points of view. On the one hand, it is a manifestation of human existence, samsara, and as such requires salvation, nirvana. On the other hand, it designates precisely the instrument by means of which salvation becomes possible in the first place. The Spirit, according to Buddhist teachings, precedes all speech and action. The supreme task is therefore to bring it under control through the practice of mindfulness, sati, the 7th limb of the Eightfold Path. Furthermore, the orientation of the mind, its concentration on one point, samdha, is important. In the Mahayana tradition, especially in the Yogacara school of Buddhism, a radical idealism emerges that interprets the essence of the world only as mind, whereas the multiplicity of appearances is seen as illusion, maya. Here, the concept of spirit comes close to nirvana, which is the absolute principle of all existence that cannot be described precisely, behind which lies the veil of the individualizing maya. Mysticism. In religious mystical writings and some philosophical traditions, the term spirit is usually used in 2 different meanings. Firstly, as the human spirit, which roughly corresponds to the modern use of consciousness or mind and additionally includes the soul. On the other hand, as divine spirit or absolute spirit, which, depending on the tradition, is also addressed in personalist terms as God or deity. The practical overcoming of this separation is the essential task for many mystics. The question of the relationship between spirit and body, on the other hand, often recedes into the background for mystics. The spiritual exercises practiced in medieval monasteries are divided into oratio, liturgical prayer, lectio, reading from the scriptures, meditatio, objective contemplation, meditation, and contemplatio, non-objective contemplation. The mind and thinking should thus come to rest in order to uncover the one source, that is to say the divine spirit. In this sense, there is no difference between human and divine spirit for the mystic. In this understanding, the human being's body is also an expression of the divine and not opposed to it. In the mysticism of the early modern period, the mystic's own body is often dramatized in a special, sometimes extreme way.